Hello, Joe.
Hello, Katrina.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. I'm so looking forward to hearing about your research in depth.
I'm so excited.
Good. Do you have any links that you'd like my team to share during your
Um,
presentation?
well, I'm showing the videos, and I hope that they are built in the presentation, so probably it works. If not, I have separate files, so I will open the files.
But like a link to one of your papers or something?
Well, this one has been just submitted. I don't know, maybe a link to my web page.
Perfect. If you
It
put
makes
that in
sense. Yes,
the chat now, then Claire
yes,
will make sure she can
yes.
save that. Are you on Twitter, Katrina?
No, no Twitter.
No, no Twitter.
I'm very old-fashioned.
LinkedIn? No.
No, I mean I'm kind of a blank person there. Incognito, but we have a Twitter. Our lab has one.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, I'll try
Yeah.
to find it. I'm not very much into social networks.
Am I okay to put us live?
Yes, please do.
Awesome. Oh no, hang on. Shoot, I don't know where the link is.
The link for what?
Putting us live.
Do you have to come out of the practice session and then go back?
You do, yeah. No, you can do it in the same thing. I'm just gonna quickly stop and restart screen sharing, I think.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. Start webinar.
Yay.
And then slides.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I can see you all piling in. I'm Joe. I'm your host today. What I want you to do first off is open the chat. So you all, I'm sure you all know how to do this now, but you go down to the bottom of the screen and you open the chat. And I want you to change the settings to everybody. And I want you to introduce yourself. So you should be able to. Does that work? Claire, can they open the chat and message everybody?
Yeah, should be able to.
I can only see a way of messaging the
You want
hosts
to
and
make
the
sure
panelists.
there's like a drop-down list. If you click hosts and panelists, you can swap to everyone.
I can't see that option. Maybe I can't. Hello, everyone. This has always worked before. This is interesting. Can you guys type, can somebody send a message to me saying if they can type in the chat to everyone or not? Webinar chat is disabled. Aha. Well, that's disappointing. We'll try and fix that in a break. So I'll start from here then instead. I've been helping researchers take their studies online since 2012, so for over 10 years now. And as part of that journey, my team have created the Gorilla Experiment Builder as a single platform for psychological tasks, questionnaires, games, and more. As we know, the whole research world got pushed online 3 years ago, and so we also brought researchers together for an online summer conference, BeOnline, Behavioral Science Online Conference, where pioneering researchers from all over the world shared insights into online methods. Papers obviously have their place for recording what was done, but unfortunately, they aren't a playbook for how to run research successfully. And that's why we run this methods conference. We think it's really important for researchers who are succeeding with online methods to share their findings and their approaches for the world. We've been running BeOnline since 2018, so there's now a whole wealth of resources on this website. I was going to share that with you, but I don't know if I can put that into the chat. If not, I'll do that later. And so this is the 5th year of BeOnline, and every year I'm astonished by the methodological boundaries being pushed by pioneering researchers. Today, we've got speakers on a huge range of topics. We'll be starting off discovering whether we're more likely to trust a robot that sounds like us, so looking at auditory methods, how we can measure the distraction effect of non-target stimuli, so visual methods, and how can online research be used to test memory, consolidation, sleep, and smell, which I'm really intrigued about. After a short break, we will then be moving to sessions largely about really large-scale studies. Can human apes understand ape gestures? I know Kirsty collected data from some 15,000 participants. Then there's another talk about emotion research at a live music event where 1,000 simultaneous participants entered their data while listening to music. Then there's a talk about imagined odors, cognition and language, and progress with online multiplayer studies. After lunch, I'll be sharing our updated vision for the next 10 years, and this will be followed by 2 great presentations about data quality, followed by a panel discussion about data quality. If you're running on research online, or if you're new to running research online and really nervous about it and the data quality, I highly recommend you attend this session. Rachel, one of the speakers, runs complex, boring auditory experiments, and she's worked out how to get the very best data quality. She now gets to keep about 95% of participants that start her task, and so she's got really great insights. Finally, after a short afternoon break, Gorilla CTO Nick Hodges will be sharing what's new in Gorilla Experiment Builder. This will be followed by another talk about multiplayer methodologies to study group dynamics in a real-time game of Geoguessr. They'll be studying lexical biases in ambiguous speech, and another great talk on data quality from Andrew Gordon. You can see we wanted to put some of these things together, but people have really busy lives, particularly in the summer. And so some things are slightly out of place in the day, but they are going to be fantastic nevertheless. We'd love for you to stay all day, and we've even built in breaks this year so that you can go and have a mid-morning break and a lunch break, catch some air. But if you need to leave and come back, the same Zoom link that you used to join initially will continue to work. We're pretty good at sticking to our timings, so if there's a particular task you want to catch, do just dial in for that. If you have any questions, please do put them in the Q&A. The Q&A is up and working. And if you need to find out where the Q&A is, which is what I've done, then that does seem to be working. So there are some questions. Yes, we will look into the webinar chat in a break. And at the moment, I don't think we're sharing any slides. But Katrina, you can start sharing your slides now if you want, since you're our first speaker. Our first session, the morning, is going to be Katrina Kuhn talking about how does a robot's dialect affect trust, Tessa Clarkson on rewarding stimuli and visual search performance, and Jessica Notzel on smell and memory consolidation. But first of all, Katrina, over to you for how does a robot's dialect affect trust?
All right, so hello everyone. Jo, can you see my slides?
I can see your slides, absolutely.
Great, fantastic. So hello everyone. I'm really very excited and honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Jo and Claire, and it's really an honor to present our recent study. Ik bin ein Berliner dialect proficiency impacts a robot's trustworthiness and competence evaluation. Let me walk you through the study first. So in the recent years, I don't know if it's moving, just a second. Yes. In the recent years, social robots have been used in many spheres of our lives, such as education, medical care, or even at home as buddies and companions. But we still know quite little about how to optimize human-robot interaction and how to make it more efficient and effective. And there are many factors that potentially can influence human factors, such as gender and age themselves. But two prominent factors have been shown to have the major impact on the results and the effectiveness of human-robot interaction. The first one being trust, defined as the attitude that an agent will help achieve us a goal in a situation characterized by uncertainty and vulnerability, or in other words, the reliance by an agent that actions prejudicial to our well-being will not be undertaken by influential others. In simpler words, is that trust in a robot means that we trust the robot that it will help us achieve our goals in a very unpredictable situation, which most of our life situations are, and we rely on that robot that it will not harm us. The other factor, which is the major factor in social communication in the first place, is the perceived competence of a robot. That is the likelihood of task achievement, which may rely on the power, status, and perceived resources. So in other words, not only do we trust the robot that it will help us and will not harm us, but we also believe that it is capable of doing so. Can manipulate trust and competence in many ways, again, through the appearance of the robot and the emotions and the interpersonal distance and touch even, and many other things. But studies have shown that voice or the speech of the robot is one of the most prominent features that can influence the perception of trust and competence, because it's quite logical. It's the first thing that you encounter when entering a conversation. And of course, you can now start from here and think of how you can manipulate the voice. You can manipulate the pitch or the gender, different features, and of course, the human likeness. Well, here you should be very careful, because as for the appearance of a robot, we know this very well-known phenomenon of the uncanny valley, which was formulated by Mori more than 50 years ago, and means that it's very nice that the robot is human-like, and the likability of a robot really rises as the human likeness rises, until a certain point where it really drops into some like a feeling of uncanniness and creepiness, and we don't want to have that in a conversation, right? So our previous studies show we actually did not find this uncanny valley for a voice or for vocal stimuli, but still one should really bear in mind when doing this manipulating the human likeness. And one of possibilities to manipulate human likeness is to endow in dialect. So to give a robot a dialect makes it kind of a bit more human-like, right? What about this? What if a robot speaks a dialect? It's kind of unusual though, but there were quite some studies based on the similarity attraction theory, for example, saying that, well, birds of feathers stick together, and I like a robot that is kind of like me and speaking the same dialect more than, you know, some robots speaking the standard language. On the other hand, there are different prejudices against robots, against dialects. So you may say, well, this dialect is spoken mostly by, you know, poor people, or, you know, this and that area, and the standard language is spoken by educated people, and, you know, so one should be very careful in manipulating that. And indeed, the evidence is mixed and controversial. So there are quite many studies showing that a robot speaking the standard language is liked more, be that English or Arabic or Austrian. But other studies show that a robot speaking a dialect is liked more. For example, be that the Trödesk or Rhine-Ruhr or a Swiss dialect. Especially, it depends on if the human interlocutor themselves speak a particular dialect. So to shed light on this controversial issue and a little bit, discover those controversies, we decided to conduct an online study with people who live in the Berlin area, where I also live and our university is. And so the German language, the standard German language and the Berlin dialect. And we used a very well-known robot, which is called Now. It's a very well-known robot. There are more than 14,000 Nows all over the world in educational institutions, in hospitals, and in labs, and so on. So it's a very good representative of its kind, so to speak. It's not that big, so it looks big here, but it's actually like 50 centimeters big. It's like a child more. And we made 2 videos with this robot. Our great student made those videos, Tristan. One video, and I hope it runs here, otherwise I will open the files themselves. One video was the robot speaking in the standard German language, and the other one in the Berlin dialect. And he was just, it was just standing on this table, moving a little bit, and telling about the picture on the wall, which is actually a girl with a mandolin by Picasso, but we had to pixelate it because of copyright issues. So I'll try to run the first video. It's a very short one, 30 seconds. And please let me know if you can hear
Hallo,
something.
mein Name ist Now. Ich bin ein Roboter und ein wunderbarer Museumsführer. Hier haben wir ein berühmtes Gemälde von Picasso mit dem
Can you
Titel...
hear that?
Yes, I could hear it, Katrina.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Mädchen mit Mandoline, welches er im Jahre 1910 gemalt hat. Es ist ziemlich abstrakt, aber man kann trotzdem die Konturen des Mädchens und des Instruments erkennen, das sie wie eine Gitarre hält. Das Gemälde besteht hauptsächlich aus geometrischen Elementen, die für Plastizität und Volumen sorgen. Einfach wunderschön. Ein erstaunliches Kunstwerk.
So this was the first video with the standard German language, just telling a few words about the picture, the painting. And the second video is in the Berlin dialect, which is considered to be the one spoken by very open-hearted, very open and likable people, but maybe not that very highly educated.
Hallo, mein Name ist Now. Ich bin ein Roboter und ein wunderbarer Museumsführer. Hier haben wir ein berühmtes Gemälde von Picasso mit dem Titel Mädchen mit Mandoline, welches er im Jahre 1910 gemalt hat. Das ist ziemlich abstrakt, aber man kann trotzdem die Konturen des Mädchens und des Instruments erkennen, das so wie eine Gitarre hält. Das Gemälde besteht hauptsächlich aus geometrischen Elementen, die für Plastizität und Volumen sorgen. Einfach wunderschön, erstaunliches Kunstwerk.
So those were 2 videos spoken by the same person, a human person, by the way. And now we use this as in between subject factors. So in this online study on Gorilla, half of the participants saw the standard German language video, and the other half the Berlin dialect video. We also measured trust in the robots using the scale of trust and automated system scale, and we changed the word system into robot logically and translated the scales into German. And we also measured the competence using the robotic social attribute scale. And these are some of the items. For example, the robot is deceptive as we need to measure the opposite, of course, and the robot is knowledgeable or interactive. And this is what it looked like. I must note that we also use some attentional items. So, for example, if you are reading this, you should choose 7 and so on. And we also removed those participants who did not answer correctly to these questions because we thought they were not really attending to the task. And normally we also ask, for example, how loud it is in the whereabouts while you're taking this experiment, how far away you're sitting to the screen, and if you're being serious while doing this experiment. And also if you are having, or we were having any difficulties, like technical difficulties. So we do all this to control the quality of the data. We also measured some human-related factors, such as, of course, the demographic factors, but also the dialect proficiency, so how well they could speak the Berlin dialect, and the dialect performance, how often, so in everyday life, I usually speak the Berlin dialect, and then every day, every week, many times a day, and so on. And we also asked them how far they have been living in the Berlin area. Right. So we tested 120 German native speakers, which is a fantastic number, and would probably have not been able to test so many. It would have been very tedious to do it offline in the lab. And it was exactly the number we needed after power calculations. And most of them were young, about 30 years old. Now, what we found was the following. So for the dialect speaking robot, the dialect proficiency, so how well the participants spoke the Berlin dialect, predicted the trust they put into the robot. So the better they spoke the dialect, the more they trusted the dialect speaking robot, probably in the sense of the similarity attraction theory, right? I like the one who is like me. For standard German speaking robot, we could not find any predictors of trust. Right here in the figure, you can see this effect. This is the light blue line, a positive effect of dialect proficiency on trust. As for competence, see here that for the standard German speaking robot, this is this dark blue line, the dashed dark blue line. We found again that the dialect proficiency and also the direction of residence, how long they've been living in the Berlin area, positively predicted the competence of the robot. So the better they spoke the dialect and the longer they've lived in the Berlin area, the more competent the robot seemed to the participants. And we now can interpret it probably not in the sense of the the similarity attraction theory, but rather that the standard language speakers are considered more competent per se, so to speak. As for the dialect speaking robot, only age was marginally significant. So the older they were, the less competent the dialect speaking robots seemed to them. But one should treat this effect with caution because it's really at the verge of significance. And the participants were quite young, so the variance was not very high. And last but not least, we replicated a very well-known effect or a correlation of the robot's competence and the trust. Those who, so the more competent the robot seemed to the participants, the more they trusted it. So it proves again that competence, as alongside with warmth, the major social dimension, has an effect on the trustability of a social robot, which is also the case with humans. Now, let me summarize our study. For the dialect-speaking robot, we found that the dialect proficiency predicted trust and competence. And for the standard German-speaking robot, the dialect proficiency and the duration of residence predicted the competence of the robot. Importantly, while we control for many different factors, one of the factors seems to be very interesting, but also important for online studies. That is the device type, be that the tablet or a smartphone or a standard PC. And we found that the persons who evaluated the robot on a standard laptop or a PC trusted it more, which probably means that when you have a small device, you have more cognitive load to process that information, and it may influence the the attribution of trust. And I think it's quite important to consider this factor even when measuring high-order social constructs. What we plan for our future studies is to manipulate the voice gender and maybe look at potential interaction effects of the participants' gender and the robot's implied gender. We can use various robots because of a possible misalignment of the appearance and the voice. We can choose different topics of conversation because it's known, well, you'd rather speak about the politics probably in a standard language and about, cooking a cake in a dialect. And we also can examine the mere construct of trust because there are studies showing that it's a multi-dimensional construct. Right. So I would like to thank you for listening. Thank you very much for inviting me and for your attention. And I would like to thank Gorilla for these wonderful possibilities to conduct the studies online and program them very easily. My whole Peacock Embodied Cognition group from the Potsdam University, a fantastic student of mine, Erika Herbold, who actually programmed this experiment online. My wonderful supervisors, Professor Oliver Bendel from Switzerland and Professor Martin Fischer from the Potsdam University, and my colleague and collaborator, Dr. Yufang Zhu, and the students Tristan Korner, who produced the videos, and Alexander Schank, who was actually the professional speaker for the robots. And I thank now for being so patient with us. Thank you so much.
Katrina, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. What a great way to start the conference. I think we've all been astonished with ChatGPT this year, right? Last summer, it wasn't even available. Now I sort of can't imagine. I use it nearly every day. And all of this research into how humans interact with robots or robot-like devices is just going to become so important. That first slide, I've heard the term uncanny valley like 2 or 3 times over the last year. I hadn't come across it before. In fact, even more recently than that, like in the last 3 months is the first time I've started to come across this phrase. And so I feel wonderfully educated now of what it means, to re-summarize for everybody who's joined. It's that when things become too human-like and we can't identify that it's not a human, we just get the ick, right? We just go, no, I don't like that. Yeah, it's just creepy. So it needs to be sufficiently robotic that we can go, this is definitely a robot, but still really, really, really good. I find that so interesting that the dialect, the proficiency in the dialect presents trust, and the proficiency of like standard Berlin, which is like the language of education, I guess, in Germany, a bit like standard English is here in the UK, predicts competence and how those interact. Like, we still make really messy decisions, don't we? So interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, audience, it's your time now to think about any questions that you have. I've got a question for Katrina in a minute, but also so that our speakers know they've done a good job. You know how it is when you're talking on Zoom. It's really hard to get that audience feedback. So your gift to Katrina today is to write into the chat, which is now open, by the way, is to write into the chat, what did you most need to hear from her talk today? What are you going to take away from today and put into your research methods practice? What have you learned? Was it about the subject? Was it about the research method? So that's your gift to Katrina to say thank you.
Thank you.
And that's not frivolous, please, because we know from good psychological science that space for memory, reflection, and consolidation, it will help you remember what you've taken away and make it more likely that you do in fact remember it. So just take a minute, think about what you're going to take away and put it in the chat. If you've got any questions, please put them in the Q&A. But for now, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question about yeah, what are these connotations that we have about different dialects? Like, what could you do? Where could that go? It's so interesting.
It is indeed. Thank you for the question, Joe. And I can talk for hours about this, but I hope I can formulate a very, very quick answer. So we all form our prejudices and, you know, stereotypes about different phenomenon. One of those being a dialect, right? You speak, and some of us say, well, those who speak the standard language are well educated, you know, and these are, some people say it's the elite, you know, and some dialects are considered to be, you know, those of like poorer people maybe, and less or more educated. And there are countries where you have to speak a dialect from, for example, the Switzerland, you have to speak a dialect to belong kind of to society, because it's a way to identify yourself with the society. I'm the one from here, so to speak. And there are some regions in Germany, for example, Bavaria, where it's even kind of nice when a politician speaks the Bavarian dialect. It kind of makes them one of, you know, one of our society and family. And there are some dialects you would say probably would not make you know, a lecture, or I would not use it in the university context, let's say. So, and that may form the first impression of the interlocutor, of the speaker, very briefly, very fast, that you have immediately, oh, this is one of my people, this is someone, you know, from another group, and these in and out group mechanisms may play a role in this. So it's quite complicated, but it's one of those stereotypes that always somehow arise in social life.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for answering that. Katrina, you've been great. Thank you for joining us. I hope you can join for at least a bit of the rest of the day. And with that, we will continue with the conference. There are a couple of lovely comments in the chat. So Uncanny Valley being really interesting, not a concept they've come across before. And here's a great question. What perceptions do you expect as a function of distance from or familiarity with a region? So many nations have stereotypes that people of one region within a nation are stupid. What perceptions do you expect? What perceptions do you expect as a function of distance from or familiarity with such a region?
Shall I answer this now or in the chat, or how do you want to?
Maybe answer that one now, and then there are two other questions in the chat. Maybe if you can answer those.
Yes, I'll try. I'm trying to read the question once again.
Yeah.
We
might have to move on, so you might have to type the answer to the two in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, I will.
Yeah.
Sure.
That might be best, because otherwise we're just going to run out of time.
Sure.
Sorry, Katrina. No, we've done great. Everybody, thank you so much. We need to get you all warmed up. So what I'd love you to do now is go to the chat, open it up, switch it to everyone. And what I want to know from you is, where are you coming from today? So so which country and city are you in? So I might write, I'm Joe, I'm from Cambridge, UK. It's just nice for us to know where you're coming from all over the world, like this. Take a moment right now to type in the chat where you're from. There's like 70 of you on the call. I'm hoping we've got 70. Robert from Norway. Hi, Robert. Debbie from Birmingham City University. Hi, Debbie. Katie from Cambridge. Kirsty from St Andrews. Susan from London in the UK. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Gary from the University of Kent. Alex from Dundee. Also, speaking of dialects, he has something might want to have a look at that. Miles from London. Hi, Miles. Jim from Barcelona. Fantastic. Now, the next thing I want you to do is to type into chat what you study. Do you study linguistics or auditory research or social psychology? It's lovely to see the variety of research methods that use online research methods. Tessa, do you want to get your slides ready to share as well? I know you're going to be speaking next. Fantastic. Hi, Tessa. Psychology.
Hey.
Risk perception. Susan, hi. Risk perception. Excellent. Studies animal behavior, cognitive psychology, speech perception, So many different messages. Metacognition and evolutionary anthropology, computer science, well-being, emotions in eating behaviors. Such a fantastic variety of people who are at the conference today. But and that's why it's so important to bring out the methods in our talks, because even when the topic isn't anything to do with your topic, there's always something in the methodology that might translate. Thank you so much for indulging me with that in the chat. Now on to introducing you to Tessa Clarkson, who is going to be, who's from the University of Queensland.
Hi everyone, how you going?
What time is it at the moment for you?
7:30 p.m.
Okay, not too bad. Thank you so much for joining us.
No
and you're
problem.
going to be talking about rewarding stimuli and visual search performance. Is that right?
That's right. That's bang on. Yeah, so I'm gonna. Oh, should I just?
Yeah, Tessa, over to you.
Take it away. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. Yep, my name's Tessa, and yeah, I'm going to talk to you about how I integrated some mouse tracking research into a visual search experiment that I ran using Gorilla. So I'll introduce you first to the task that I developed. So there's these attentional capture tasks called VMAC tasks, and that stands for value modulated attentional capture. And these are like cognitive based experiments, very robust effects that you can find in psychology, very typically done in the lab, very controlled environments, and they're super interesting. So and the idea of VMAC tasks is to try and harness, I guess, what's called like human sign tracking. And what I mean by sign tracking is this behavioral phenomenon that was first found in animal studies. So if I trained a rat or a mouse to associate a reward with a particular stimulus, a conditioned stimulus, say the presence of a particular light, and I got that rat to make that association, what happens in some animals is that they engage in sign tracking. So once they know that the light means food is available, if you were to put the light and the food on opposite sides of the cage, some rats will see the light and move towards the light, even though they know the food is over there. So they're attracted to the signal of reward rather than the actual reward itself. And so VMAC tasks try and assess like human sign tracking or distractibility of rewards using these visual search tasks. So humans love money and financial incentive. We're even attracted to like even just arbitrary point values and things like that. That gets our dopamine centers going. So in these visual search tasks, you will train a participant to associate a particular color or distractor with the presence of a high or a low reward. But then you'll tell them to focus on something completely different. And when there's a high reward distractor in that display, people struggle to do the task that they're supposed to do, and they end up paying attention to the shiny distractor, and this slows them to complete the task they're supposed to do, or stops them from doing that task at all, even if that means it's a punishment or a loss of a reward entirely. And how these tasks typically work looks a bit like this. So participants would come into a lab, and it's a trial by trial thing. You're supposed to locate a particular target. So for example, participants will be asked to find a diamond amongst some other circles. They don't know where that diamond's going to be. And there will be a bunch of circles, and sometimes there will be a colored salient distractor in that display. So as you can see on the left, this yellow distractor has appeared. Participants need to find that diamond, and usually they would do it with a keyboard press. So by identifying the line that's inside that diamond, so if it's horizontal, press this button, if it's vertical, press this button, and then that indicates that they have found the target. And as you can see here, this orange or yellowy distractor indicates that if you find that diamond as quickly as possible, you can earn double points, double the amount of points, as opposed to if the salient distractor in that display was a different color. So if it's the blue color here, yeah, you can still earn some points, but just not as much, even for the same level of speed and accuracy. And most of these tasks run on like a reaction time basis. And so you might be able to earn up to 1,000 points in that yellow condition. And then every millisecond that you take to find the target, those points rapidly drop off. So there's always like incentive to go faster and faster. But because people find it difficult to inhibit the shiny presence of rewards, what we do find very robustly in this VMAC research is that participants' reaction times for the high reward distractor condition are significantly slowed compared to the low reward distractor, and then they are they're fastest in a situation in which there's no colored distractor, but they are slower when there's high rewards or high stakes on the cards because they tend to pay attention to it. And we even know this with eye tracking studies. So eye tracking studies that have used VMAC have shown that people will make more saccades or eye movements to the distractor, even if that means that you lose all the points potentially earned for that trial. So even when it's when there's a direct punishment on the cards for looking at that distractor, people really struggle to do that. So what I wanted to know was, would people physically gravitate to this shiny distractor? And I wanted to see if I could measure that with mouse tracking. Would people be physically drawn to it in the same way a rat would be drawn to a shiny light that says there's food in the corner? Do humans sort of do the same thing? So this is like an example of this isn't exactly what the task was. This is just an example, but I built this in Gorilla. So this is just an iteration of what it kind of looked like per trial. So participants would start by clicking inside of a circle to keep them centered, and then they would click to start the trial. And then, as you can see here, they've got a display. They have to just find the diamond, not by pressing any keys. They just have to literally click on it as quickly and accurately as possible. And as you can see here, I've got a shiny distractor in the display. This indicates a high reward. And so what I'm predicting, if humans do engage in this like sign tracking behavior, is a little something like this, where they kind of go towards that shiny distractor and then have to correct themselves, as opposed to a situation in which a participant would start a trial and then they might gravitate towards that low distractor, salient distractor in the display, but then be able to quickly find the target, and this would facilitate those faster reaction times. And then once again, as opposed to a condition in which there's no salient distractor, I'm predicting that participants can find the target most quickly, and make a more direct movement because there's no distractors in the display. So that brings me to my first experiment that I built. So I was trying to replicate the VMAC task online with the addition of mouse tracking. So firstly, it was important to me to be able to validate the VMAC task online. I'd never seen it be conducted online before, and it is typically run in lab experiments, or in lab conditions, sorry. So I wanted to first make sure that we could get it to work online. So I had a within participants design counterbalanced blocks between keyboard trials where they responded to the target with the keyboard, and then a block of mouse trials where they were physically finding it with their mouse. And I had just a reward IV, high reward potential, low reward, and then no rewards in where there's no distractor present. Importantly as well, the points that participants would earn on each trial would accumulate and then be stored and then would convert to a actual cash value. So they would earn, so many thousand points, and then that would equate to an average of about $10, but more or less depending on how good you were. So it was real money and real incentive to do a good job. But and obviously the colors were also counterbalanced as well. And what I found was initially, so just with the keyboard press task, I was able to validate the VMAC task quite nicely. So participants were in fact slightly slower when there was a high reward distractor in that display as opposed to the low reward condition, and then they were fastest for control. So this validates that the VMAC can work online, which was really cool. And then additionally, I wanted to look at the mouse tracking data as well. Now, if you've ever been familiar with mouse tracking data or even eye tracking data, you get like a wealth of outcomes that you can look at. It's a really heavy data set. So I used the mousetrap package in R. This was really helpful at consolidating all that data. There's lots of different outcomes you can look at. You could look at velocity, speed, like time to target. You can look at area under the curve, maximum deviation points. But I really wanted to, given that participants were going in all sorts of directions, it was a little bit hard for me to do some of those outcomes. So I wanted a more precise measure. So I measured their total distance traveled, which was the Euclidean distance, a straight line distance between each X and Y coordinate from each timestamp. And then this accumulated what ended up being the total distance traveled for that particular trial. And on average, there was a small but significant difference between the high reward and low reward conditions, in which participants made a significantly longer journey from fixation to target when there was a high reward distractor in the display. And then of course they made the most direct journeys under the control condition, and followed by the low reward condition. However, what the obvious limitation of that is that I can't answer, whether or not humans are sign tracking at this stage, because, while their movements are longer and their journey is longer, what are they actually doing? Are they gravitating towards the distractor or away? Are they going in circles? Who knows? And when you look at the raw data, people tend to make all sorts of movements, and on face value, at least, it does look like there's a lot of individual variation as well. So this became a more complicated question to answer. I'm going to need to do more analyses on this. So we do have a starting point. So people do make longer movements. I think their movements are disturbed, potentially more chaotic when there's a potential high reward distraction in the display. But ascertaining the direction that they move in is a different question. So further analyses, I've got a really smart colleague of mine that's willing to help. We're going to look at doing a spatial analysis, looking at each trajectory for each participant and collapsing them into different groups, because I think it also depends on where the distractor is in relation to that target. Just by eyeballing the data, it does really seem people can avoid the distractor if it's on the opposite side of the display, as opposed to being a little bit closer. So we're going to look a little bit more into that, as well as the high and low reward conditions, and hopefully a more complex analysis will be able to tell us which direction people are moving in. But yeah, I've just put this up on the screen to show you like how quite chaotic and colorful and interesting people's movements can be per trial. One other thing I wanted to add is that if you want a more general look on on how distractibility can affect your motor movements, I've created heat maps, and you can do this in the mouse tracking package, which is really cool. These are all participants, all trials, but just carved up into their respective conditions. And as you can see, because the target goes around, it could be in any of those 6 places. The movements in the no distractor condition are a lot more clean, a lot more straightforward, more straight lines, and you can really see in the high and low reward conditions, when that colored salient distractors in the display, movements are way more chaotic. So you get more of a cloudy looking star here, as opposed to the no distractor condition, which I think is a pretty cool visual. And now I just briefly want to touch on this because this is more centered around my PhD research. I won't unfortunately have enough time to talk about the findings for experiments 2 and 3, but I do want to just introduce them a little bit. And if you'd like to talk to me about them at a later date, I would really love to have a chat. So my focus of my PhD research is all about motivating cognition. So we know that financial reward is a strong motivating factor for people, but there are other motivating cognitions as well. So we know that the concept of the self or self-relevant information can affect our cognitive processes, including memory and also attention. And there's been a large body of research on self-research and how it affects our attentive processes. So additionally, I wanted to look at, does something like the self, a motivating cognition like the self, also have capacity to distract attention in a similar way to how reward or financial reward can? So I developed experiments 2 and 3 to incorporate this, and I'll just talk on them very briefly. So experiment 2, very similar VMAC task that I had, but instead of having high and low reward conditions, I just had participants earning points either for themselves if it was a particular color, and if it was the other color, then they're earning points for somebody else called a fictitious other called Sam. And so this kind of gamified the experiment a little bit. And I'm still going through the results, but it's quite interesting to see how people behave when they're earning points for somebody else and how that affects their motor movement. So I'm really excited about this particular experiment. And then the third experiment, I just wanted to see how the self or self-relevant information on its own without any financial incentive might affect your reaction times and motor trajectories as well. If I just said this color represents you, or this color represents somebody else, you know, does that have capacity to be attractive in any way and distract your attention? And just lastly, I want to talk about the challenges of just taking this task online. It took me a very long time to build. Pre the days of ChatGPT, learning code on my own and learning a bit of JavaScript, it was a real challenge. But so I think I have some experience now, and I'd like to just chat through some of the challenges if you want to do visual search experiments online. So the obvious one that people will ask with visual search tasks like this is that, you know, maintaining visual angle, how are you going to do that? Because participants will obviously have different monitor sizes, as opposed to doing it in a lab where everyone's got the same monitor size. So there's a couple of things. Gorilla will naturally on its own rescale everything so that it'll all fit and nothing will fall off the screen, which is fine for some experiments. But if you can fix it so that the stimuli will stay the same size. But of course, if someone's got a really small monitor, then stimuli might fall off the screen. So what are you going to do? Well, there's this really cool feature that I think is so innovative and awesome. It's called the virtual chin rest. And it's fantastic. And it was developed by JS but Gorilla has like this plugin available. And what you do is you get participants before they start the experiment to take a card or a credit card or any sort of card size card and put that up to the screen and measure a virtual card to be the same size as that real life card. And what that does is it calculates a variable called pixels per degree, which says how many pixels are there per visual degree, assuming that participant's 50 centimeters from the screen. And then using that variable, you're able to store that and then change the size of all your stimuli with respect to that new variable that you've created. And also not only the size of the stimuli, but where the stimuli are positioned. And this was a real game changer because now I could have the same size circle on every screen, no matter if their monitor was huge or small. So, but the obvious thing is when you are fixing it, like small laptops weren't going to fit the stimuli. So I just told participants to not use laptops. And if they did, well, then the accuracy was going to be just so bad that they wouldn't have been included anyway. So that was the only way I could sort of get around that. But I definitely recommend this virtual chin rest. And the other thing is like with visual search tasks or any like cognitive tasks, it's like trial by trial, is that sometimes participants find it like boring or difficult, especially when it's like fast. And so really just think about like not making it too long. I wouldn't have someone doing a visual search task for more than 40 minutes online. You can bully them into doing it a little bit longer if you're in the lab, obviously, but I would just be thinking, yeah, about 40 minutes and see if you can, make it go reasonably fast paced. And also set a time limit, you know, like if it takes about 30, 40 minutes to do the experiment, set a time limit of 45 minutes. And if they haven't completed it by then time them out of the experiment because they've probably walked away. So in summary, visual attentional capture tasks can be extended into online settings. We've replicated the VMAC effect and shown that motor movements are affected such that the trajectories are longer under conditions in which there's a high reward distractor present. This could possibly indicate human sign tracking, but I've got a bit more investigating to do. Please keep an eye on my OSF page for all code and analyses and materials that help me build this online. So I'll be publishing them in the coming weeks as I work on this, for anyone that might want to replicate this kind of stuff. And yeah, please don't hesitate to reach out if you're interested in incorporating mouse tracking into your own experiments, because I'm open to new and upcoming projects. And lastly, I just want to thank my advisory team for being amazing, and my lab and other colleagues who have just been fantastic. And yeah, feel free to email me or find me on Twitter. And thanks again for listening, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Tessa, that was fantastic. Everybody who is in the chat, can you please give Tessa some praise? She deserves it. That was lovely. If you want, share what it is that you've learned from her talk as well. That always gives us a nice warm glow. There were so many things I loved about your talk, just to capture them. I love that you ran your study so that you're looking at reaction times first and then extending to mouse tracking, just to show that build up. I think that's such an important step, that it's sort of like experimenting with experiment, going like, can I show the step by step that the data is good? I think that's great. Love those starfish plots. I don't know what you call them. I'm going to call them starfish plots.
They can be starfish plots from now on. Yeah.
Because mouse tracking data is always so hard to know what it's telling you. And I think to have found a visualization that so clearly shows there's something here must be just so energizing to go, it's like, okay, I'm going to wrestle. I'm going to work out the maths of how I guess you're going to have to rotate every single one round to the right place. Basically. That's
exactly what we're going to do. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And thank you for going into detail on the screen calibration task. I'm going to ask, in fact, please send us your slides. We're going to make sure that those are hosted on the Gorilla website so that people understand what the problem is. I thought you described it so well. That was super, super excellent. Q&A. I don't have any questions for you. It was so good. Does anybody on the webinar have a question?
In the chat.
Oh, there's quite a few in the chat.
Yep.
They're not in the Q&A section of the chat, though. They're in the chat, are they?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, Natalie, can you find them, Claire? Oh, here's one. I found it from Yanyu. In terms of motivation, have you thought about including gamified elements such as a leadership board in your experiments without including financial rewards? And how well do you think it would work compared to with just financial incentives?
Great question. I can answer this one. So there's been I've seen some VMAC research where, they for ethics reasons, I don't know where they were conducting it, but they couldn't use financial payments. So they just did a leadership board and had points and had participants earn trophies for having a certain amount of, and these were just arbitrary shiny things that they created in the experiment, and it still worked. So yeah, I think people can be really incentivized by not that much. So I started with financial incentives because I wanted to be really sure that I could replicate this task. But yeah, you can definitely do it without actual payment, points, praise. Yeah, I don't even think participants like seeing incorrect on the screen. I think even if you were just to say correct and ta-da, good work, that could also potentially work.
Excellent. And there's a question from Miles Tuft. I was wondering what predictions you might have for the experiment where you have distractors connected to other people and how this might interact with reward.
Totally. So my first iteration of this self-other thing where someone else is earning a reward versus you, I wanted to set this other person up as a stranger. So it was you versus this fictitious other participant. But what we know in some self-research, in particular the self-reference effect and also the self-prioritization effect, is when you enhance that closeness of that other person. So if it was you versus your best friend, maybe, that there would be I guess less tension or competition. Maybe you would be more incentivized to help make that person more money. So I didn't have the results up, but when I did it with the stranger, there was no significant difference between earning points for you or the other person. And I think it was just a little bit noisy, and I think it could be clouded by participants trying to maybe intentionally screw over the other person and make sure they don't earn as many points, potentially. But yeah, it would be interesting to see if you change the identity of that individual and to see how that affected people's behavior.
Just so you know, Tessa, Mars does a whole load of research on creating these minimal social relationships and looking how that changes whether you understand people. I think essentially you two, I think, should chat. And finally, a question from Susan Cooper. She says, I'm new to Gorilla and planning a mouse tracking style task right now. How did you capture mouse movements in the Gorilla task? Is there a plugin?
Yeah, actually installing the mouse tracking was super easy. There's literally a button in the experiment builder that's turn mouse tracking on for this task. It's been a while since I've done it, but it was really simple to turn on. And I think you just need to make sure if you're going to be applying it on any other screens later on, I think you have to adjust a setting to say, yes, I'm continuing to record these mouse tracking coordinates. Otherwise, if you just put it on, it'll just capture it for that particular screen, not the whole display of screens, but it'll just capture it on that. And I just had a mouse tracking node on the particular screen for just my trial, because that was all I was interested in measuring. So it was really, really simple. It's been a while since I've done it, but Gorilla made it really easy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tessa. So everybody, if you can give Tessa some love in the chat and a thank you, and then we are going to move on to our next speaker. Tessa, thank you so much. That was fantastic. We're going to go on to our next speaker, who is Jessica Notzel. Is that right? Notzler. Jessica Notzler from talking about smell and memory consolidation.
Yeah.
Over to you.
So hello from my side. My name is Jessica Knetzele, and I represent you today the study Can Rose Odor Help to Improve Memory Consolidation During Sleep and Retrieval? I've done this study during my master thesis in 2021 due to the Corona crisis online with the Gorilla platform. And in 2020, I was the second winner of the Gorilla grant. With that, I could finance the participation of my participants at the website. So I will firstly introduce you in one main topic or important topic of my study, which is memory. So as you all probably know, is that we collect lots of information during a day, and we are not able to consciously perceive all of them or even memorize all of them. So one really important process of the memory formation or of the long-term memory formation is the consolidation process, which takes place during sleep. And during this process, some of the short-term memory information is reconstructed and then transferred into the long-term storage. But as I already said, we cannot transfer all of the information. So somehow the brain has to decide what information is consolidated during sleep and what information is not. And yeah, we don't know how the brain is doing that. But one related question to this is if we can influence maybe this decision of the brain from outside. And there is actually a method which is called targeted memory reactivation. And in this method uses external learning associated reminder cues. Those cues can be either auditory or odor cues. And in our study, we use, for example, rose odor. And then this cue can be presented during the learning process to be then associated with the learning material. And when we now present the same cue during the slow wave sleep, so where the consolidation process takes place, we can reactivate a neural activation pattern, which is related to the associated learning content. And therefore, we can increase the probability to transfer this learning content into long-term memory, so during the consolidation process. And there are two seminal studies which used also rose odor. The first one was done in 2007 of Rush et al. And they had 3 different phases. The participants had to do a learning task in the evening, and then they had a night of sleep. And on the next morning, they had to do a retrieval task. Or a retrieval. They had different conditions. The conditions are presented here below. Here. And in 2 of those conditions, they presented a rose odor during the learning, which means that the rose odor was associated with the learning material. And in 1 of those conditions, they also presented the rose odor during slow wave sleep. And in the other condition here, they presented the odor only during REM sleep. So, yeah. And then there was another condition where no rose odor was associated with the learning material. It was only presented during slow wave sleep. So here the results are shown on the x-axis. You can see the different conditions, or here, here, and here. And in white, the vehicle group, so they had no rose odor at all, is presented, and in black, the rose odor group is presented. On the y-axis, we have the percentage of recalled card locations. So what we can see here is that they found a significant better performance for people with odor cueing in the condition here, where they presented the rose odor during learning and then during sleep, slow wave sleep. But for the other conditions, they couldn't find any significant differences. There was another important study by Neumann et al. In 2020. She was also part of our lab. She had 4 different conditions, also using rose odor. And she had the same condition like in a study of Rasch et al., where she presented odor during learning and during sleep. But as it was a field study, the odor was presented during the whole night, not only during slow wave sleep. She had a condition where the participants received no odor at all, and she invented something new. She invented an additional odor cueing during retrieval. So there were 2 other conditions where she presented the odor during learning and then during testing, so during the retrieval task on the next day, and another condition where she presented the rose odor during all 3 time points. So the results are shown here on the right-hand side. The different conditions are displayed on the x-axis and the normalized error rate on the y-axis. In red, the odor group, and in blue, the non-odor group are represented. And when we have a look now at the LS group, so where the rose odor was presented during learning and sleep, she could find a better performance for the odor group. So the lower the value, the better the performance of the participants. So this difference between odor group and non-odor group was significant. Even she presented the rose odor during the whole night. And it was even more beneficial for the participants when the rose odor was presented during all 3 time points, as we can see here on the right-hand side. The aims of our study now was, for example, first we wanted to see if we can replicate the findings of Neumann et al. In 2020, and if multiple days of odor-cued learning and odor-cued sleep could even further increase the beneficial effect. And the third aim was the question if odor cueing can also reduce the amount of forgetting over time, but I won't speak about this today because or due to time reasons. We had the same 4 conditions like in a study of Neumann et al. So just a quick reminder, we had a condition where the participants didn't receive any odor, the L condition where the participants received odor during all 3 time points, and then LS during learning and during sleep, and LT during learning and during testing. We used the following paradigm. So we had 6 different days. The first 4 days were in direct succession, and then we had another day 1 week and another day 4 weeks after those days, but I won't speak about the last 2. The first day started with 2 learning blocks. So this means the participants had to learn, and afterwards they had directly a testing session. And this was done twice on the first day. So they had 2 learning sessions and 2 testing sessions on day 1. Then the other 3 days started with a questionnaire. So questionnaire was about the sleep quality of the night before. And then day 2 and day 3 were followed by a testing block. So testing block is the same like the learning block on day 1, but the order is switched. So in the morning after awakening, they had to do first a testing session, and then afterwards they had a learning part. And on the 4th day, it was a bit different. They only had a testing session, so final test, but there were no learning session afterwards. The rose odor, depending on the condition, for during learning and during testing were represented during all learning or testing sessions, but the rose odor during night was only presented after the 3 days with a learning block or a learning session. The participants had to learn 40 different German-Japanese vocabulary pairs. And for example, if we take now the German word Schere, which means scissors in English, and the Japanese word Hasami, it looked like this on the Gorilla platform. So the learnings during the learning session, the participants were presented by the 40 different vocabulary pairs in a random order. So this looked like this, was displayed for 3 seconds. During the testing session, they were presented by the Japanese word, and they had to type in the German translation. And after they typed in something, the correct solution was presented on the screen. In our study, we included 165 participants, which was possible due to the online experiment. All of them were between 18 and 35 years, and we only included native German speaker with no prior knowledge of the Japanese language. All of them had no psychiatric disorders, symptoms of amnesia, or a limited olfactory function, and we also excluded participants with severe sleeping problems. To give a quick overview of the performance over time. So here you can see the different scatter plots for each test. On the x-axis, we have the different conditions and the number of correct words on the y-axis. And I will only show you here that the performance gain over time, which is what we expected. To better compare the different conditions, we calculated a linear fit. And we've done this, or we used as a starting point, a really first test on day 1. And then we used all tests after an Odor cued night. So the test on the 2nd day, on the 3rd day, and then the last test at the 4th day. So here the results are displayed. On the x-axis, we have the different tests or days. And on the y-axis, the percentage of correct words. The different conditions are displayed here in different colors. And what we can directly see is that the AL condition here in red has a steeper slope compared to the other conditions. This difference is already significant when having a look at the AL condition compared to the LT condition. So LT was presented during learning and during testing of rose odor. We found the same on the 4th test and on final test 1. So on the 4th day, the performance of the AL group is significantly better compared to all the other groups. And we can see something else. The difference between the LT condition and the AL condition at day 2 is this big when we have a look at the arrow. So this is this one, and we now have a look at the difference at the 4th day, so final test 1. This difference is even bigger. So the difference or the benefits in performance for the AL group increased over time. There were different limitations in our study. First of all, we used an in-between design, whereby using within design has also its limitations. Then we have done an online study with the Gorilla platform, which has also different aspects we could not control. So for example, we didn't know if the participants placed the odor right next to them, or if they even looked at the screen or just waited until the program was finished. The hedonics, so if the participants didn't like or did like the roast odor, could also influence the results, and a possible limitation in the olfactory sense as well. The participants of the L group, so where the roast odor was presented during all 3 time points, learned about 8.5% more vocabulary words compared to all the other conditions looking at the last test. But we could not find any differences between the other conditions. So the results of Neumann et al. Were only partly confirmed. We have one possible explanation for that. We used a really optimized paradigm. So as you maybe remember from before, on the first day, we had already 2 learning blocks. So the participants had 2 learning sessions and 2 testing sessions on the first day in direct succession. And with this paradigm, it could be that learning capacity of the learning capacity of each participant was almost reached, and therefore there was maybe, so as you remember, maybe the results of the study of Neumann et al. She found better performance or a higher significance for presenting the roast odor during all 3 time points compared to only presenting the roast odor during learning and sleep, and maybe only this condition or this effect was strong enough to still allow for a gain in performance. The detected difference on performance between the RL group and the other groups increased over the learning days. So the difference was highest at final test 1. Sleep is really important for memory consolidation, as I told you before, because of the firing patterns of neurons during learning are replayed during sleep. And the roast odor reactivates this short-term memory contents during sleep, which means that the probability to transfer the learning content into long-term memory is increased. Therefore, we should actually find better performance for RL and also for the LS condition. To conclude, the application of roast odor during the vocabulary learning, during sleep and retrieval was beneficial for the memory performance. And this benefit even increased when applying the roast odor during successive days and nights of the learning period. So it's really, the odor cued learning is really an easy and also non-expensive tool to improve the effectiveness of vocabulary learning, but not to improve the stability of the memory engram, but I didn't talk about this today. So yeah, those are my references, and I really thank you for your attention. If you're interested in our study, we published at the beginning of the year, and you can find it here, but I also can put it in the chat.
Jessica, yes, absolutely. Put your the link to your paper in the chat. I'm sure lots of people will be fascinated. Just to make sure I've understood this correctly, next time I'm revising for an exam, hopefully never, but next time I am, while I'm studying whatever it is, I should be eating chocolate, and then when I'm sleeping, I should have some chocolate next to me in the bed that I can smell. And when I'm doing the exam, I should also be eating chocolate, and that will give me a 8% bump in points.
I would maybe not take something you usually use. So
right,
when you're eating chocolate during other time points, it does not associate the learning content with that.
I see. So you really need to have a unique one. Yeah. And then for your different subjects, you need to have a different smell to make it work. Really interesting. Thank you so much, Jessica. You can see a whole industry start getting created in terms of developing memory enhancements through smell with no negative effects on humans. If there are any questions, can you please put them in the Q&A by preference over the chat? It just makes it easier for Jessica to respond to them. Also, anything that you took away from this session on how to run studies, please put those into the chat. I was particularly struck by you've actually done smell research online. I guess you sent out the samples to your participants.
Yeah.
How interesting. Anything in the Q&A? Nothing yet. I expect people are still processing their thoughts. It was a lot to take in, but it was very, very good. If there are questions, please put them in the Q&A or put them in, put your comments into the chat so that Jessica knows that she's done a good job. It's always nice to know that our content is appreciated. And then now we're going to go to a break. We're running a little bit late on our break. We're expecting to have a 15-minute break, so it's going to be a little bit shorter. What I suggest we do is we just start 5 minutes late because we can probably take the 5 minutes out of our lunch break where we've got a bit more time. Claire, does that sound sensible to you?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great. So we'll be back for Kirsty Graham at 11:35, who's going to be talking about human understanding of ape communication. You must stay for her study. She collected data from a vast number of people using a combination of PR and having live events in zoos. And we might finally know whether language is a nature or nurture thing. So please come back after the break, 11:35. That's it. But for now, Jessica, our speakers from this morning, Katrina, Tessa, Jessica, you've all been fantastic. Thank you so much for coming, sharing your wisdom, your knowledge, your experiences with us. I really appreciate your time. Hey.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry. I had the volume very low. Okay, now.
That's okay. Can I check one thing with you?
Yeah, sure.
How do I pronounce your name? Is it Jim?
Tim.
Tim. It is just straight Tim.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect. Can I share the screen just one moment?
Just a test. Yeah, absolutely. Claire, can you stop sharing your screen, please, so that Tim can share his?
Voy a cambiar aquí en la presentación. Okay. So
Yeah, it's
do
working
you see
perfectly.
now? Is it
Perfect.
in presentation mode?
It's showing me your slides. I can't see your notes, and it's the slides are full screen.
Yeah, no, we have no notes. So it's in full screen for us too.
Okay.
Great.
Perfect.
Music is indeed one of the most rewarding activities. Yeah, what a great thing to study. Perfect.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Yes.
Okay, Kirsty, we're going to be starting in 2 minutes. Do you want to turn? There you go. Turn. Hello, it's so nice to see you.
Hi, it's nice to see you too.
Brilliant. Yes. If you want to share your slides.
Yeah. How's that?
Perfect. I can see your chimps. I can't see your notes.
Great.
Tim, can you stop sharing your video just while Kirsty's giving her presentation, please?
You'll let me know when I should get started, right, Joe?
I will do. Yeah, I'll introduce you. In fact,
Perfect.
we'll start now. So welcome back, everyone. We now have Kirsty Graham from the University of St Andrews talking about human understanding of ape communication. We at Gorilla are, of course, deeply excited that there are studies about apes on Gorilla. And Kirsty was one of our very first Gorilla Grant winners. We had this weird experience where somebody from Uganda kept on logging into our platform going, what's going on? And it was Kirsty out in the field. She's just this Sunday back from Senegal. So she's always jetting off around the world, meeting apes in person. And she's now going to share with you why psychologists are studying apes, what we know about their language, why that's important for us as humans. So Kirsty, over to you.
Thanks so much, Joe. Yeah, I can't remember which way around it was, figuring out that like finding this new like online research platform called Gorilla, and thinking like, oh, we should definitely apply for this. Unfortunately, I don't directly study gorillas. I study bonobos and chimpanzees, but I do work with some people who do. And I think my talk might be a little different because I am not an experimental psychologist. I mostly do observational research. So as Joe said, I go out into the field, I follow habituated groups of wild great apes. I work with bonobos in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, chimpanzees in Uganda and Senegal, crested macaques in Indonesia, and I follow them around through their daily lives for months at a time, observing their behavior to try to understand how they communicate with one another. So like my bread and butter research is this like long-term observational work, specifically looking at how they use gestures to communicate. So gestures are these movements of the limbs, head or body that are used to communicate. I'm gesturing right now. And I'll show you this video here. So this was a video that I took of one of the chimpanzees in Senegal. He's called Lex. He's my favorite chimpanzee. He's so expressive. In this video, he does an arm raise gesture. So he raises his arm above his head, and this female Lily walks up to him and he starts grooming. So this is sort of like one instance of the type of communication that I'm looking for. So in this instance, he's used this arm raise gesture. So that's been the signal that he's used. The response that he's received has been that Lily's come over and they've started to groom together. So he started to pick out those parasites and bits of like dead skin and fur from her. And it's a social behavior that they engage in. So I go out, I film all of these examples. I film like thousands and thousands of gestures, catalog the gesture types that the chimps and bonobos are using, see what these gestures mean by seeing what behaviors they accomplish. And that's sort of like my general everyday research. So we've cataloged my work along with Kat Hobater's work, and now our bigger ERC funded project is cataloging the gestural repertoires of great apes. They use around 70 different types of gestures. So that's like the arm raise that you saw. They do like an arm swing. They rock their bodies back and forth. They fling their hands. So there's sort of 70 different actions that they use really typically. And we have this impression that there's this big gesture overlap, right? So chimpanzees are using around 80% of the same gestures as orangutans, around 60% of the same gestures as gorillas. I found that they're using 88 to 96% the same gesture types as bonobos. So it looks like the great apes share this repertoire of gestures. They're using the same gestures as one another across species. And in chimps and bonobos, we know that they're using them to mean largely the same things. So it looks like it might be this biologically inherited system of gestures that's used across all great apes. Now, humans present a really interesting problem here because we use gesture in loads of different ways. Like I'm using co-speech, other people might use co-sign gestures. We learn conventionalized gestures. And so we're picking up a lot of gestures through our lives. One way that colleagues have addressed this is by looking at how pre-verbal infants or sort of young infants at the point where language is just starting to come online are using gesture. And so they found this overlap of about 89% between the gestures that these infants were using and the gestures that the chimpanzees were using. This is really cool, right? Like we're seeing that human infants are using similar gestures to bonobos and chimpanzees and other great apes, but we don't know if you're using them for the same meanings. And it's really hard to access this gestural repertoire in adult humans once we're using language and once we're using gesture in this like really diverse way. So this gives you a bit of background from like where I'm coming from the field, from understanding how great apes use gesture. And this introducing this problem, right? Like how do we get at whether adult humans retain this great ape gestural repertoire or have some sort of like capacity for understanding it? And so that's where Gorilla has come in. And this was where I delved into the realm of experimental psychology to do some research testing human understanding of ape gesture. And so if I were to highlight like one lesson here, it's that it might not always be obvious how you could use an online platform, an online like behavioral experimental platform within your research field, right? Like, I'm studying wild bonobos and chimpanzees most of the time. They're not on the internet. But there are some particular questions within our fields that this can be really suited to. And so through gorilla.se, we gained access to like a huge number of participants, as you'll see later, and we're able to test this human understanding of ape gesture. So we titled this ambitiously the Great Ape Dictionary, and set up this online experiment where participants would watch videos of chimpanzee and bonobo gestures, and we would ask them to say what they thought the gestures mean. So this is in a way testing a passive vocabulary, right? So many linguists here will know, like, you can either assess the active vocabulary of words or signs that people are using, or you can test their understanding through demonstrating to them a signal and asking for the meaning. The setup looked kind of like this. So we had videos of the great ape gesture. So here's a chimpanzee doing a mouth stroke gesture. We chose to have this little cartoon in the next to the video because gestures can be really quick. So we chose to play the gesture once in real time and once at half speed so that participants could really get to see the gesture. They had the option to play the gesture repeatedly. And we had these little cartoons to indicate where in the video they should be looking for the gesture. They then had a forced choice of the different meaning options. So in this case, does this mouth stroke mean stop doing that? Give me that food. Let's be friendly. Carry me. One of them is the correct answer. The other three are distractors, but they are correct for other gestures within the experiment. And we randomized the order in which they would appear for each participant. A couple of things I think we would do differently, because I guess that's what I've been reflecting on this presentation, would be to run the experiment as well without this cartoon to understand how much people are just looking at the cartoon itself. So run a version where you have some participants just see the cartoon, some just see the video, and then compare it to where we have the cartoon and the video to see what that effect is, because we thought it would be helpful for participants, but perhaps it's giving this additional information that we didn't intend. Another thing we would do differently, and I would like to explore, would be to offer a free text response. We gave these options because we thought people might not know what kinds of things chimpanzees and bonobos are communicating about, and so that we thought that having options might be helpful. But obviously, it kind of limits the problem space for participants, and so either having a free text or doing this in doing some interview follow-ups, I think would be really helpful. We also asked participants how confident they were on their previous answer. So, and then we later test whether if participants have gotten something right, do they also know they've gotten something right? One of the top tips here is participant recruitment. So this was something that I think we did way more successfully than any of us imagined. I think I'm right in saying that, Joe. We had a ridiculous number of participants, and part of the success of this experiment was the way that we launched the experiment. A lot of us are used to doing press releases and putting together a outreach strategy at the point of publication for our articles, but thinking about how we do that before, when we're launching an experiment as a recruitment tool, I think is really crucial, and I think something that is a really important lesson for folks, because having a platform, an online platform where people can like engage in your research is really exciting. And if you can find platforms or like ways of outreach that gets that message to people and they can pick up, here's a really cool experiment that I got to try. We happened to, Kat was doing a piece for Radio 4, and so mentioned it there, and it got a huge, we got a huge number of participants after that interview. Ed Young reached out to us after that and wrote a piece in The Atlantic about it. But like putting together a press release, working on a social media strategy, putting it out through mailing lists and networks in conjunction with that, I think like there is a real potential to have huge sample sizes with online research if we can figure out ways to get through this like first launch of the experiment. This also ties into data quality. So thinking about like what the quality of the data is, I guess we're particularly thinking like online, who is accessing it, who is a real person, who is a bot, how do we make sure that we are sort of filtering our data to get high quality data. A couple of the steps that we took, we excluded participants who did not complete the whole experiment. So we took the decision to only include participants who had gone through the whole experiment rather than like stopping partway through. We excluded responses where the response time was shorter than the video duration. We wanted to see that participants were actually fully watching the video and making a judgment based on what they had seen. And asking participants to rate their confidence in their responses is also helpful. This was something that we did sort of as a research question, but is also a way of sort of ensuring that participants are engaging as well. And I know one of the previous speakers this morning mentioned that they added questions to the end on whether the participants had had any technical difficulties. And we reran a version of this experiment and added that to it. And I would definitely include that in future research. So the overall understanding, so we ran this experiment, we got, we had 5,656 participants who completed the experiment. This was, but we had a total of 17,000 participants who sort of started the experiment. So this was after all of our exclusions. We ended up with 5,656 participants. Way more than any of us ever expected. And we tested their overall understanding, and we found that participants interpreted chimpanzee and bonobo gestures significantly better than chants, with or without additional contextual information. So some participants, we told them what the context was. It improved the results, it improved their success, but not, I don't think, in a meaningful way. If we look gesture by gesture, all of the gestures except for this object shake gesture was participants answered the correct meaning significantly more than chants. With gestures with just a single meaning, so this is like the big loud scratch, directed push, mouth stroke, presenting, participants were much better at those, were even better at those gestures than ones that had multiple meanings. And so we did include some, I'm going to sort of skip this a little so that we get on time, but we did include the secondary meanings of some of the gestures that had multiple meanings. And people didn't seem to pick up on those if they had answered. So if they weren't selecting the primary meaning, they weren't then switching to the secondary meaning. And object shake, people just really didn't understand that gesture. I think this would be something we would reconsider. I think we would remove any sort of alternative meanings, but it's also something that could be addressed with a free text option instead. And so to sum up everything that we've learned, humans understand chimpanzee and bonobo gestures better than expected by chants, especially those that have a single strict meaning. So like the big loud scratch always means grooming. People get that right 80% of the time. Humans also understand ape gestures performed by people, and if you want to ask me more about that, Kat Hobater, my colleague, acted out these gestures, and we ran a similar experiment asking people what her gestures meant. But we still don't understand how people are interpreting these gesture meanings. And so I think using that free text form, maybe also following up with interviews and doing a little more like exploratory work there would be really helpful, and something that I think Gorilla.se, but also like in conjunction with more like local lab work could really help with. So thank you everyone for your time. I included some references here in case it's helpful, and thank you to Gorilla.se for the grant that started this all.
Thank you so much, Kirsty. That was fantastic. I always love hearing about your research. I vaguely remember the numbers of people on your experiment before exclusions. There were some 15,000 at one point, which was quite extraordinary. So just to re-echo what Kirsty said, the opportunity, people love hearing about science. They absolutely love it. If you can make your science engaging and relevant to them, then radio, science journalism are really great ways of getting large numbers of participants for free. Now, Kirsty, I've got a question for you on, you mentioned lots of ways that you could consider changing your paradigm in the future, and they all sound really good, and I think they would give you more nuanced answers. But what about the stimuli themselves? Like, is there anything you'd like to do there?
Yeah, so when the little example that I showed with a mouth stroke gesture, like you can see that the chimpanzee is holding some meat, like they're holding a monkey that they've caught and are eating. And so while we cut the video clips so that you didn't see what happened before or after the gesture, there's still some context in the video. And I think maybe there are some new like video filters that could be helpful, thinking about like AI generated videos based on our gestures that would allow us to really just like isolate the gesture itself. I mentioned also that Kat had acted out these gestures, so we're sort of playing with like, does it matter if you know that it's a non-human great ape gesture? And it seems that for some gestures it doesn't, like people still understand these gestures. We're thinking also, we've been doing some work with Deep Lab Cut to track the gesture movements themselves. And we're thinking of like generating some skeletons from that to really strip down the stimuli. But I think there's a lot in terms of the stimuli itself that you can really play with and get at like, what is it about the gestures that people understand? And like, when does that break down?
Interesting. Such a great use for AI to take a bank of videos, extract the commonalities, create some cleaner stimuli, and then be able to manipulate them experimentally in terms of quality and completeness.
Absolutely.
What a great idea. Thank you so much. Let's see, are there any, if you've got any questions for Kirsty, please put them in the Q&A or in the chat. If you've got any feedback for Kirsty, please put them in the chat rather than the Q&A. I think usually it just takes people a while to digest their thoughts.
There's one in the chat from Valeria.
Yeah, I see a question from Valeria about differences between male and female, or like adult and young chimps. There are some differences in terms of the gestures that they use. So young chimpanzees tend to use a lot more gesture sequences. It's almost like they're figuring out what gestures work for them. They also use a lot of gesture in play, and so that might be part of it. I think, interestingly, the sex differences in chimpanzees might be related to social differences. So East African chimpanzees, the female chimpanzees tend to be a little more peripheral in the group. And so you don't always get as much observation time with them. You don't always see them doing sort of the same types of behaviors and gestures with other individuals, where I've just been in with West African chimpanzees, where the female chimps really form a core of the group, and they're doing a lot of similar sort of affiliative gestures, like reconciliation gestures, like a lot of the things that you might only see maybe because of observation in male chimpanzees. So I think that's really cool.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kirsty. I'm so glad we finally had you at BeOnline to talk about your research. That was brilliant. Next up, we have got Tim and Gemma. do share your video feed now. Fantastic. Who are joining us from Barcelona, I think. And they're going to be talking about the interplay between curiosity and pleasure during a live music concert. Over to you.
Thanks, Jo. Good morning. We are Tim and Gemma, and we are very happy to present this study in which we collected continuous ratings from almost 1,000 participants during a live music concert. You all probably agree with me that music is one of the most rewarding activities in our life. Several components contribute to this experience reward. The main component is pleasure. Several studies have shown that the reward system is activated during anticipation and peaks of pleasure when we experience chills, for example. Another component that contributes to reward is curiosity. Curiosity is this motivational desire of knowledge that leads us to exploration and information seeking. Interestingly, recent ideas conceive the ignition of curiosity as a potential anticipatory state of reward. That is, when we consider there is an information gap, curiosity is triggered, and when we learn this missing information and fill the gap, we experience reward. In the case of music, for example, while we are listening to a song, we can feel curious about how it will unfold. And this unfolding, this evolution over time, is crucial because so far, curiosity has only been studied with trivia paradigms or other similar designs that neglect the temporal nature of curiosity. In that sense, since music unfolds over time, it is a particularly interesting tool to investigate the temporal dynamics of curiosity as well as pleasure. Furthermore, it remains unexplored whether and how musical curiosity and pleasure interact during music listening. The evolution of pleasure might depend on curiosity satisfaction, or maybe the experienced pleasure might be transformed into a curiosity drive. Therefore, our main aim was to explore the dynamics, interaction, and potential dependence of curiosity and pleasure during music listening. And in addition, we wanted to explore whether the curiosity and pleasure experienced during the concert would have an impact on memory the following day. And to study this, we performed an experiment in collaboration with the Milano Symphonic Orchestra. For the past few years, the orchestra has organized a series of events to bring science closer to society by creating a conversation between music and science. In this case, our dearest international collaborator, Laura Ferreri, from the University of Pavia, was the guest speaker to discuss this relationship between music and brain. So we took the opportunity and invited the audience to participate in an experiment during the first few minutes of the event. In order to collect the data, we used Gorilla. And at the entrance, each of the almost 1,000 attendants was given a card that included a QR code to access the experiment, together with an ID number. And once the event started, participants were asked to access the experiment using their smartphones, and 727 people did so. First, we asked for some general data, including age, gender, musical training, classical music liking, etc. Then the actual experiment began. The orchestra started playing Fratres by Arvo Pärt, which is a musical piece specially selected by the director for its structure and for being highly unfamiliar. As our main aim was to investigate curiosity and pleasure from a temporal perspective, we asked participants to provide continuous ratings of either pleasure or curiosity, depending on the group they had been randomly assigned, during the whole duration of the musical piece. For that, we use a sliding bar with a sample rate of 1 second. Once the music finished, the audience was asked to put down their smartphones and enjoy the conference on Music and the Brain, led by Laura Ferreri and the orchestra director, Ruben Jace. During these 45 minutes, the director provided insightful information on fratres and even asked musicians to play some excerpts to exemplify his explanations. And finally, the orchestra played the whole piece again, and participants provided continuous rating for the second time. This was actually something the director asked for, since he was interested in checking whether the ratings of pleasure and curiosity of the second listening, after providing all this detailed information about the piece, would be different from the initial ratings. We ended this day with data from 608 people. Now, as I told you earlier, we also wanted to check the effect of curiosity and pleasure on memory. To that aim, participants were invited to participate in a follow-up experiment the next day from home. In this second task, participants completed some questionnaires, and then they performed 2 memory tasks. One regarding the information they had received during the conference, and another one on the music they had listened to. And finally, they had a space to write down their opinions on the event. And 569 participants completed this second phase of the experiment. And what did we find? Please, Tim, enlighten us.
Yeah, and we'll go for the results. So just to sum up a bit, the open questions that we had in our study. So we had 3 main questions. The first one regarding the temporal interaction between curiosity and pleasure, then the differences between the play 1 and the play 2, this second play that the director requested, and the third one was this effect of curiosity and or pleasure, and this was a bit also exploratory on this episodic memory. So first of all, what we did is just to show some descriptive results. So we get the whole time duration of the piece of music, that it was about 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes, and we plot here the spectrum of this song, and we saw that there are like some strong changes in this spectrum, that in fact when we match or when we plot together our ratings, the ratings that we collected there in the auditorium, we saw that they have also this kind of different movements. So it seems that this play can be decomposed into 9 different movements that are reported here in our mean ratings and also in the spectrum of the song. But what about our questions? So the first one, as I said, was this temporal interaction between curiosity and pleasure, and to test this causality of one to the other one, we used the Geoguessr causality test, which is a method that comes from economy. So this test checks whether one time series can improve the description of the other one, measuring different lags of time. So we fix it a window of several lags of time from 1 to 6 seconds in order to see if the data from pleasure can be better described if we consider the data from curiosity, but from past times, right? So from 1 previous second or 2 or 3. So we had several different linear models, and we saw that when we consider the data from curiosity from 2 or 3 seconds previous to the time point of pleasure, the explanation of this data improved. So we could conclude that during the first play, curiosity Geoguessr causes pleasure with a 2 or 3 seconds lag. Furthermore, in this kind of test, you have to measure the other way around in order to see if the pleasure could cause curiosity. And we saw that there is no causality driven by pleasure. So it seems that there is a preceding of curiosity on pleasure, and that this preceding time is around 2 or 3 seconds. Then we measured these differences in the ratings between the first and the second play. And here we used a permutation cluster analysis. So we plotted the mean ratings in curiosity from the almost 200 participants that were assigned to the group curiosity. And we saw that there are significant differences between the first and the second play from the beginning of the song and up to 120 seconds. Then, so we can conclude that the curiosity in the first play is higher than in the second one, but just at the beginning of the song. Then we plotted the same, and we used the same analysis in the second in the second measure in pleasure, and we saw that this increase is overall in all the song. So we can conclude that pleasure in the second play is higher than in the first one, and it seems that this vertical shift is almost constant along the whole song, or this whole interpretation of this song. Then we compared curiosity against pleasure in the same play, and we saw that in the first one the curiosity was higher than pleasure, and not surprising, this curiosity was higher than pleasure at the beginning of the song, and then we found another significant cluster between 300 and 400 seconds. What was surprising, in fact, was what we saw in the second play, because we saw an increased curiosity at the beginning of this second play, but at the end, almost at the end of this song, this effect was reversed. So we found an increased pleasure compared to the curiosity. So up to here we have answered 2 different questions, and we had the third one, which we haven't had enough time to do the proper analysis, but we have some preliminary results that we want to show to you now. So we had a measure that D prime, which is the performance in the recognition of different excerpts. So participants in the day 2 recognized well the different excerpts that we extracted from the song, and we plotted this memory performance against the mean curiosity during the first listening of the participant, or the mean pleasure according to the group that they were assigned to. And we saw that curiosity showed a trend, so it means that it's not significant, but pleasure is significant, which means that that this pleasure during the play 1 predicted memory recognition. So the people who felt more pleasure during the first play of the song, on the subsequent day, they performed better in the memory task. So just to conclude everything, we could say that curiosity and also pleasure evolve over time, and up to now, maybe we neglected this effect in our laboratory, because almost all experiments put an excerpt of music, and they ask at the end of the excerpt about the curiosity or the pleasure that you feel. Then that curiosity is higher at the beginning and decreases during the second listening, but the pleasure shows the opposite pattern, so it is increased in the second play compared to the first one. while curiosity causally acts an anticipatory state of reward at the beginning, it seems that familiarity or maybe the information given between the play 1 and the play 2 could promote this increase in pleasure during the subsequent listening. So just to conclude, to finish this presentation, we want to thank you, our collaborators, Laura Ferreri, Antoni, Olivier, and also Francesca, Federico, and Eleonora, who were the students that help us recording all this data. And of course, we would like to thank you also, Gorilla, to make this experiment possible, because we had a very strong time just before the event. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions.
Tim, Gemma, that was absolutely fantastic. I remember when you guys first contacted us and said like, so would it be possible to collect data from 1,000 people simultaneously? And we were completely confused as to what you wanted to do and why. But eventually we got there. And thank you so much for working with us on that, actually, because it was really great to see that this is in fact possible, right? Because we didn't know. Nobody had tried it before. So for everybody in the audience, it is in fact possible now to collect data from 1,000 participants. It was about 600, 700 participants simultaneously in an auditorium, which would mean you can have consistent lighting, consistent smells. You can turn it into an event where people want to show up and take part in your research. In this case, it was passive, right? So the people were using their slider up and down in response to the music, and then we were looking at the timings to see how that lined up.
Exactly. So in parallel, we had a task for the experimenters in order to set some triggers and to be able to analyze all the data according to the server time.
Service times. Fantastic. Yeah. That was really cool. I've obviously got questions for you. Why do you think pleasure increases between play 1 and play 2?
Yeah, I think that this is a great question. So our hypothesis was regarding that the stimulus was completely unfamiliar, because once you have a familiar stimulus, obviously you don't have as much as curiosity, but you can also feel a lot of pleasure there. When we put the second play here, it could be because you are more familiar with the stimulus, but also we gave some information during the between the play 1 and also the play 2 that I think that absolutely affects this increase in pleasure also, because you have more information about the stimulus, because we gave information about neuroscience and also some technical information about the song. So now we are designing another experiment in order to be able to measure why we had this increase in this second play, and if this information that we gave between the different plays could affect this increase.
How interesting. There's another question as well. Can music be connected to the phenomena of brain rhythm synchronization in a collective? Can pleasure, the increase in pleasure, be connected to the phenomenon of brain rhythm synchronization in collective music experience?
I think so.
Yeah, that's something maybe we could start thinking about, because we also asked participants to indicate which part of the auditorium they were, and the row and the seat. So maybe we can run some analysis on this social interaction that might modulate these responses to music.
Very interesting. If there are any other, I'm just trying to make sure I keep an eye on the questions. If there are any other questions or takeaways in the chat or in the Q&A, I'm sure Tim and Gemma would love to have them. I went to this extraordinary, I think you'd find this interesting. I went to while people formulate their questions. I went to this extraordinary music concert last summer where a composer had taken a very famous overture. It's called the Hebrides Overture by Mendelssohn, I think, and he'd redacted out the notes in correlation with the decline of the humpback whales to give a visceral experience to the audience of the loss of biodiversity over the last 200 years. And the notes, to begin with, the notes just disappear and disappear and disappear. And it just gets thinner and thinner. And you feel sadder and sadder for this loss of these whales. And then at the end, because we've implemented really good regulations around whales and hunting, it's a happy story, this one. The whales come back, so the music all comes back and you get that full breath again. So that was an extraordinary piece, and it just shows how much music can completely shape how you experience something. I've spoken about this concert so many times, and I haven't spoken about other things so many times, right? But it moved me in such a different way. So I think you're getting at something really important about the human experience here, how we learn, what we enjoy, how much difference we can tolerate, what we consider to be pleasurable, what we consider to be scary. There's so many interesting questions here. Where like, if you're thinking about, are there any more questions coming in? No. If you're thinking about doing this event again, what would you like to be able to answer? Like, take the question wider. Like, it was like, in 5 years, if you do this again and again, in 3 years' time, what would you know that you don't know now?
So I think that up to now we have so many data to think on. But I would say that I'm very interested in this social component of the participants that they were there and about their traits, because here we had many participants completed questionnaires on the second day, and we collected many questionnaires, so we have very described individuals. So I would say that how these traits and how they were located in the auditorium could affect to this experience, right? So
yeah. So sort of looking at that individual differences of experience,
I don't know if Gemma has a different answer.
No, we've also talked about trying with different types of music. For example, we could do an electronic session or different styles that maybe can also have this evolution over time, as well as classical music. And we could check if the findings are similar or not.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. I'm totally inspired by the idea that you could run an experiment on 1,000 participants simultaneously, nearly 1,000 participants simultaneously. Out of curiosity, did the participants enjoy it?
Yeah, they love it.
Awesome. They love it. Well, that's always good.
Because what we didn't say is that we presented some preliminary results after the conference.
Right.
So yeah. We were at the backstage, so we downloaded the data from the first play there from the auditorium, and we did like some preliminary analysis that we showed to the participants at the end of the conference, and they love it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tim and Gemma, for coming and chatting with us today. I hope you can stay for the rest of the day, or at least the next sessions. We're going to be talking about multiplayer tasks. Catherine hasn't arrived, I don't think. So we're going to go straight to Johan, who has jumped in early. Johan, do please turn your video on. Hi, Johan. So this is a slightly different talk because we've been working with Johan with our multiplayer tool, but it's still very much work in progress, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, that's true. And I also have to admit that I do not gonna present data. So the results are still to get in. But I want to talk a little bit about how we set up the experiment, how what type of interactions we can like model with the multiplayer tool. And I think that might be also quite informative for those who want to do similar research.
I'm sure it will. But for us, this is a slightly different type of venture. We've never tried this before, of showing you a little bit of what the process is like when we develop new tools. You know, it's iterative. It takes a long time to get them right. We usually find research partners like Johan, there's another group later, who are prepared to work with us and iterate and push us and our development team. So you're seeing not just now behind the scenes of research, but behind the scenes at Gorilla. I hope you enjoy it. So over to you, Johan.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna share my screen. Second. One second. So can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen. Yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, thanks so much for having me. My name is Jon, and I'm going to present research that we conducted on the psychology of negotiation. And we used a multiplayer tool here, and this is the picture that you can see here. In the background is has been taken at the Paris COP in 2015. So, and represents one of these backroom meetings that all these guys had, and finally reached an agreement in Paris to keep the global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. So at least we hope for that. But this is, I think, maybe one of the most complex international and negotiation situation that we can probably imagine. But now I would like to ask you what comes to your mind when you think of your last negotiation situation that you were in. So maybe we have some thoughts on that or ideas in the chat. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. The negotiation with the kids, or yeah, where to go out for dinner. Okay, the toddler negotiation is quite important. Yeah, okay, nice. Thanks so much for these interesting examples. So I think what usually is comes to mind, or very often comes to mind, is a situation like this where people have a very clear zero-sum situation in mind. So one party has to lose and only one party can win, and this is maybe a bit unrealistic negotiation situation, and in this case even also very unethical. But this is often what people think of when they think about negotiation situations. Then we often have negotiation situations maybe at work with our bosses across hierarchies, which is also another layer of complexity. Then, as you mentioned it already, the kids, negotiation with the kids or toddlers are maybe the toughest ones that we are in. And often we do not realize that we are in a negotiation situation here. And this is also the case when we think of our relationships and partners. In many of these situations, we start negotiating without actually recognizing that we are in such a conflict or negotiation situation. So these situations are quite diverse. Yeah, they are of course distinct from each other and have different characteristics, but there are a couple of commonalities that are important to keep in mind when we think, or when we want to study the psychology of negotiation. So first of all, there's an interdependence between parties. Yeah? We have to be somehow interdependent, and people can mutually influence the outcomes of the other party. It's a mixed motive situation. So people are incentivized on the one hand to cooperate because they need to reach an agreement together, and on the one hand we are incentivized to compete with each other because we all want to maximize our own interests. So typical mixed motive situation. Then when we study negotiations, we are also interested, of course, in the communication process. So people should be able to communicate. It's necessary that people can exchange proposals and can reach agreements, but also can reject proposals that they do not like and that they do not satisfy their own interests. So these are important elements that we have to keep in mind. And then ultimately, which is also important to note, is that we usually start from a partial perspective. So we do not have all the information that would be necessary to solve the conflict situation in an optimal way. So we only know, okay, what's best for us, what are our interests, but we do not know anything about the interests of the counterparts. And it's therefore incomplete information is always critical in these negotiation situations. So all these characteristics somehow play an important role when we want to study negotiation situations. And now I will tell you a little bit more about how we do this usually in the lab. Yeah. So our own research and Yang and others' research revealed that around 30% of the studies that are conducted on negotiation across disciplines, they are conducted in the lab. Yeah, in-lab role-play games that we usually use to study psychological processes, but also conflict behavior, conflict management styles, and so forth, is conducted in the lab, given all these characteristics that we talked about on the previous slide. Now, in 2020, I received the information that we got a large grant from the German Research Foundation to study negotiation process in the context of sustainability transitions. And this was, of course, great. And we are very happy that we received this grant. But then we were in the midst of lockdowns all over the world when we want to start this project in April 2021. And then, of course, we thought about how we could proceed now. It was impossible, of course, to think of any interaction in the lab and communication in the lab between participants. Of course, it was not possible at that time, and also not possible to think about that and when we could start again. So we decided, okay, we have to move these things online to get this research project running. We did some research and ended up also, I think we were already collaborating prior to this decision, and therefore it was very close shot to say, okay, let's get in contact with each other, and we asked whether you guys from Gorilla would be or plan to offer such a multiplayer function at your platform. And I think that was the time when we came together and said, okay, yeah, we are actually planning that as well, and we were looking for such a tool to conduct such online studies. So that was the moment when we started collaborating on this development. Now, let me very briefly introduce the research question that we are studying here. So there's only in the literature, there's only anecdotal evidence that it could be worth for negotiation parties to think about future interests, because it helps them to craft win-win agreements. And then here it's from a book from the 90s, Lee Thompson and others referred to an example where a city is in conflict with the community because the city want to expand the airport. They want to build a new runway, and of course the city is interested in building this runway. The community is afraid of aircraft noise and air pollution and so forth, and is of course rejects this proposal here. But when we take into account the future interests of both parties here, then it becomes obvious that on the one hand, the city tries to ensure economic growth in the future, build infrastructure for the companies, for tourism, for the city, and the community might be interested in financing the educational system, healthcare system, and so forth. So there might be some overlaps of interests, how these parties could come together. And when we consider future interests, it becomes also obvious that that these parties might have internal conflicts between their present and future interests. So considering future interests means to the negotiation situation, it gets a lot more complex. So, and this is one important note here. And the other one is that, of course, when we think of these different types of conflicts that may emerge, our main hypothesis is and claim is in this research project is that people prioritize conflicts. Yeah, and this is we developed this hypothesis from the literature, and of course we assume that people focus so much on solving the present conflict that they do not consider the future interests and are unable to craft these win-win solutions even when they are there. So that is the claim that we want to test in this research project. So very briefly introduced here. Now, in our experiment that we set up, we first introduced the participants to the negotiation situation. So there was a common pool of resources, subsidies for renewable energies that they could distribute between each other, and we implemented these future interests in that we said, okay, you can claim these resources immediately and distribute it, but you could also use the second financing round here and claim it in 1 year. So that's how we operationalized these future interests here. Then we showed the participants how they could make proposals. We used in our setup also the drag and drop function, which facilitates these resource distribution tasks and conflicts a lot, but also makes things more complex when we want to study this online. Okay, so we used the drag and drop function, so they could just drag these resources to themselves and claim these resources. And what they left in the gray pool, as you can see here, that would be proposed for the counterpart then in the offer. Then we introduced these participants to how this negotiation process was structured. So we had in total 5 negotiation rounds. And after the 3rd round, people could decide whether they want to accept or reject these proposals. If they accept proposals, then they have an agreement. Yeah, then they have to finalize this agreement. If they reject proposals, they would enter the next round of negotiation and could draft a counter proposal to their partners. So this is how the process looked like, and here we can see how this how one of these acting negotiators makes a proposal to the counterpart. So the proposal is made in this case by just claiming resources for themselves, either in the upper part, which is directly in the present, or in the future, which is the lower panel, as you can see here. And all the resources that are left in the gray area will be proposed to the counterpart. We will see this in how this works in a minute. And we also had a chat function here implemented, so participants could constantly communicate between each other. Okay, so now we have submitted our first proposal here, and then we can see in the following, how this looked like on the next screen. So while one participant was drafting a proposal, the other participant had to wait, of course, for a couple of seconds. And now we can see on the right the proposal that has been drafted, and on the left we had the resources that were still available for the acting player. Now the proposal has been accepted, and now the acting player can just claim the remaining resources to themselves. And then we have our final agreement in this negotiation situation, which is great. I think I'm running a bit out of time. So this was the general function. Now let's have a look at the experiment tree. As you can see here, it looks quite complex. The first, we had two conditions. That's why we have these two like strands here. First of all, participants read informed consent and instructions and so forth. Then they were paired or met each other in the lobby, were paired. And then they had these first 3 rounds of negotiation. And after this, the first 3 rounds, then they had the option to either reject or accept these proposals. And depending on whether they accepted or still rejected, they were further sent to the next round of negotiations here. And ultimately, you can see here, if both never accept one of these proposals, then they reach an impasse, so there's no agreement at all, and they have to just break up the negotiation. But if one of these parties accepted, then they reached an agreement. So now what are our takeaways very briefly? So I think we are still, the data collection is finished of our first experiment with this, but we are still trying to, or setting up the data sets. So, but we were able here to model a very complex decision process online. And I think that's a huge success for us. So what we learn also is that by cloning and adjusting of a standard paradigm, it's very easy to like accelerate the research workflow. We also learned that we could use some of the hybrid versions. So think of computer-mediated negotiation study, but in the lab. So it's then we can use actually the multiplayer tool online, but also in the lab, which is also, I think, a very nice feature here. And of course, when we, I think that we have some idea that the data, or that the data that we have speak for our assumption that people prioritize the present conflict and try to resolve them. And if this is really the case, I mean, it has huge implications for decision making and negotiation specifically. And of course, our goal is then, with a couple of further studies, to understand why this is the case, and also to make people better decision makers in conflict management. So that's our idea, and I would like to thank very much Joris, who receives all the credits for this work. He did a great job in implementing this in a multiplayer tool together with Nick and Claudia and so forth. And yeah, thanks for the funding and for Gorilla for providing us with this super cool tool that hopefully yeah, brings our research back on track.
Johan, that's extraordinary. I haven't actually ever seen the full implementation. I've been leaving that to the rest of the team, but like, oh my goodness, it's really nice to see it all put together that way. It's so important to study how human interaction, and so much of psychology is studied in isolation with just one person in the lab, and yet so much of our lives across all disciplines, right, whether it's memory, whether it's language, whether it's learning, so much of our lives we spend in a social context, that I think you've pushed us to make our tool better, so that more psychological constructs could be studied in a social setting. So for that, I'm hugely grateful for you. I do have some questions about your specific research. For everyone else, if you've got questions, please use the Q&A if you can. If you've got feedback or comments of what you're going to take away from your talk with Johan, can you put them in the chat? We ask that you give feedback to our speakers because they've generously given their time and they like to know that what it is you're going to walk away with and what you're going to remember tomorrow from their talk. But my question for you is, what do you think are the biggest advantages of moving your work online, and what could be the potential drawbacks that we may need to consider in the future?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I think, and it is directly related to your comment after the talk, that it's, on the one hand, it's really important to study social interaction and conflict. Conflict specifically is a pervasive social situation that we are in, and we have to understand this better, how people perceive this and behave in these situations. And I think the greatest advantage is maybe the speed of data collection. Yeah? So that is, I think, what is the huge advantage here, because when I think I showed you some of the pictures how we do this or did this research previously in the lab. So we could only collect like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 or 4 diets, but 4 diets at maximum, which are 8 people at the same time. And these experiments take up to 1.5 hours or so. And you can imagine that we need a lot of research assistants who run these studies, who conduct these studies, and it takes ages. So, for instance, prior to this experiment, we sometimes collected data over a month or half a year to get the power that we need to answer our research questions. And that was really very difficult, and I think this could really accelerate the research process if we are able to collect data from all over the world in a very short time frame. Now, the drawback might be, and I think that you have already some tools implemented, but one of the drawbacks is that, of course, the social aspect is still somehow reduced. Given that we do not see each other, in this case, we cannot directly communicate. It's just, or of course, we can directly communicate via the chat, but still the social cues are very reduced in this setting here. And I think that having direct communication via video sharing or screen sharing and communication would be really cool. Yeah, so I think we have this option already, but I don't know, maybe you have more information on that.
I'm not sure that I do at the moment. I have to go back and ask the team. Sorry. I did want to say one thing that I have seen though, as of yesterday, and everybody in the everyone who's here today will be very excited. I've just seen the first implementation of zoom in and zoom out on the experiment tree. So I don't know if yours is the most complicated experiment tree we've ever seen. It's definitely the most complicated multiplayer experiment tree we've ever seen, 100%. But that will definitely help. I've got 2 more questions in the chat that have come straight to me. How do you go about piloting multiplayer studies? Like, do you have any tips there?
Yeah, so yeah, that is indeed was a bit of a problem. First, of course, we tested a lot with the preview function. Yeah, in the development team. So Joris and I usually tested a lot with these functions, and then when we were sure that at least we do not find any errors in the experiment anymore, we also used then a few participants from prolific to piloted. So that would be one option. Or we could also, I mean, another option is that if you do not want to use online online participants, you can also like recruit. I mean, depends where you work, but usually when you work at the university, you have access to student participant pools where you could also recruit a few participants and ask them whether they could really go through it and pilot it and test it. And then you have the good thing is then you can actually have a very good debriefing also after the session.
Yeah. No, so it sounds like it echoes what, in fact, it echoes what we say about single player participants as well. Start off by testing it in your lab, then test with a small group of people who you usually in person or over Zoom, if you can do it over Zoom, so that you get that feedback of what's confusing them, then do a small pilot using Prolific, make sure everything's working, and then scale it up. So the answer in retrospect, perhaps unsurprisingly, is you follow the same process. It's just a bit more complicated because you need more people. But yeah, thank you so much, Johan. That was fantastic. We haven't had any questions come up. There's some lovely feedback for you in the chat from Miles. He said, fantastically creative multiplayer setup and cool research. Certainly will take away ideas on how to use multiplayer and really agree on the benefits of the speed and efficiency and less weirdness of data collection online. So with that, I think we're getting to the end of our morning. There are a couple of things we'd love you to do, people who are here at the conference. Claire is going to share a survey with you. Could you please complete it? It gives us feedback onto where we're doing well, how we can do better next year. And of course, you can't get better without feedback. So we really appreciate the 2 minutes it will take you to complete our survey. Thank you so much. There you go. Claire's just put it in the chat now. Otherwise, we will see you back this afternoon. I just need to look up the program. So we'll be starting again at 1:50 BST, which will be 2:50 in continental Europe, and I don't have and 8:50 Eastern time in the States. I will be talking about our vision for the next 10 years of building tools for all you wonderful people, and looking a little bit back on where we've got so far. And then we'll be having 2 sessions that I'm really looking forward to. I've looked forward to everything, but these 2 I'm particularly looking forward to because they apply to absolutely everyone. There'll be one from Andrew Messing on grounding data quality checks and empirical findings, and one from Rachel Theodore on getting great data quality online. We know every single one of our clients worries about data quality, and Andrew and Rachel will have a whole ton of tips and tricks for getting great data quality online. And then they'll be having a panel discussion and debate so we can get to some more nuanced thinking. So with that, thank you so much for giving us your time this morning to explore online research methods, and we look forward to having you back this afternoon at 1:50. Thank you so much. Thank you, Johan. That was great.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
You too. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye. Can everyone hear me?
And now.
Yay! Okay. Thank you for the tech check there. I really appreciate it. So we're going to continue this afternoon, starting off with a chat from me. I'm going to be talking about what we see the future of online research being. So with that, I'm just going to jump in straight into it. So can everyone see my screen? Claire, can you give me a holler if it's all sharing correctly?
Yep, that's great.
Thank you, Claire. Over the last 10 years, the possibilities of online research have expanded tremendously. Let's take a look at what's been happening. We've seen huge rising popularity. So this is the citations for a popular recruitment service starting back in 2015. And that looks like exponential growth to me. We were expecting some large growth here during the pandemic, but it has continued post-pandemic and continues to continue. So I don't think it's going away. So why are so many people taking their research online? Well, the benefits are just simply huge for experimental researchers, anybody who studies human behavior. The speed of online research is really quite extraordinary. With tools like Gorilla, like no-code tools, you just save months of time and frustration. Rather than having to code something for use in the lab, you can put something together in a matter of days. The scale of data collection is really something else as well. You can easily get 500 participants in a lunch break. You can get 1,000 participants in a day. And if you compare that to the sample sizes that we're used to in the lab with maybe 50, 100 participants collected over 6 weeks, that's just a complete step change, which allows us to ask and answer really different questions. And then the reach is really interesting too. We can reach into people's homes, which means that it's easier to test children, it's easier to test the elderly, it's easier to test neurodivergent populations and clinical populations in a way that it was always very hard to get those people to come into the lab, or you had to partner with a charity or a clinical provision in order to reach the populations that you needed. And then there are the hugely expanding possibilities. People run surveys online, classic tasks, games, quite easy to put together gamified protocols these days. You can run shopping tasks in tools for shopping research. As we heard in the last session, you can build multiplayer studies with ease now without having to write any code. And of course, you still have the fallback solution of being able to write code if you need to. And also from this morning, we've heard about mouse tracking studies, studies where we've been recording audio stimuli. You can also do eye tracking studies with a virtual chin rest. You can record from the webcam to get people's gestures. You can do drawing tasks. You can do trail making tasks. The possibilities are really endless. And what I'm going to do now is just play you a video of some of the things that are possible in Gorilla, which is the platform that my team maintain. So the thing with Gorilla, we give you the detailed behavioral metrics, no matter the task. So we support traditional reaction time tasks, where you can have any type of stimulus and any type of response, and you get accuracy and reaction time measures. Eye tracking is supported using the webcam. But this mouse view approach is a popular way of doing eye tracking without the eyes. Drawing tasks are a different way of eliciting inputs from participants, and you can capture creativity and more nuanced thought processes by having participants draw their responses. And we also have this super cool no-code game builder, which allows you to create engaging reaction time tasks. And this is particularly useful when working with children, as engagement correlates with data quality, and they're just not going to give you their time if it's boring. As we saw this morning, we now have this cool multiplayer tool so that you can study behavior in a social context. This includes both text and video chat so that participants know that it's real and not faked. And our shop builder tool allows you to create your own shops where you determine the products, the prices, the adverts, and more. It's particularly used by consumer psychologists, but also health psychologists and epidemiologists to look at food purchasing behavior or tobacco or alcohol. You can create social media simulations with just a little bit of cleverness where participants can respond to images and with comments and likes. You can create navigation simulations by linking photos together, essentially. And this is an easy way of studying how people navigate around a space and capturing how they behave in a controlled environment so that you can understand their decision making over time. And the same technique can be used to simulate a website or document to test navigation, messaging, and information retention, which allows you to do maybe memory studies, but in a more ecologically valid context. So hopefully that gives you an idea of new possibilities in online behavioral research that go far beyond surveys. We're in a fairly unique position of having metadata about a wide range of studies run online, and these tell us something about the state of online research and can help you budget for your next study. So let's take a look. So what we've done over the last year was we've written this paper about what 1 million participants tell us about online research protocols. Average completion rates vary by role. So this is completion rates, which is sort of the reverse of attrition. Average completion rates vary by role and by recruitment policy over here. This doesn't surprise us, but it tells us something about what's possible. PhD students tend to get the highest completion rates, up at 74% on average, and students the lowest, down at 62%. And by recruitment policy, the highest is up at 84%, which is IBD-based ones, often used when you're testing your students or if you're partnering with a charity. And the lowest is down at 56%, with just a simple link shared online. But just think about that. 56% completion for sharing tasks on social media, even with little barrier to entry and exit, and presumably very little compensation. Nearly 60% of participants complete the study that they start, which shows that it really is a viable way of collecting data at scale. And we saw that this morning from Kirsty Graham's talk about the Great Ape Dictionary. We also dug into study lengths. We now have a little bit more information that a good an online study is between 15 and 20 minutes. So here on the x-axis, we've got the amount of time. The bar, the middle line is the median, and the ends are the interquartile ranges Q1 and Q3. So what we can see here is some researchers over here are running much longer studies. So IQR3 over here being over 35 minutes. And people using the simple link protocol tend to run the shortest studies on average about between 10 and 15 minutes, and some as short as down at 6 minutes. If we look at by role, what we see is that PhD students are running the longest studies, 18 minutes on average, but sometimes going above 30 minutes. Whereas again, students are running our shortest studies, closer to 10 minutes, some as short as 5. And finally, comparing studies on Prolific, which is mostly hosting surveys, and Gorilla, which is mostly hosting tasks. Surveys tend to be much shorter, on average 10 minutes, than tasks. Tasks tend to be longer, on average 18 minutes. So all of us gives us a sense of what people are doing, what other people are doing, and what's possible. Finally, we can also look at sample size. So here we've got low sample size, 1 to 100, medium sample size, 100 to 500, and high sample size, over 500 participants. And roughly, rounding up the numbers, 30% are doing small studies, 45% are running medium studies, and about 25% are running large studies. And these are very large studies, over 500 participants, which simply wouldn't have been possible in the lab. The one thing we can also see when we look at this by role is one factor is that students aren't running very large studies, which sort of makes sense. If you want to know more about what the data shows us, you can download our file here at gorilla.se 1 million participants. Claire, if you could share that link into the chat now, that would be really great. So what else have we seen over from our position? So what people are worrying about has also changed quite a lot. So previously, people worried about timing. Back in 2015, 2016, most of the questions we got were, can we get good enough timing in the browser? Are stimulus presentation durations and response and reaction times accurate? So we took a look at that. We did a technical deep dive into the implementation. We wrote a timing paper. And we compared lab and online studies. So, and this is what we found. And we've got our paper. Claire, if you can share this link, that would be really helpful too. This work was done by Alex Irvin, who was then at the Cambridge Brain Unit. And what we found was the timing really is good enough for a wide range of research. And more researchers are confident in the timing accuracy in the browser. And if your study relies on accurate reaction times, our paper is really useful to make your case to reviewer too. So that worry seems to have gone away with a publication of a couple of large papers about the timing accuracy of online studies. Current worries we mostly hear about data quality. Are participants taking part properly? How do I know that they're not bots? And the solution to that is methods conferences like this one, data quality checks, and sharing of best practices. We ran a webinar a while ago on improving participant engagement. I think Claire will put the link to the chat in that. Like, that's a whole 1 hour on its own, but I can give you some of the highlights now. So how do you go about getting good quality data? The first thing you need to think about is that there are two sides to this. One is about the participant quality, and the second part is about the participant engagement. We all know that we do better work for a boss who we enjoy and are engaged with. It's the same with your participants. So Prolific have done a study on participant quality, and the link is here. Claire, if you can share that one. Let me talk you through this graph. So what we're looking at is the participants. If we just look at the Prolific data, these are the participants who failed the attention check. These are the participants who passed the attention check. And what they're asking them is the percentage of correct comprehension of the task instructions. So of those on Prolific who failed the comprehension check, about 60% still had understood the question, and those who passed, over 90% had understood the question that was being asked of them. And you can see similar results, like the same question asked of these other platforms: MTurk, Cloud Research, Qualtrics, and Donata. You get other platforms that pass also do well. Qualtrics and Donata have over 80% participants understanding the question, and MTurk and Cloud Research have only over 70% of participants understanding the question. Note that this study only looked at survey studies, not task studies, so it needs to be interpreted with caution, but it gives you a sense that there are good participants out there that can be reached to take part in your studies. And then once you have good quality participants, you then need a good quality experiment to earn your participants' attention and to get the highest quality data. And that's also a whole nother lecture. But I can give you a summary of my findings from interviewing a range of researchers using Gorilla. So to get good quality data, you need to focus on three things: the relationship you form with participants. I'm sure you know personally that good leadership brings out your best. It's the same here. The experience you create for your participants, make it clear, make it enjoyable, treat them well, and they'll work well for you and give you their attention. And then finally, the controls you put in place to identify different types of low quality data. And low quality data can be caused by a variety of factors. It can be you want attention checks to identify bad participants. You want internal controls to capture non-comprehension or shirking, and you want debrief questions to pick up naivety, cheating, or any technical issues. And I have a whole tweet thread about this as well, which you can find if you come and check me out on Twitter. And Claire, if you can put the link to the Gorilla Presents, that would be awesome. But let's have a quick look at the data quality, because it's far better than you'll fear. So this is a complex study. This is an eye tracking study, and they're using Geoguessr 2, which is the same software that we use in Gorilla. So this is the data that they got in the lab. This is the data they got in the classroom, and this is the data they got remotely with people at home. And you can see that while the variance has increased a lot, the averages are telling the same story. We're seeing the same pattern, and the correlations are really fantastic, R 0.9 and R 0.8. So despite the signal degradation for online webcams, you're still getting really great data quality. What about a gamified study? So this was the protocol that was used in the lab. It was quite a simple, this is a neuroeconomic game where you have to choose a deck and try and work out which is the winning deck over time. And we replicated this for Josh in our game builder tech, making it more like a casino, putting the score up here, making it more attractive to take part in, so that you got better quality data. And these are the results. This is what the data looked like in the lab. And this is what the data looked like online. And what you see here is the averages are nearly identical. And in fact, the errors are small. While the error overall is smaller, it's slightly narrower in the online population. And so, and then added to that, there's a hope that performance would be closer to what you'd expect to see in a real world gambling situation, because you've made it more gamified and you're also reaching a wider group of participants. And finally, this is a story that I came across only very, very recently, which just is here to help us understand that the data quality that we get in the lab is not necessarily always the best data quality. So Kathy has been using the comprehensive aphasia test, and her lab has a project around explaining language outcomes and recovery after stroke. And one of the questions they were looking at was, where are anomics different from controls? Now, the way you spot anomics is with looking at a particular subset of the comprehensive aphasia test. And this test was originally based on norms, which were based on 29 normal healthy adults, which I think you'll agree is not a very large sample. The problem she was finding is the data set she had didn't make sense. She had data from over 700 participants with language difficulties after stroke, and she was finding that, yeah, it didn't make sense. The correlations she was expecting to find weren't there. And so she was just very unconvinced by the data. So she thought, well, how about I renorm the aphasia test on a larger sample than the 29 normal healthy adults from back in the whenever it was a while ago now, and get more recent scores. So she put the stimuli back online, got normal healthy adults, over 300 representative participants, normal healthy adults, to name the stimuli online. And when she'd renormed the data, she discovered there was no evidence of pure anomia in that case. So there's the data that she had, this clinical data she had from the comprehensive aphasia test was good. And the aphasia test was still good too. The only bit that wasn't good was the norms, how you interpret that data. And that data can be updated, and you can collect much larger samples online first. So hopefully that gives you a little view into data quality of what's possible, and why the lab might not be the ground truth. So now onto some trends that we're seeing in online research. Trend one is online first. More and more labs are going online first, with the lab only used for special cases. Speed, scale, reach have made the online the default choice. Sure, if you need specialist equipment, you have to do it in the lab. But with the speed of running this online, the size of the data sets, the diversity of the participants, most people now say, is there any reason not to do it online? The second trend we're seeing is exhaustion. The world is moving faster and faster. Academia keeps on getting harder and harder. The demands keep on increasing. And what we think we need to do is to make doing the right thing the path of least resistance. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. And we don't want your work to feel like an uphill struggle. So our role here is to provide research infrastructure that just works, so that your life gets easier and not harder. And the third trend we're seeing is behavioral science in industry. We're seeing more and more behavioral science practices being used in industry. Our experience is that the ones that succeed are the ones that have a scientist on their team. You can't outsource this stuff. They need someone like you, seasoned researchers who've been running studies online for years. And this is exciting. Historically, psychology graduates mostly used to either stay in academia or go into psychological practice, or they'd move into completely unrelated fields and very rarely make use of what they learn in their psychology degree. But now their research methods, scientific knowledge and data skills are highly valued in industry. So with these exciting opportunities on the horizon, psychology departments may need to reconsider how they prepare students for successful careers in industry. So I wanted to share with you my vision and our journey so far. So if you can remember, think back to 10 years ago, back in 2013, very few people were doing behavioral research online. I just graduated from university. I sort of had this vision that researchers needed to be liberated from the lab to reach larger and more diverse samples, and that researchers needed better tools to do a far wider range of research online, so that they weren't only being able to do surveys online. And so This is now all possible. My vision was to give researchers the tools they need to take behavioral research online with ease, and it's now possible in a way it just wasn't 10 years ago. We still have improvements to make. We're not sitting on our laurels, but that huge piece of work is now largely done. So what's next? What do you want me to focus on next? What problems do you face that my team and I could solve? We have some initial thoughts, and I'd love your feedback. But really the question is, where do you want to be in 10 years? What things would you like to see changing? Because I think you can agree, we might be able to deliver it. The main issue we see is that in our post-pandemic world, it's just the sheer magnitude of demands that are placed on modern researchers. As a field, we've developed a lot of good ideas and best practices, but in doing so, we've added to our workload. The work I'm doing with my team at Gorilla is to embrace and build on these ideas, but in a sustainable way that takes the work away from researchers rather than adding to it. And that's the future I want to build. We've got lots of ideas around data quality, open science, supporting students, and so on, but no one benefits when these things are hard. So our question to you is, where can we deploy our effort to make your research lives easier? And if you've got thoughts, type them in the chat. I'd love to know, would you like us to focus on advanced protocols, put in a 1, data quality, put in a 2, open science, put in a 3, making it easier to do the teaching, put in a 4, or making it easier to move into industry, put in a 5 in the chat. I'd just love to know which bit you're most interested in. So imagine if every company had a behavioral science team doing proper research every day to make products and services better for everyone. Ultimately, my hope is that far more behavioral researchers take their skills into industry. I'm a fan of data, not dogma, dictating our decisions. And I hope that as products and services evolve to be designed for humans, that the world will become a kinder and easier place for everyone to live. The first step, though, is making sure that more and more students are trained to be skilled experimental researchers, so that when they graduate, they take these skills with them into the wider world. So imagine if every undergraduate designed and ran a real-world study and did all the analysis and published the results as part of their course. At UCL, students start designing and running experiments in the first year of their undergraduate degree. And by the third year, they are now seasoned researchers. Many run traditional academic research projects independently, but some are partnered up with companies to run small, commercially useful research projects. And these students then graduate with a case study that is relevant to industry. Isn't that awesome? But I also know that some teachers find this idea overwhelming. It seems unbelievable to many that students could create a study independently, design it, pilot it, process it, analyze the data. That's a lot. But what if they could? What if rather than consume science, we could teach them to be scientists? Imagine if the process of building experimental protocols was as quick and seamless as writing a Word document. Imagine if, instead of it being a really difficult skill, it was straightforward enough that everyone could do it. For clarity, I'm talking about building the experiments here. Designing the experiments will still require some expert knowledge, but building them, I think, could be easier. 10 years ago, for the most part, you needed to code to create behavioral experiments, and that was a huge barrier to entry. We created Gorilla to take away that burden so that researchers could take their studies online with ease and so that students could succeed independently. And we have a next phase of work starting now to make sure our tools are even easier to use, and I'll be excited to share that with you over the coming years. Imagine if you could find a paper written by someone on the other side of the world you'd never met, and you could just click a link to preview, inspect, and clone their protocol, and it just worked. That's what we need in terms of open science and open materials infrastructure. And that's what we've built with Gorilla Open Materials. We have improvements to make, and I'll be excited to share that with you over the coming years. And finally, imagine if, instead of worrying about your data quality or participant experience, we had an established set of best practices that you could just follow. Instead of worrying about whether you had enough practice trials or whether you should put in breaks or indeed whether there were other things you should be doing that you hadn't even thought of, what if there was a best practice Bible that you could refer to? We all know that the secret to good quality data is to craft an engaging participant experience. But how do you do that? There are lots of great practices for running studies in labs, but there are a few places, BeOnline being one of them, where these practices are shared and written down for the community to benefit from. What we need is an easy way to get the participant experience right. We need to know what works and what is important in each research domain. Not surprisingly, memory researchers have different worries from speech perception researchers. We'd love to collaborate with those of you with specific expertise to capture your insights, experiences, and tips and tricks so that we can share these across the research community. So if you'd potentially like to be involved with that project, could you please show your willingness in the linked form? Claire, could you share the link into the chat now? So it won't be onerous. It might simply be a short interview with my team on how you approach data quality when you run online experiments. And we're going to try and catalogue a whole bunch of researchers, how they go about collecting good quality data. We're not asking for a commitment at this stage. It's just an expression of interest to help us find out what's possible. So if you're interested, please enter your details in the linked form. So that brings me to the end. I think these are the catchy lines I'm trying to think about for the next 10 years. We want our data quality to go up and our stress levels to go down. We want it to be easy to do the right things. We want to remove unnecessary burdens so that we can focus on the science that we love. And we want to focus on creating empowered behavioral scientists who can go out and change the world. So that's the end of my talk. Thank you for the feedback, Kathy and Miles and Rachel. Really lovely to have you here. And Eyal, that's really nice of you to be so generous with your feedback. I'm happy to take questions, but I don't really, there was nothing technical in that. So I imagine you won't have any questions, but if you do have questions for me, put them in the Q&A and I will answer them. What we come to next, though, is this a session that I'm super excited about, which is, I think it's, which order is it? I'm just pulling up the program. We've got Andrew Messing first, talking about grounding data quality in empirical findings. And then we'll have Rachel Theodore second, talking about getting great data quality online. And then they're going to have a panel discussion where they can chat about data quality between themselves. So right now, I think this is Rachel. You can wave and say hi to everyone. And Andrew, excellent. Rachel and I are going to turn our videos off and leave this over to Andrew to share his slides and do his presentation. And then we'll be back in 15 or so minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes for Rachel's talk. See you in a moment. Over to you.
Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you great.
And can you see the...
I can see your slides. And now I can see your slides correctly now. Fantastic, Andrew.
Great. So we already went over the grounding data in data quality checks in empirical findings. And so let me just give a little bit of background for me. I do research consulting mainly for SONA, which is sort of the impetus for and governs a lot of the approach. So part of the work that I do involves looking at what researchers are, well, a lot of things that you talked about, Joe, looking at what researchers are doing, what they're using, what their needs might be, how we can meet those needs. And even when I'm talking with researchers, how to translate the tools we have into the languages they use. And one of the advantages that I get, one of the reasons I like it a lot, is that I get to play in everybody's backyard. It's a bit like statistics, which is something I also enjoy a lot, that you get to look at, say, human-computer interaction, and on the other hand, social psychology and neuroscience. There are a lot of different fields. But one thing I started to notice, particularly with respect to online studies and data quality checks, because there was a lot, as you mentioned in your last talk, on that there's a lot more both that you can do online, a lot more research that is online. And so I'm out there looking at all of these studies and at the same time walking people through this platform where I'm seeing almost every day simple ways, and these are screenshots that are just parts that are taken from setting up a study in Sona, but this need not be done in Sona. You can set up a video conference without it. You can do standard studies. It's just that I'm seeing these every day, and I was finding that too often there would be studies I'm coming across where you had mentioned in the tried and tested that we want pilot, I believe is the exact quote. And that was sort of basically sums up exactly what I'm going to say, that there is an opportunity to, people are employing a sort of a cookie cutter approach too often to data quality, where you employ a CAPTCHA and think this is going to do what I wanted to do because somebody else used it in some other context, and it's going to work generically because it's basically like a random variable or a statistical test. These things hold true forever and for always. So what I'm going to do is say that's not exactly true. It might be there, but it is not always the case. So I'm basically dividing this talk into two parts. First one is going to be the problem, which will, there's three examples I'll sort of go through to sort of illustrate what I see as potentially problematic and something that's easy, well, that can be addressed with relative ease. And then unsurprisingly, part two, solutions. These include basically pilot, different ways of pre-testing and piloting and sort of continuing to test as you go forward your data quality checks. Doing both in person and online, because I'm not saying that in person is the way to go. It isn't necessarily, nor that online is, but I'll cover that more later. And lastly, there is empirical data that exists out there that is very relevant to data quality checks on places like Reddit forums for people that use these tools. And again, we'll go over that more when we get to it. But first, what this talk is not. Firstly, I don't have a solution for everything. I wish I did. It would be great. I'd probably be selling this instead, but I don't. This is, I'm going to be approaching this mainly from a theory perspective with a lot of, here's what I've seen done. Part of my own experience too. I actually started with a combination of lab and online work about 12 years ago, and working through having difficulty with MTurk and translating into neuroscience stuff. I'm not going to get into too much about statistical methodologies. There are ways to, a lot of great ways and a lot of very important ways to look at data quality through measurement error models or models of psychophysical phenomena that you know how they're distributed. I think the next talk will get into some of that, and I am too opinionated about statistical significance testing and a lot of the methods right now to really not get in trouble for talking about that. So I'm going to be more focused on practices rather than statistical methods. I'm not here to critique any particular method or any particular way to do a study. My whole approach, and I'm borrowing this term, is I tried to come up with one that was more academic sounding, but multi-pronged to try to make lives easier. And it's also not about SONA. SONA was basically how I came across both sort of the problem and the solution, but it is not, if you don't have SONA, you don't need it. All right, so last thing before we get going on the problem, data quality. There is no general, data quality is context specific. It could be apparatus scale, paradata, it depends on sort of what you're doing, which for our purposes mainly is a little bit less. Here, it's just whether or not the data you're generating online, whether it's through a survey or through a behavioral experiment, a game of, whether or not, or if it's a data quality check, that's a sort of an important one for this talk. If it's a measure of what you intended. So if you're doing an attention check, is it actually data quality for in that context is it actually giving you a measure of attention? It's also directly related to the overall quality of the data you got from, say, your survey. So response times, this is another one that could be two things. Response times can be relevant to the actual experimental protocol, but of course they can also be, well, if you're doing it too long, maybe you're not paying attention. If a participant is running through them too quickly, it seems clear they didn't read it, then not good data quality. And there's finally scale items. Data quality in that sense is, are people actually, is the scale actually giving the, or if they're answering, a participant answering it honestly, then the scale is actually giving a measure of what is intended. That's fairly basic. Here, what a check, I'm using these terms, check broadly, to sort of as a catch-all, whether or not it's an attention check, comprehension check, internal consistency, sort of asking the same question twice, CAPTCHAs, and so forth. Basically, the things that you would do employ to, on an online experiment or an online survey, any kind of online study, to try to ensure that the participants are engaging in what they're supposed to be doing, that they're paying attention, that kind of thing. All right. So the problem, again, just to reiterate, this is taken from the very, very useful, prolific Reddit group, which I will get to later more, but that people are or what I see too often done is a tendency for researchers to look at the literature, and it's kind of vast, and there isn't necessarily a great Bible for best practices. Rather, there's, oh, this researcher did this, I can do the same thing. And sometimes that's true for statistics. That's a lot of, or for research design, that's often how one proceeds. Internet, that doesn't necessarily work. There is a, in theory it does, in practice it often doesn't. It's great to take those ideas from the literature, from what previous work done, but they need to be tested in the context in which you employ them. That's what I see as the problem. Just as some examples of what I mean by that, taken from actual work. CAPTCHAs, this is sort of the first one that sort of clicked for me as, why aren't people doing this simple sort of, couldn't you have tested this beforehand? This was actually a study, it was a good study that looked at comparing different sort of services to, and the use of screeners to improve quality data. And one of the measures was CAPTCHAs. And these are things that are designed to detect bots. And that's exactly what it was used for in this study. But they found that only one participant failed. They knew it was human. And so either they didn't have any bots, which is still a problem because it detected one, or the CAPTCHA verification was ineffective. And this one was, I believe, Qualtrics had it within its system, had a CAPTCHA thing that they had signed up for. But the basic thing about this is that, although this one's very clear because they knew, often enough you don't know. And too often I've seen CAPTCHAs being used as a data quality check where we excluded this number of people because they failed, the CAPTCHA. Well, we've sort of all had experience with this. And this is what really surprises me, because almost everybody's had to do some of these tasks, and they can be difficult and they can be failed by people. And they're not really intended for data quality checks. I'm not saying they can't be used for them. Again, I don't want to criticize any one particular thing, but without sort of testing it, without having a sort of idea on how much difficulty and how much am I relying on this as whether or not I'm going to throw out data, because as I think Andrew Gordon will talk about, and has talked about, a lot of times CAPTCHAs are used as something like 95% of researchers will use this as sort of a primary means, and it can be one of them, but again, needs to be tested in context and needs to be supplemented, I would say. So next example, what we're dealing with is measures. when you're doing data quality checks, a lot of these, especially the attention checks, the comprehension checks, and there's a lot of research out there on whether or not attention checks are good or bad. I'm not going to get into that so much. It's a theoretical debate that is less pragmatic than I want to be. What I want people to look at is that these being measures should be treated on par sort of with a lot of work goes into construct validity, statistically balancing questionnaires, making sure the experimental protocol and the manipulation is actually getting the independent variable and dependent variables to have the right relationship, doing all this work, and then you can throw out all that data because you just sort of used a measure of attention or comprehension or some other data quality check that you didn't treat in any kind, you treated in an asymmetrical way, and a lot of good data gets thrown out, and maybe some bad data gets included because it wasn't tested enough. This was from a study which gets the award for one of the best titles I've seen recently. I'm not, what was it? I can't even see. I'm paid bi-weekly, but just not by leprechauns. So what they did is look at those kinds of attention or checks that have seemingly, you put in a question that has an obvious answer, or it's a nonsense question that clearly the answer is no versus yes, just to see if people are paying attention. Instead of doing it like that, though, they wanted to see what if participants had to then think about the questions that they were asked. So, for example, I eat cement occasionally. Well, clearly you don't eat cement, right? No, well, there was cement in my braces. Sure, that I ate some. These two are actual responses that sort of indicate it's possible for something like I eat cement occasionally to have legitimate answers. You don't want to throw away somebody's data because they said yes to this, if indeed they were thinking, yeah, well, I mean, I had braces and there was cement on them. Another one that I liked of there, all my friends are aliens. This one really is a problematic question, as one of the participants says. It's a relative term. I don't actually know, or even perhaps better, maybe not better, but clever. And what does that even mean? We're all aliens if there's other life out there. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, because it relates directly to a kind of data quality check that's often employed, where the participant is told how to answer a question, like answer, disagree, and then maybe they use a scale. Well, if you're using a scale and you're telling them to disagree, but there's multiple ways to disagree, that can be confusing. Something I thought, and then reading this study, yeah, apparently a participant thought the same thing. And just to double dip a little bit here, this is a different study. This was a very interesting one that looked at what participants think of research practices, questionable research practices like fraud or hacking or harking, that kind of thing. And they actually did a very good study. And it just sort of stresses the importance of that it's a dynamic process of piloting, and that there's no one clear necessary algorithm for getting things right. Science is a bit of an art. But the one thing I wanted to focus on, they found in theirs, they had a student sample that they had piloted, and in the actual experiment, the pilot went pretty close to what they were looking for. The mTORC sample had almost a third saying things that were neutral, positive towards fraud. Not great. And their conclusion was that they needed more, perhaps better. They had pre-registered that. It was a very well done study, but found that maybe they would need more. They were able to look at the data after the fact and sort of exclude data that way, include it, and then sort of say, here's another analysis. And for my last example, this is sort of will lead me to where the solutions are. This is it was a great paper written by a graduate student, published in a APS journal on, oh my goodness, this sort of online research is too good to be true. What happened? She had this, looked at the literature, found techniques, employed them, and just waited to see the results, got the 500 results very quickly, and then went through sort of screening processes and ended up with 14 out of 500. And oh my goodness, this is so bad. To be fair to the authors, actually, they did not say it was anything about MTurk. It was just sort of a educational example, and it really is. There's a critique out there of this work, the burden of high quality data. And this is something that I really can't stress enough, that it lies with researchers. It's up to researchers to design studies correctly. Just because you put out something that, I found this data quality check in the literature, and there's this one here, and I employed these methods, and I just put it on some, MTurk or something like that. Well, if you don't get great data, it means that you didn't necessarily do all of the work that you should have done. And a lot of that work involves the piloting and the pre-testing, which is what we'll be getting into with solutions. This is actually another screenshot taken from the Reddit that's for Prolific. This is something that every researcher who uses Prolific should visit.
Andrew,
yep.
Just one more minute, please.
Oh, so I will speed up then. This is so how to do this empirically. Doing in-person tests with a small number of people is pretty easy to do. One of the things that can be done if you can do a pilot study with people, that's great. If you don't have the resources, or you're just sort of, you've done this before and you think it'll work, and you're just sort of modifying the study that's there, to do a usability testing where somebody walks you through the process of their doing the study. Another thing, doing an in-person is great because you get to see the person's there. You can also do that online though, with web conferencing is a great way to do larger studies, larger pilot studies. We're getting feedback, live feedback. There's also ways to get feedback through pilot studies online through Prolific, which has a reputation for getting better results than MTurk. And then an important thing, and a simple thing to add, and a cost-effective way, ask for feedback at the end of your experiment, at the end of your survey. Then finally, to get to the Reddit thing, this is the last thing. If you go to the Prolific AC, they have, just spend some time reading it. It's absolutely filled with screenshots of surveys and experiments and problems that can tell you a lot. These, and give you an idea of how many participants are out there that want to be a part of your research and can help you with it. They have experience, they are valuable. And if you make them part of your team and make them feel valuable, they will give you back that value in spades. And here I actually found the researchers never seem to take their own surveys. That's basically the problem that I identified, that there needs to be more of, just not taking them and having others take them and the testing. And as a final sort of conclusion, this is just a recent study that came out comparing data quality from online and in person, that you can get these results of when you do things correctly, that which they would with both the lab and Prolific, that get you the results that you are looking for. Just requires making sure that you pilot, to use Joe's words. That's pretty much it.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was fascinating. Whirlwind. I really enjoyed the dangers, the traps, the cautionary tales that we can fall into. We're going to go straight to Rachel now. Rachel, if you want to jump on and share your slides, and then we will chat afterwards. Rachel, thank you so much.
Fantastic. Andrew, can you stop sharing?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe, when is this session supposed to wrap up? I can try to reclaim a little bit of time.
Don't worry, I think we can probably steal some of it from the break. So if you, and I was running late as well. So if you try and finish by, how long's your talk?
12 minutes.
Do your whole talk.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to be here today to share some strategies that have helped us get great data quality online. At the offset, I'll point you to some additional resources. I'll drop a few other links in the chat when I'm done. Here you can, some of these resources will allow you to inspect trial level data and reproducible analysis scripts for most of the studies that I'm sharing with you today. I also want to acknowledge the bright and creative members of my lab who make our work possible and fun. And another round of acknowledgement, starting with Dr. Jennifer Rod, whose writings on the topic of online data quality have been incredibly formative for my team. If you haven't read her latest preprint, I highly recommend it. And finally, I want to acknowledge the BeOnline archive. It is an incredible resource, and I'm very grateful to all of the people who have shared their expertise through this conference. So in this talk, I'm going to share some general principles that have worked for our online studies, which fall in the domain of auditory research broadly and speech perception research specifically. I'll walk you through some case studies that illustrate the influence of these principles on data attrition. All of these case studies use Gorilla to host the study and recruited participants from the prolific pool. And I'll end with some final considerations for promoting high quality data collection in web-based testing environments. So we found that adherence to 5 general principles has been really effective at getting high quality data for the types of studies that we do. First, trust your participants. They are real humans, even if you can't see them, and they are a critical part of your team. Second, compensate your participants well. We currently pay at the rate of $10 US per hour of time, but are working to bring this up to a rate of $15 per hour in line with minimum wage in our state. Third, make your tasks as brief and engaging as possible. We found great value in using simulation-based a priori power analyses to help inform the number of trials, really the floor of trials we need to have adequate statistical power for a given effect size of interest. Fourth, be exceptionally clear with your instructions and calibrate expectations for the start. For example, don't assume that jargon like stereo headphones is a known phrase. And if you have a super tedious study that requires, a gazillion repetitive decisions, let participants know that before they even start, so that people who aren't interested in those kinds of tasks can choose not to do them. Finally, use tasks and designs that easily and transparently support detection of anomalous responders. And on this last point, I want to be clear that I don't mean traditional attention checks. Here's an example of one of these traditional attention checks. You've already gotten from Andrew some other examples. The idea here with the specific one on the screen is that this is one way we could check if participants are reading the instructions. Here's another one. Presumably the correct answer to pass this check is to respond strongly disagree. I don't use attention checks, never have. And here's why. I should say I don't use these kind of traditional attention checks. And some of the reasons why are that they have strong potential to create an environment that is built on distrust. And one thing we found that works for promoting high quality data collection is to foster the kind of opposite environment, foster one of trust. Research has shown that attention checks can change participants' behavior in unintended ways, leading to interactions or confounds with key manipulations of interest. To be honest, I don't care about performance during the 1 to 2 attention checks that are usually embedded in experiments. I care about performance during the actual study trials. It's quality during these trials that I want to be assured of, not quality during attention checks. And finally, for our type of work, we found other ways of promoting high quality data. Specifically, we aim to use tasks and designs that support efficient and transparent detection of anomalous responders in the task itself, and pre-register exclusion criteria based on these task and design decisions. The four most common exclusion criteria we use are listed here: failing headphone screens, missing a set proportion of trials, not achieving a given accuracy criterion, and not showing response patterns that match known psychometric or other relationships. I'm now going to walk you through some case studies that illustrate these principles and practices in action. The first case study, which is our most recently run study, used a design that consisted of 3 phases: headphone screen, exposure, and test. The entire procedure lasted 15 minutes. Participants were given 3 chances to pass the headphone screen, along with a transparent report of their performance after each time, and a reminder of the study requirements. Our power analysis indicated that we needed 960 participants. This study actually consisted of 12 experiments, hence a large sample size. I want to give a shout out to Sean Cummings, who's here in the room. He's a trainee in my lab who's highly involved in this project. So to get this target sample size, we tested 1,020 participants, excluded 60 for an attrition rate of 6%. This to me is kind of my gold standard. This is what we aim for. I'm good if this is the best we can do. Our a priori inclusion criteria are shown here. Participants for the study had to pass the headphone screen, achieve accuracy of 80% during exposure, respond to 90% of the exposure and test trials, and have a response function at test that adhered to the known psychometric relationship between phonetic variability and 2AFC phonetic identification decisions. You can see here how attrition for each inclusion criterion was affected. I'll give you some examples of these principles in action. Here's the study description in Prolific, which participants view to decide whether they want to participate. The headphones requirement is made clear, and we define jargon like stereo signal. Here's the first screen people see in the Gorilla study after providing informed consent. They get a reminder of the headphones requirement and a reminder that they can return their submission on Prolific if they started it by accident. Here's what they see if they fail the headphone screen: another reminder of the requirements and that they can return their submission without penalty. In addition to the 1,020 participants who completed our study, we had another 107 participants start the study and not finish it by returning their submission on Prolific. Of these 107 participants, 92 of them had failed a headphone screen, providing some evidence that our transparent report and reminder system for the headphone checks is working as intended. Returning to our overall report, note that here we did not have to exclude a single participant due to failure to exhibit a known psychometric relationship in their test responses. Here are the test responses for 80 of the participants as an example, with proportion OSSI responses as a function of %S in the continuum step. As you can see here, all of these people have a response function that is consistent with OSSI responses increasing as %S energy in the test continuum increases. So here's an example of illustrating how built into our design is something that is known. We might not know, and of course we don't know, kind of in advance, the exact shape of this function as a function of, say, an experimental condition, or where, how individuals might vary, but we do know that our ordinate should ascend, should show an ascending relationship along with this manipulation shown here on the x-axis. And we can use that to easily determine if a person flatlines at, say, chance or at one or another if they were not doing the task as intended. So, all right, in quick succession, I'm going to share 4 other case studies with varying degrees of attrition and varying degrees of adherence to the principles I'm recommending, reflecting an evolution of our understanding of how to promote high quality data collection over the past 5 years. If possible, I'd like to keep this a little interactive. So as I'm describing these studies, perhaps you can drop into the chat your thoughts on what we did wrong or what we did right. So first one, a 2 alternative forced choice phonetic identification task. Here we ask participants to make a total of 304 boring, monotonous phonetic decisions. Specifically, on each trial, they heard a stimulus and identified it as beginning with either the gus sound or the cuss sound for 20 minutes, the same task. Our total attrition was 20%. What went wrong? Well, a whole bunch of things. This was a long, tedious task. We only provided one chance to pass the headphone screen. No definition of what we meant by stereo headphones. As Joe's put in the chat, yes, we did not tell them in advance that it was going to be an awfully long, tedious, boring task. And we also didn't use our mistrials criteria. These are some of the first data we collected online, and clearly we've learned to do better than having to toss 20% of the data. Here's another one. Participants here completed lexical decision, and then a phonetic identification task. Again, one of our earlier studies, total attrition is at 20%. What went wrong? Lots of things, including only one chance to pass the headphone screen. We didn't tell them what stereo meant. We didn't have a mistrials or accuracy criteria. All right, so another example, this right here task, participants did 3 phases. A pre and post test phase that included a transcription task. They would hear a stimulus and need to type out what they heard, plus an intermediate training phase task that varied across groups. Our overall attrition was 11%. What went right? Hey, we've got some varied tasks here. All of these phases are brief. At this point in time of our evolution, I love that term, Andrew, we were giving people multiple chances to pass the headphone screen with reminders, and we have implemented our mistrial criterion. And fourth, here's a task that required people a rating test to provide rate their familiarity with 150 English words. Our overall attrition was 2%. What went right? It was a super brief task, less than 10 minutes. Probably also it helped us as we didn't need people to wear headphones to do this because there were no auditory stimuli. Rating tests are common places where standard attention checks are inserted, presumably as a means to see if people are reading the items instead of just pressing random ratings. How did we ensure integrity of responses in our rating task? Well, this is another example of building into the manipulation a known relationship if people are doing the task, something that really can't be missed. And built into the stimuli was a lexical frequency manipulation, really low frequency words that aren't used a lot to really common high frequency words that we encounter every day. And we know that there's a reliable relationship between lexical frequency and perceived familiarity. We could use this known relationship to detect unfaithful responders. As you can see here and here, the 100 participants included in the sample all show a monotonic increase in ratings across lexical frequency. Some other nice things about this data set is that the prolific sample performed very similar to a known in-person sample, both by subject shown here and by items. I'll end with a few final considerations. Working to promote high quality data collection that minimizes attrition is super important for me for many reasons, including that I don't reject participants, ever. Thus, anything I can do to not lose data I'm paying for really helps to stretch our budgets. Not rejecting participants reflects ethical considerations, including some that might be specific to my institutional review board policies. Think of it this way. If a person comes into your lab to do a study, the convention is to pay them for their time at the time of completion. In general, we don't say, hey, I'm going to take a look at your data sometime after you leave and then determine if you get paid or not. Maybe your IRBs let you get away with this, but mine doesn't. Why should online participants be treated any differently? I try to take the approach that it's on me to ensure that tasks and other requirements can be completed as intended. It's also on me to ensure that I'm soliciting data from participants I trust. And attrition is also just a cost of doing business, whether online or in person. Data quality from in-lab subject pool participants also comes with attrition, especially, for example, at the end of the semester. If you can extend trust to your participants, pay them, and make your experiments conform to best practices of high quality data collection, then online methods might not be an appropriate tool for you. Or, like me at the beginning of my web-based testing journey, it might be a sign that you need to make some substantial changes to our protocol. We have definitely encountered, even in the general umbrella of speech perception studies, there are some studies that we have to run in the lab because they're just not appropriate for web-based testing. And I think that's okay. I actually think one of the biggest things we've learned over the last 5 years is how to better calibrate what is appropriate for an online platform and what isn't. So to conclude, I hope I've demonstrated how adhering to these 5 principles can promote high data collection and high quality data collection in web-based testing environments, even when using anonymous pools like Prolific. Embedded in these principles are other practices you've heard about today, including the importance of piloting before large-scale data collection and providing practice trials. The efforts we put into learning these methods has, without a doubt, been worth it. Web-based data collection is a powerful tool, and I look forward to seeing how these methods advance even further in the future. Thank you so much for your consideration. I am happy to field questions.
Rachel, that was phenomenal. Thank you. What I love, and maybe other people are doing this, I love this notion of building a secondary data quality check with your stimuli. So that there's a clear test you can do is like, is this participant a real participant? Are they giving me what I expect? And then your actual research question sits on top of that. I think that's going to spread like wildfire as an idea across the whole online research industry. It was really helpful that you showed us how clearly that you did that. And you turn your video on as well. So that was fantastic. I have one question for you straight off the bat. How did you find out that your participants didn't know what stereo headphones meant? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, so I'm inferring this by our headphone attrition going way down after we included those instructions.
Right.
Yeah. And one other thing I'll say to any auditory researchers in the room are, so the kind of common headphone checks by the Woods et al. Team and Milne et al. Team that auditory researchers are using presently require, they use dichotic listening manipulations. So you need to have stereo headphones. But for passing these tests, it doesn't matter if the left channel is actually on the left ear or not. You just need a split signal. Some auditory researchers, and we've run a study where we actually needed left to be left and right to be right. That was another thing I've learned is remind people to make sure if you need that, just to tell them that that's another kind of technical requirement for the study.
Can I say one thing? I just in your example with the make sure I have my headphones on and I'm ready to begin. That is to have the instructions when they're clicking the button. I thought that was brilliant. That's absolutely it really can help to have that kind of thing, and I just thought it was brilliant. So.
I learned that from perusing some of the Gorilla projects in Gorilla Open Materials, which is really great to go in and you can just trial a bunch of things. And some members of my team, we did that to just kind of learn how are people setting things up, type of thing. And I loved that too, putting the kind of almost an attestation statement in that button.
Brilliant. There is a question in the chat for you, which is, I'm going to click this answer live button now. Thank you for the talks. Do you have any suggestions for how to demonstrate trust for participants if there is no funding available to provide payment? I mean, one thing I can say, Rachel thinks is the first thing is not to destroy trust. And I think the classic attention check where you're trying to trick your participant actually just destroys trust. And so it's the very worst thing you could do if you're trying to build a relationship with your participant. And then thing 2 you can do is you can introduce yourself and your lab. And like you could do like a 1-minute video, like, hi, I'm Joe, I work for Gorilla, I research methods so that we can get higher quality data the task I'm asking you to do today is important, because it will help us achieve this change in the world that is important. It's just really showing yourself, showing your face, showing you care about them. And that really helps. But back to you, Rachel.
No, I completely agree. And I would say, if you're using prolific where payment is required, I think how you approach compensation can be a really important way to establish trust. But but that to some degree is unique to that environment. And I can imagine of those kind of 5 principles I'd laid out, that payment is, there are probably many cases where compensation is not the critical thing for establishing trust. I think in those cases, maybe being just very transparent with no payment is offered and maybe saying why. And as long as people are agreeing, to do this without payment, I don't see that as any impediment to a researcher being able to establish trust with participants, not at all.
Andrew, how about you? Do you have any suggestions for how you can demonstrate trust?
Well, so one of the things we offer, credit, but that's a sort of simple way out. I think that, again, the transparency is an important thing. One of the things that I walk through, because we have a little different than Prolific or Gorilla, that when you add a study, there's a sort of template we use to what you can give to participants, and I always advise sort of putting in a link to your lab, making sure that information is there, take advantage of it. We also have a pre-screening tool to use. Don't treat that as part of the experiment, but I really can't emphasize enough that for a lot of online research, I see over and over again participants talking about, I've emailed the researcher, haven't heard back. Check your emails. You want these to treat people like part of your team, to be engaged with it. So one way, if you don't have money, but you have a engaging experiment, there might be people, if you're upfront about it, who are willing to do it because they think it's fun. I mean, how many of us play some game that we can admit is this somewhat addictive, but really simple and stupid, but we kind of like it anyway? If you can do something like that, it's not always possible, but maybe people don't like it, but that's trust can still be there. I'd be willing to go back and do it again. And to ask them about their opinions. That's a big thing to emphasize, because maybe you only get it 30% of the time, but that's a valuable 30%. And especially over time, that evolution is part of any given research project. We don't do everything in one study. It sort of evolves over time. We get better at it, and feedback and building trust is a way to do that. And a way to build trust, I think, when you can't pay, or even if you can pay, is sort of accepting emails and getting feedback and taking into account and thanking people. Mm-hmm. That's one form of compensation.
Yeah, I think that's those are spot on. It made me think of 2 other techniques I've heard about Alexandra. Is one from David Vinson. He says what he does is he explains his task instructions. He says, I'm going to give you 10 trials, and then I'm going to ask you to tell me what the task instructions are, what you think you're doing here. And he says, this is my check to make sure you've understood the task. I reckon that's fair. And it's it's that mindset of treating the person on the other side as a person, and expecting them to expect you to be fair, because then they show up with that mindset of being fair too. So that's one way. And then he says he always includes a box right at the end saying, do you have any other feedback about the task? And he knows, like, nearly everybody replies into that box, something like, thank you, I enjoyed your task, I like, good luck with your study, just something. And when it's blank, it just makes him, he's like, okay, like, we didn't form a relationship. He knows we didn't form a relationship. Right, on that note, we're going to break now, and we're going to start again at 10 past, a quarter past with Nick. We'll just be 5 minutes late at that point, but we'll start again at quarter past with Nick with what's new in Gorilla Experiment Builder. You don't want to miss this one. You're going to see some of the cool new things we've been putting in over the last 6 months. I think there have been 23 releases to Gorilla over the last 6 months, and he's going to show you all the new fancy things that you can do. It's a great way of discovering what's possible and how we're going to make your research quality better. See you all in 10 minutes. Hello, everyone, and we're back. I think you'll all agree that that last session was tremendous. Rachel and Andrew did an absolutely excellent job of telling us about the difficulties with data collection and how to go about getting the best possible data. Thank you so much to Rachel and Andrew for your time there. Next up, we have Nick Hodges, CTO at Gorilla Experiment Builder. You're going to be telling us what's new in Gorilla. Over to you.
I am. Hello. Right, let me set this up. Okay, can you see my slide and hear me?
Yes, that's all working well.
Fantastic. All right. So, hello everyone. So I'm Nick, I'm the CTO of Gorilla. It's lovely to see you all here today, and I'm really excited to show you what the team here have been up to. So welcome to our 2023 showcase of everything that's new here. The way we develop Gorilla has essentially three main components to it. We strive to create tools that are easy to use so that the process of designing and building experimental protocols is quick and intuitive. And we also aim to make our tools increasingly powerful, enabling more research protocols to be conducted online. So from precise reaction time tasks and complex surveys, all the way through to consumer research and gamified tasks for children and all sorts of other things. We want to bring more and more paradigms within reach of more and more researchers. And the final strand is that the product as a whole is supported by an ecosystem of resources and people so that our users are never stuck. So here are the three axes. We've made a bunch of things easier that I'm really excited to show you. We've got our new questionnaire builder. We've done a lot of work on previewing and debugging tasks that can now be done directly in the editor. We have a range of tools to make your experiments run well on mobile. And we've done a lot of work on task randomization, trial randomization. In terms of power, I want to show you a bit of the new object component system, and in particular, how it works with the new scripting tools. Eye tracking has been revamped and brought across to our new generation of tools, and multiplayer and game builder are now really taking shape and being used out there in the wild. And in particular, I want to demonstrate how we've got the canvas painting working in multiplayer and some more advanced use cases there. And of course, our fabulous support team continue to improve and refine our support offerings. So let's start with the first section. What is easier? So the big release here, as I said, is Questionnaire Builder 2. We know that a lot of folks are needing to move away from Qualtrics to something else, and so we've completely rebuilt our questionnaire offering so that it can be a natural sort of replacement. When we launched Gorilla 9 years ago now, what people really wanted was a tool to conduct reaction time tasks online. If we were doing surveys, most people were just already using Qualtrics or maybe another survey platform. There's no need to create a complex survey tool. So our first questionnaire builder, Questionnaire Builder 1, was useful for a time when people just needed a demographics form or something like that before they got into the main study. But advanced use cases like scoring or conditional logic either required scripting or sort of other workarounds. So for Questionnaire Builder 2, we wanted to address all of those gaps so that you could do fully featured complex studies, complex surveys in Gorilla, as well as reach for feature parity with Qualtrics. Those are the two kind of main axes that we are working on. So let's see this in action. The first big change you're going to see this across all of our tools is that now what you see in this main panel on the left is exactly what your participants will see. You can click on the questions and see how they're configured, and then you can actually hit the little play button and take part for real, all within the editor. You're not having to preview anything. This makes it really easy to spot mistakes and test your questionnaire, and you can see all the responses coming through in the panel on the right. Randomization was one of the biggest requests for Questionnaire Builder 2. So here for questions that have response options like multiple choice or drop downs, you can now actually randomize the order that those options appear in. You see me turning this on here. Additionally, at the screen level, you can then randomize the order of the questions on that screen. And you'll see here, we can also just exclude certain ones. So we've got some text that has to stay at the top, it always stays there. And finally, the other thing you can do, we'll see this in a moment, is that you can also randomize the order of the entire page flow. So in much the same way, you can say, I want actually my pages to be in a random order, but keep this one where it is. Conditional logic was probably the other really big one. So this is showing or hiding questions on the basis of participants' previous answers. So in this video, our questionnaire is set up with 4 questions, but we don't want to show all of these questions to every participant. If they answer yes to do you play an instrument, we only want to then show questions that are relevant if they've answered yes. If they say no, we might want to ask them a slightly different question. And then that might cascade depending on the question that we then ask them. There might be another piece we want to show. So let's see how this is set up. On the page, all the questions are there, but some of them we can see if we scroll down to the bottom that they're flagged as conditional. So we simply turn this on. We say this one's hidden by default, and we want to show it if the answer to the "Do you play an instrument?" question comes through as yes. So it's super easy to set up, and it really lets you sort of combine all these things in a really, really intuitive way. And you might have spotted on that menu that it's not only prior responses that you can use. You can use manipulations or stored data too. Similar to conditional logic, you might also want to only show present certain pages based on what they say. So this is more like branching. So in this case, if we preview the task the first time, we see that if we answered yes, we went to one option to say they do not agree, we just end straight away. So the way you do this is, let's go into our first screen. So it's a completely normal question. We haven't changed anything about this. But then at the screen level, we can say we want to branch. So we turn on branching and we say, look, if they say that they consent, they say yes, we're going to go on to page 2. If they said I do not agree, we're just going to finish straight away. Scoring was another area which previously required a lot of scripting. And again, this is now built in. So I've got a questionnaire here with a lot of sort of numerical scales in it. And I want to score them. So I go into the scoring tab, I can create what we call a new score, and I can simply choose which questions need to be included when we calculate the score. You might have more than one score depending on these different questions. And then for each one that you include, you then say how it's scored. Default scoring and reverse scoring are built in by default, but you can do completely custom scoring, so you can give any value you want to any option that they might have given. And finally, I'd like to show you how we've tackled mobile layouts. So here I've got an example questionnaire with a horizontal scale and a big multiple choice grid. If it looks fine on a big screen, but if you go onto a mobile, it's all kind of scrunched up. So what we have now is Elements can have a mobile layout, and you can either choose to have it always on, never on, or auto. Now, auto is sort of the default thing. I've set it to never so you can see the difference. And what you'll see here is that now on the desktop, we use the wide version, but if we switch to mobile, they're all now vertically stacked. So we know it'll lay out correctly on a narrower screen. So that's everything in Questionnaire Builder. Let's move on to the Task Builder. So we had two main objectives when building Task Builder 2. We wanted to remove the separation between editing and previewing that we've already seen. And the other thing, again, from Task Builder 1 is that there was an awful lot of stuff that previously was only available via scripting, and we wanted to build that functionality into the core tools. So previewing and debugging, again, here's a task that has a bunch of animal stimuli, and there's my spreadsheet with those stimuli in there. Now what I can do is I can go to any screen, I can preview it for real, and not only can I preview the screen exactly my participants are going to do, I can actually pick which row of the spreadsheet I want to look at. So this allows me to check any individual trial without having to preview and go through the whole thing to find the right one, and helps you be confident that not only that your task in general is working, but every single trial is definitely doing what you wanted. Another common problem is text scaling. Without this, you end up with tasks that look fine on larger screens, but the layout starts to break down on smaller ones. So here we go. This looks okay here, looks okay on the small monitor, but then suddenly when we go to the tablet and the phone, it's far too big. To fix this, we have a new setting called auto scale. So turn this on, and what we do is the font size is then scaled consistently down with the screen size, so that your layout works all the way down. So you can see here, as I go down through the different screen sizes, the font size and the area it takes up stays completely perfect relative to the box that we're mounted in. So that helps with different screen sizes, and that makes sure that your layout works on mobile and works on any kind of screen. But as you probably noticed, we're still confined to our 4:3 landscape box. What if you actually wanted to design a task for mobile from the outset? So in this case, you can see here, there we are. It's still landscape, right? We're not using the height of the phone at all. If we go into the settings, you can now choose what your default layout is. Obviously 4:3 landscape is the default, but I can change this. I wanted to a mobile layout, say in this case 16:9 portrait, and now you can see my actual box that I'm working to is shaped like a portrait screen. If I go up to any of the other screens, it's going to be the same. It's going to be actually designed for that for that screen size. And now when we go down the size, we can see that this is now combined with the auto scaling feature, that this now looks really good on all the different device sizes. Now, one common question with this is, well, if I've got a mobile one and a desktop one, how do I do the difference? What most researchers have done is simply just ask their participants what device they're using and then branch them to the correct version of the task based on what they say. We've also made big strides in spreadsheet randomization. So in Task Builder 1, you could randomize trials and you could randomize blocks of trials, but everything else had to be done with scripting. So now we can add a whole wide range of randomization components and again, preview their effects directly in the editor. So here's one example, which is randomized within columns. So we only want to randomize the items of those particular columns, but keep the rows the same. We might want to do randomize between columns. So keep the rows consistent, but maybe just randomize whether each value is in image or image 2. And again, we can see that happening here. But the most powerful bit is you can stack these together. So let's combine two of these things together. We're first going to do a randomized subset. So we say, look, we've got 6 trials here that are flagged with randomized trials. We only want 3 of them. Just pick a random 3. And then we want to randomize the order that they're in. So you see how we simply bolt these two things together. And every time we see it, we see we're getting a different randomized subset and they're in a random order. So that's an overview of how we've made things easier. Let's move on to what we've made more powerful. Now, we've shown before how in Gorilla, each object is made up of several components, each of which do different things, almost like little Lego bricks, which you can combine together. So to create a clickable image, say, you just add an image component, which shows the image, and a click response component, which adds the click handling. You can swap the image out for a video and the click handling remains the same. Now, we've shown this before, but where this really comes into the zone is in the new scripting system. The idea here is you can create your own components that just do the bit you need while still working alongside all the other built-in components. So you can make your own visual components or response processing components, but they'll still interoperate with all the standard ones. And most excitingly of all, you can specify in your scripts how the editor should allow your new component to be configured. So you can write a completely custom script and then someone else can use it in their task just as if it was a built-in one without having to read or understand any of the code. So let's see an example. Let's say we want to create our own component to draw something on the screen. I'm going to make a special component to show a GIF, like a short little looping video. So you create a script. We're going to create a draw one because it's defining how we draw it. We call it GIF. And you see the first thing we get is we get all the base logic written already in there, all the boilerplate stuff that we need. I'm just going to paste in the GIF logic that I have written, and I'm not going to bore you with typing the whole thing out. But there you go. You can see there's only a few lines I've had to add in here to actually draw a GIF where I want it. Now, if we go and create a display and then add a screen, let's go and add our GIF in here. I see the blank one for now, and you'll see it comes up in the same menu as everything else. There it is. So we can add that and hit done. And then if I just add a URL into my URL field, and you can see here, this looks the same as any other component. There's no visual distinction that this is one that we've written ourselves versus one that's built into the system. So there we go. There's our GIF. Now, let's see how we do this. If, as I said, the cool thing here is that we can then use all the existing stuff with it. Let's add the click response in, the same click response we use for everything else. Let's give it a response. And now you see when we live preview our task, every time we click on it, we get our response back. There it is. Similarly, if instead we didn't want it to be click response, we want it to be draggable, we just take that off and add the draggable component. And again, it works with all the other stuff that's built in there. We've recently released all the detailed scripting guides, which you can find in our documentation now. And there's loads of samples showing you how to do all these things. So that's scripting. Multiplayer has also taken some big leaps forwards. We've already seen Johan's research. We're going to be hearing from Ben Weidman's team later. And this is a demo of some of the more advanced features. So this is a Pictionary task that we've created. So this is using the drawing component that I think we saw again in one of the earlier talks. And you can see here that Claudia is drawing it on the left-hand side, and on the right is what Megan can actually see. We've also got video chat in there that you can see so that they can actually see each other and hear each other. And then you can combine that together so that Megan can then guess what it is. We've recently released a new version of our eye tracking component. In particular, we had many requests to make the calibration more flexible, have more control over the parameters, and in particular to replace the calibration points with your own colors or images. This is especially handy if you're using eye tracking with children to keep the calibration stage as visually appealing as possible and make sure you get a really good calibration on it. And finally, I want to show the again the game builder animation tool. So this is a grammar game that's used in linguistics research with children. You can see we want to make the instructions a bit more interesting by having the owl tell them to you and sort of fly around the blackboard, so that you've got some kind of visual interest and some kind of interesting thing to see how you're supposed to do it. So in terms of how this is put together, we can see that if we go into the menu, we can see we've got our owl down the bottom. We've actually got 2 of them to get the effects to work how we want them. And the first thing is we can actually just click on the owl here, and then we can play the different animations individually to see exactly what they're doing. So here he just rises up, here he moves down there and spins, and then the last one where he goes up to the top of the blackboard. To see how these are configured, we can go into the animation tool, and you'll see it's quite similar to the animation pane in PowerPoint that I'm sure we're all familiar with. You simply stack the animation together. You can have 2 channels, as we call them, so that you can actually have 2 animations playing at the same time. That's how you do the movement and the spinning. And it's really, really simple to put together and to preview. So there we can see that again. Now, as I said at the beginning, Gorilla is not just a tool. We also have an extensive ecosystem of support that goes along with it. Our support team are all behavioral science experts with degrees in relevant field, and some indeed have PhDs and postdoc experience, so they really understand psychology research. Their response rates are really strong. This is data from the last 12 weeks. 90% of tickets are responded to within 24 hours, and 80% are fully resolved within 48 hours. But beyond that, we have a wide range of other resources. We have great documentation, and we're continuously incorporating feedback from the support desk into the documentation team. So if we get a support ticket that suggests the docs weren't clear, we change them. We have extensive onboarding resources and tutorials that work in hand to get people over that initial hump of understanding how Gorilla works. And we also have office hours where we can problem solve live. The key mission for us here that we've been building on for the last 6 months is that you are never stuck. You're never alone banging your head against a brick wall. We want to get you moving again. Now, final little couple of sneak peeks. This is a little peek at our updated shop builder tool. As you can see, again, it's using a lot of the same UI as the other tools, making it easy and familiar to pick up. And again, you can try out the shopping experience directly in the editor. And the other project we're working hard on is one that internally we're just calling Data Studio. This is a revamp of all of our data building pipeline that allows you to combine data from different tasks and experiment versions all in one download. There's nothing to show yet. But a huge amount of work has gone into this. You can see all of the affinity mapping work the team have been doing, where we've been pulling together everything we've been told from the support desk and talking to loads of different researchers about what they like and don't like about it, how they can be better, so that we can really build something that we know is going to solve a lot of problems and make things a lot easier for people. And then finally, I think Joe's already mentioned this, but just to highlight a paper that we recently published with our friends over at Prolific. We've looked at over 1 million participants worth of data to give you an insight into online research today. We're really looking at things like study duration, attribution, attrition rates, and all sorts of other interesting metrics. So do go and check that out. And that is everything from me. So if there's any questions, very happy to take those. But otherwise, back to you, Joe.
Thank you so much. Any questions, please put them in the Q&A. Oh, there's one already there. Hang on a minute. Let me ask this. Gaze contingency facility on the horizon. Is this about eye tracking, Anne-Marie? Think so. We have some, well, I'll let Nick. Yes. Yes. I'll let Nick answer about eye tracking.
Yes, no, there's definitely some more we want to do with eye tracking. I think one of the things that we're taking as a sort of a general approach, but I think it's particularly pertinent with eye tracking, is that quite often there with these things there are the very raw metrics that some researchers want, like the raw stream of XY coordinates in the case of eye tracking. But I think there are also cases where we can sort of roll these up into slightly more useful aggregated data. So for example, just the amount of time someone was looking at the screen, or the amount of time someone was looking at a particular object. These are the kind of slightly more interesting sort of aggregated data we can put in for those that we're working on. So yes, I think that is almost certainly something that would, I think, fall into that, so that there are things you can do when just you can detect simply if someone is just looking at the screen without having to actually get into all of the complex data analysis, and potentially even use that as a live signal, like are they looking at this at the screen or not.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And then there was a lovely message from Rachel in the chat saying she's now convinced it's time for her to learn Task Builder 2. With that, because we're running behind schedule, if you've got any more questions for Nick, please do put them in the chat or in the Q&A. But for now, we're going to move over to David. Shaklet, please do turn your video on. And is Ben joining you as well, or is it just you today?
It's just me today.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much, Nick. That was fantastic. And now over to you, David. David's going to be talking to us about how they've been studying group dynamics online in a real-time game of Geoguessr. I've been seeing this work evolve over the last few months, and I'm really excited to hear about it. Over to you, David.
Thank you so much, Joe. And it's really a pleasure to be invited to this conference. We've had a lot of fun building on Gorilla over the past few months, and I'm excited to share some of our early learnings on group dynamics in a real-time game of Geoguessr. So with that, I'll just share my screen and dive in. All right, just quick check. Can everybody see my screen?
I can see your screen. It's in the normal slide view at the moment. If you want to change it to slideshow.
Yeah, I will do.
Yes,
present.
I can see your slides as I would expect to.
Fantastic. All right. So as I know that we have only a bit of time here, I will cover the following agenda, which is I want to give just a brief introduction about us at the Skills Lab and what we're doing. Next, I'll cover why we're building a Geoguessr game on Gorilla, and then some key components of our game. And then finally, I'll wrap up with some of the challenges and learnings that we've had over the past couple of months, and that we expect to be overcoming over the next couple months as we launch out this new experiment paradigm on Gorilla. So with that, the Skills Lab is generally focused on the science of, or rather the catchphrase of making soft skills hard. We're housed in the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and generally we create performance-based measures of foundational skills, specifically related to topics in labor economics, so management, leadership, but also a lot of team dynamics in terms of things like collaboration, diversity, and things like that. And I just wanted to have a quick, go back. If anybody would like to follow us or learn more about what we're doing as we evolve, feel free to enter in your information on the Contact Us page. And also, we're headed up by David Deming, the academic dean at the Kennedy School, and Ben Weidman, who couldn't make it today, is our director of research driving this study and all of our other studies forward. And I am the product manager. So I've been the one closely working with Gorilla on this front. All right. So just as a quick refresher for those of you who have in the past played around with Geoguessr games, and some of that new information for those of you that haven't, Geoguessr games are super popular nowadays. And basically the format is an individual can play the game by seeing a randomized Google Street View and attempt to guess where in the world that they are based on clicking around the street view and putting a pin into the map you can see on the right side of the screen. And success in this kind of game paradigm is based on closeness of the game to the actual location. Geoguessr games are currently pretty much all in individual formats, so there's not really many Geoguessr paradigms that are multiplayer. So when we were looking at building a multiplayer version of the Geoguessr game, we knew that we had kind of challenges ahead of us. And for anybody that's interested in playing kind of like the gamified version, you can find that at geoguessr.com. So taking a step back, I wanted to run through some of the motivations of why we were running a Geoguessr game on Gorilla in the first place, before getting into the specific component parts of building the game on Gorilla. So the first is we in the lab wanted to explore how to create multiplayer games in a digital format and really gain a lot of the value that could be reaped from that kind of setting. And in particular, some of the points of value in running multiplayer studies in a digital format versus in-house like lab run experiments were that there's a lot of opportunity for additional data collection that would otherwise not be available. So from simple things like communication dynamics to attention control and things like that, we are expecting to be able to kind of reap a lot of benefit from this additional data. Second is we have full control over the participant experience. We're able to use popular online research recruitment platforms to expedite the research that we're doing. So that's key for us. We really have a bias towards speed in our lab, and being able to host games digitally and use recruitment platforms like Prolific to push traffic reliably and efficiently is a great benefit here. And then lastly, a lot of our research is around team dynamics, and our seminal paper is on, for instance, the certain aspects of how people can have a quotient or a characteristic of like improved team player capabilities. And so in general, we know that we're going to be using or relying on multiplayer experiments for much of our future research. And the reason why we chose Geoguessr for this particular context is that it's a great way of isolating the impact of communication and group dynamics on individual contributions, as we were looking to investigate how diversity or diverse characteristics play into teamwork. So with that, I will give a brief overview of kind of how our game works. And it's modeled after the Geoguessr paradigm. So the way we've set it up on Gorilla is that participants are matched together, and then the flow of the experience is that a participant basically plays the standard Google Street View, the standard Geoguessr paradigm, where they have an individual guess of where they are in the world given a Google Street View. All of this is embedded into the Gorilla platform, and it's very kind of seamless in terms of it feels like you're playing the real Geoguessr game, which is pretty cool. And as a next step that departs a bit from the standard Geoguessr game paradigm is that participants are then kind of brought together. So an individual grouping of 4 people who have just played the single player version of the Geoguessr game are brought together and are able to then communicate together to actually decide on where that location is in the world and agree collectively on where they think that is. And so the key functionality here is that video conference is activated. You can see the participants have a conversation while also navigating or deciding on where you are in the Google Street View as well. And then we give participants data on how close they were. Moving on to how we've kind of approached the design of the experiment on Gorilla, there are really 2 key components which have been enabling factors for us in creating this kind of experimental paradigm. One of them being the matchmaking logic. So bringing people into our experiment and then grouping them into 4-player games and then rematching them along the way is the first way that Gorilla has kind of like supported this experimental endeavor. So basically what we're able to do, and this is kind of a view of the experiment design mode hosted on Gorilla. The first thing that happens is we're able to create groups based on these newly developed lobby nodes that allow to have us match groups of 4 based on defined characteristics like gender, age, or basically anything that we can survey. And we also are able to duplicate or replicate these matchmaking scenarios across the lifespan of the experiments. So that's been a really cool way of kind of replicating what we would have otherwise done in an in-person setting in a digital format. The next enabling feature is our video chat, which you got a sense of from just the experiment design walkthrough slide, but it's been really fun to be able to play the Geoguessr game kind of live with people and talk about how we're guessing within this paradigm. And one really cool thing that we've had about how this experiment has been designed on Gorilla is that it's very nice in the sense that it's a component like every other aspect of the experimental builder capabilities. So what that means is that we can kind of embed this video chat experience into our game. And so one example of that is when a participant clicks agree, you can see their agreement under the actual video stream of the participant. So it feels really kind of well embedded into the design of the experiment that we're creating. Lastly, we ran into a number of challenges and learnings during this development phase. And I just wanted to kind of recap some of the challenges and learnings now and talk a bit about what we're looking forward to moving forward. Generally, one really important thing that we learned early on is that these multiplayer games and experiences require a really deep understanding of the participant journey. So due to the complexity of matchmaking and getting people to all be collectively working on the same problem, it's really important to design around that really strong instructions and very, very clear sense of user journey. Because otherwise, especially if you're using platforms like Prolific and other kind of non-curated audiences, it becomes problematic. People drop off. There's a high attrition rate. So that's been a big learning for us and something that we're continually trying to improve on. And that kind of goes hand in hand with the second point, which is knowing your audience if you're using recruitment platforms for these multiplayer games. So there is kind of a barrier to entry for especially our game. One of which is you need to have the appropriate camera and microphone activated. Your bandwidth has to be high enough to support participation in it. And using recruitment platforms like Prolific, for instance, the audience is oftentimes not necessarily the exact candidate that would be able to play this game effectively. So that's been another learning where we have to kind of create catches or rather define key instructions around who can participate and how they should expect to participate. And then the last thing that we've really learned over the design and build of this experiment is just a general note on matchmaking and bringing in multiplayer synchronous, or designing in a multiplayer synchronous setting is that in terms of the recruitment pipeline, it's sometimes difficult to rely on people all showing up at the same time, which is necessary, right, when you have a game start and matchmaking happening kind of dynamically. And so one way that we've resolved that is, at first we were having issues with just participants not showing up, for instance, at like a 10 a.m. start time. We've relied on third-party services like Zoom to gate participants from entering into our lobbies, which has been really effective. And I'm happy to chat on other kinds of intuitions or learnings that we've had on making sure that synchronicity is achieved in these multiplayer settings. But with that, I wanted to keep things relatively short, and so I will leave it open for questions. Again, thanks Joe and Nick for inviting me to chat a little bit about the work that we've been doing. I'm happy to dig into anything about the experiments, the work that we're doing, or anything, any questions, happy to answer.
David, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. It was nice to see it in the flesh and the 4 simultaneous video feeds and that it's working and you're getting the data you want. Could you say a little bit more about how that flow is working from Prolific into your study? I know you've had to get Prolific to turn off the rate limiter. Is that what they call it at their side? So that you have more participants flow in, is that correct?
Right. So it's been definitely a challenge trying to figure out the strategy behind recruitment generally. So a lot of these larger scale recruitment platforms, participant recruitment platforms like Prolific, don't design at all really for these multiplayer synchronous experiments. And so we've kind of had to do a little bit of hacky work around creating that pipeline and optimizing that pipeline in. So the way that we've approached it is we have set out the Prolific design as kind of like a normal experiment where you allow people to just jump into a quote unquote study, which, you know, is standard for the individual experiments where you're just kind of like going off on your own. But what we've done is instead of sending them directly to the study, we send them to a Zoom room and kind of use that as a holding pen and then send them into the actual study from there. And that's been really effective in kind of curating that requirement of having people kind of all join at the same time. I definitely think that that's definitely a future feature of Prolific and things like that. It's just we've had a difficult time finding. Yeah.
That's always a difficulty being pioneers, isn't it? Is that if nobody's done it before, then nobody's built the tech infrastructure to support it. But it's fun. You get to be. It's challenging. It's fun.
It's fun. It's fun. Yeah.
But as you say, you know, the Prolific team are awesome. They will no doubt within a reasonable delay have a new setting where you can go, this is a multiplayer study, and they'll go, we know exactly what to do here. Needs to be participants who are willing to do multiplayer studies. They need to understand about the lobby, probably need to pay a slightly higher rate. And I think we were hearing from Rachel Theodore in the previous session about getting really, really high data quality and very, very low attrition with technically complicated tasks. So she requires participants to be wearing stereo headphones. And she had a lot of tips and tricks for working with that population so that you get really, really good intuition. So and you were echoing many of the same points of be clear with the participant what's expected, and then those that want to can say yes, those that don't want to can say no, and everyone's happy. With that, I think I'm conscious it's time for our next speaker. If there are any questions from people, please put them into the Q&A. If not, please into the webinar, show your webinar chat, please show your appreciation for David. I, for one, really enjoyed hearing you speak about multiplayer and how this is now a new possibility for online research. And with that, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was great too.
And with that, we are now over to Julia. Hi, Julia. Really lovely to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you. Let me just share my screen.
Fantastic. Julia is going to be talking to us about lexical bias for ambiguous speech. And with that, Julia, over to you.
Okay, can you see this okay, Joe?
I can see this all absolutely clearly. You're showing what I'd want to show.
Good. All right, so thanks so much for having me. I'm excited today to chat about my experience running online studies with normal hearing listeners. And also listeners who use cochlear implants who have hearing loss. So the plan today is I'm going to give really kind of a basic overview of the scientific background. I'll kind of overview some findings, but I'm also going to add in some special considerations for designing web-based experiments for listeners with hearing loss. So in my line of research, I'm really interested in how listeners with and without hearing loss access, learn, and understand the speech signal. So generally, this type of research is performed in very controlled settings where we test in a soundproof booth in the laboratory or in the clinic, and where experimenters can carefully control the audio settings. Like many others during the pandemic, I had to adapt my research program. And that's kind of when I started playing and foraging into online methods. So work in my lab examines how listeners map the acoustic speech signal onto meaning, really focusing on the earliest stages of this process, where listeners recognize speech sounds that form the building blocks for words. And in order to perceive speech sounds, listeners have to effectively map the auditory input onto speech sounds. An important part of speech recognition is that speech sounds don't operate in isolation. And this is kind of something I think about a lot. So we hear speech sounds in the context of words, and that helps to drive perception. And that context, or the lexical context, is highly influential on how listeners map acoustic information and can provide a feedback mechanism to listeners. But what about in the case of when the acoustic signal is degraded, which is the case for cochlear implant users? So in this case, lexical context may play an even larger role in mapping the speech signal because the auditory signal is less reliable. So having context cues or top-down information may be a larger factor when the speech signal is degraded. And I do just want to give a very brief background on cochlear implants and kind of why we expect the speech signal to sound different when someone is listening through a cochlear implant relative to normal hearing. So cochlear implants, the cochlear implant device has both internal and external components. There's a visible external component that contains a microphone and a speech processor, which transmits the acoustic signal to the internal component. And the internal component is what is surgically implanted. It includes a tiny electrode array that is inserted into the cochlea of the inner ear. And in normal hearing listeners, the cochlea contains thousands of hair cells that code frequency or pitch information. And so that really helps listeners discriminate between different speech sounds and also things like perceiving music. But in the cochlear implant system, the electrode array contains only around 20 electrodes or so, and those take the place of those thousands of hair cells. So this results in a coarser representation of the speech signal that's electrically processed. As a result, what's been observed clinically and in the research domain is that cochlear implant users vary in terms of their performance on speech recognition tasks. And we can model the auditory experience of a cochlear implant using an acoustic manipulation called noise vocoding. And this is a technique I use a lot in my, in my research. So I'm going to play an example for that now. What you'll hear first is a degraded speech signal. And I will just say, if you're listening through headphones, to just be aware of the volume so you don't have your ears blown out. That would be the worst thing for me as an audiologist. So I'll play that for you right now. I'll play that one more time. A bicycle has two wheels. But now you hear it in the clear version. And you know, this isn't a perfect match of what a cochlear implant sounds like, but it does give an approximation.
Julia, can you play those again? They were fantastic, but they were so fast. I missed it the first time.
I'll play it again. Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll start with the degraded. A bicycle has two wheels. And that's the clear version of it. So hopefully this gives you a sense of the challenge of listening with a cochlear implant and the potential impact on speech recognition and processing. Okay, so now I want to talk about the protocol that I used in this study. So first, in terms of recruitment, screening, and payment, that was all conducted with Prolific. In terms of building, launching, and running the experiment, that was all conducted in Gorilla. So let's talk about recruiting participants first. So Prolific has great options available for screening participants and kind of recruiting your ideal sample population for whatever you're interested in your study. There are basic screening parameters that I think are really helpful. So things like screening for a particular age range or language background or how reliable a participant is on Prolific, and even things like geographical location. So if there's a particular location you want to stay in, and this is sometimes important in language research, if you want to be able to control language or accent or even dialect differences. I also want to highlight and talk about some of the advanced screening options that are available to researchers who are specifically looking to recruit listeners with hearing loss. So in Prolific, there is a screener under the Health tab, and you're actually able to filter out based on how the participant responds to questions related to hearing difficulties. As of 2022, so this is a brand new screening feature, you are also able to filter out based on if a participant reports that they wear a cochlear implant. And I just took a look at this yesterday. At the time of me giving this talk, there are currently 222 participants who report, yes, they currently wear a cochlear implant. So that's actually a pretty nice size of participants for this population. All right, so now that we've kind of talked about recruitment, the next thing to think about is building and launching the study. And for me, one of the biggest concerns was, how am I going to control the auditory presentation? So one approach is to ask participants to wear headphones and screen for headphone compliance, which we've heard about today. There are different ways to do this. The protocol that I used for the study was developed by Woods et al. And I'd highly recommend that as a first step to getting into headphone compliance screenings. In our Gorilla program, we gave participants 3 chances to pass the headphone screen before beginning the experiment. And then we were able to create a checkpoint for participants who passed or failed the screening. And we did not use data from participants who failed our headphone screening. And just to give you a sense of our sample of 80 participants, only 5 had a failed headphone screen, so a fairly small number. So that screening protocol works very well for normal hearing listeners, but it doesn't work well for cochlear implant users. And again, this is related to the design of the cochlear implant and how it works. So cochlear implant users cannot wear headphones over their ears to reliably hear sound. So what I opted for instead was to give really good instructions on how to set up the audio and how to set up the environment. So first, I wanted participants in their default comfortable listening parameters. So I instructed participants to set their cochlear implant to their default map. And maps in the cochlear implant are just different listening programs that can be programmed into the device. So for example, a cochlear implant user might have a map for listening in quiet and a different map for listening in noise. So I wanted them in their default listening map, kind of what they would be on most of the time. I also wanted the listening level to be comfortable. So most cochlear implant users are able to set the volume or the sensitivity level of their device. So I asked them to set that to a comfortable volume. I also asked participants to complete the study in a quiet room without other listeners. And we opted to present the audio through the speakers of the computer. So this was a sound field-based study. Some cochlear implant users can stream audio directly via Bluetooth to their cochlear implant, so kind of like Bluetooth headphones, but there is some variability on how easily people can set that up and how different manufacturers do it. So we just opted for sound field. Okay. So next, we built out the task structure in Gorilla, which was essentially the same between normal hearing listeners and cochlear implant users. We used a phonetic categorization task using either clear speech or degraded speech. So in this categorization task, listeners hear speech sounds that vary along a continuum. So in this case, they range from B to G, and they're just asked to categorize the sound as B or G. And in this type of task, even though they're hearing this continuous function, the speech signal is perceived categorically with very clear category boundaries observed within a continuum. Critically, lexical context, or the word context in which a sound appears, is a strong driver of categorization. So for example, when our listeners were given a continuum ranging from BAP to GAP, where BAP is not a word, but GAP is a real English word, listeners tend to categorize more of the continuum as G. So I'll play that continuum for you now. It goes pretty fast, but I just want you to get a sense of thinking about when it starts to sound more like B versus G.
BAP, BAP, GAP, 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 GAP.
Okay, so that's pretty quick. But for most people, most listeners notice a change somewhere along the middle of the continuum. And they tend to categorize more of the continuum as the word item. Now, alternatively, if you were to hear that B to G continuum, but in a different context, so in this case, from back to gack, where now the item that starts with B is the real English word, listeners tend to categorize less of this continuum as G. So again, I will play this continuum for you now, and I just want you to kind of think about when perceptually you switch over from B to G.
Back, 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 gack, 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 gack.
Okay, so again, really quick, but most people notice a change somewhere along the middle of the continuum and perceive more of it as the word item. And this is exactly what we found in both of our groups of participants, in normal hearing listeners and in cochlear implant users. So in the results from this experiment, we observed a dissociation between continua. So here you have continuum step on the X, ranging from more B to more G-like, and on the Y is proportion G responses. And we observed that normal hearing listeners categorize more of the continuum as G when the sounds were in a lexical context that facilitated G as the real word. We can quantify the magnitude of the lexical influence by calculating the shift, or really the distance between the two continua. So that's what that number, in this case, 6.8% represents. And the larger this number, the stronger the lexical bias. Now, in cochlear implant users, we also observed a lexical bias effect. So this was in our sample of 18 participants that we recruited fully online. And in line with our hypothesis, lexical context seemed to play a larger role when the speech acoustics were degraded, which is what we showed with the larger biasing effect. All right. So to examine this hypothesis in another context, we also presented normal hearing listeners with degraded speech in order to try to stimulate the experience of the cochlear implant user. So I will play that for you now. This is in the context of BAP to GAP, and it goes quickly, but I want you to think about which one you hear. So for most listeners who hear that really quick continuum, most listeners hear that as almost entirely as the word, in this case, gap. And now I'll play the alternative continuum. And again, for most listeners, you get that switch where now all of a sudden you're hearing it primarily as the word, in this case, back. And that's exactly what we observed in our results. So again, this is the normal hearing listeners with the degraded speech. And we were able to model a robust lexical bias in normal hearing listeners when we degraded the speech signal. So at this point, we were able to replicate previous findings of a lexical bias for degraded speech using fully online methods. And this was true in normal hearing listeners. It was also true in cochlear implant users. I think it's really helpful when you're moving into online methods to start by replicating a standard previous finding and then kind of move forward with something else. So that's exactly what we did after we replicated. We then moved forward with a follow-up experiment where we explored this new direction of can we actually play with lexical bias and observe how experience alters reliance on lexical context. So to explore the role of experience on categorization, we recruited a different group of normal hearing listeners who completed training prior to categorization. So I'm going to give you a sense of what a trial looked like during the training phase of this task. So on each trial, participants heard 2 items along a continuum. In some cases, they were identical. In other cases, the 2 sounds were completely different. So here's an example of that trial. And in this case, those are actually 2 different sounds. Their task was to decide if that was the same or different. And then they got feedback on whether or not they were correct. And the goal with this training was to improve processing of the auditory signal by providing structured experience with feedback. Okay, and after about 5 to 10 minutes of doing that training task, they then completed those same categorization tasks right after. Okay, so taking a look at these results. So a reminder, this first panel is those participants that you've already seen. So these are the individuals who did the degraded speech without any training or experience. And these are the results for a separate group of listeners who completed training prior to categorization. And as you can see, the difference between continua is significantly reduced, consistent with a weaker lexical bias with structured training. So we're now in the process of writing all of this up and really thinking about implications of these findings for cochlear implant users. So I want to just end my talk with kind of two takeaways with specific considerations for engaging listeners with hearing loss in online research. The first area I'd recommend considering, particularly with cochlear implant users, is a very carefully constructed questionnaire, which will allow you to characterize the sample of cochlear implant users in your population or in your study. So things you might think about here include your participant's age, the age that they got their implant, the manufacturer, whether they wear 2 devices or 1, how regularly they're wearing their device, what their language background looks like. All of those things would be important. And depending on exactly what you're interested in, you may want to get different pieces of information as well. And I thought I would share just a table summary of the cochlear implant users from our study. And as you can see, the 18 participants that we recruited, there's really a range of ages, ears implanted, device manufacturers, wear time, all of that. So it's nice to have. And finally, the last point to raise is highlighting variability within this population and the importance of considering cochlear implant users at both the group level and also examining individual level variation. So this is an example of what that data looks like at the group level on the left, and then the individual functions on the right. And you can see there's tremendous variability within this group. Cochlear implant users are not a homogeneous group. So I think it's really important for scientists who are interested in this population to really consider looking at your data on both levels. Okay, so I'd just like to thank and acknowledge collaborators, and I'm happy to take any questions either now or via email.
Julia, that was terrific. Thank you so much. For everybody who's here, you can put questions in the Q&A or some feedback to Julia what your takeaway is going to be. There are a big round of applause already in the chat. While people type in their questions, I'm going to ask you one. How long did it take you to recruit let me go back a step. I was astounded that Prolific have added all of those things, that you can find cochlear implant wearers, but also smokers and vapors and quit smokers. There's actually a wealth of interesting categories you can drill down into. So I didn't know that. I'm going to take that away because that's really useful to know. So thank you for that, firstly. But secondly, how long did it take you to recruit your cochlear implant wearers compared to like the cohort who didn't need to have the normal hearing group?
Yeah, so that's a consideration. The normal hearing listeners, I was able to recruit quickly within a week or so, which is pretty standard. The cochlear implant users took closer to around 2 months to get 18. So it does take time. I only had about 50 people who were eligible for my study. So for people in the chat that I see that in the UK, BAP is a word. So part of why my sample was smaller was I was not recruiting from the UK. It was only US based because of reasons like that. So you guys are probably funny data points listening to this.
Have you, so I know other groups that do work with specialist populations like you do, they partner with charities. Have you ever considered that approach?
I have not done it yet, but I see a lot of value to doing something like that. And I think online methods would be really helpful and powerful for running that type of work.
Yeah, particularly because it's so much less of an interruption into their lives. Let's see, are there any questions? No questions have come through. There was one question higher. It said there's in that 18-person sample, there's a data point where participants with cochlear implants scored higher than those with normal hearing. What does that mean? Does that mean anything?
Yeah, I'm wondering if, and I apologize if I'm not clarifying this right, but if they're referring to the kind of numeric lexical bias aspect. So a higher number that I was showing indicates more lexical bias. which is kind of in line with the idea that if the acoustics aren't great, then you might really rely on lexical context more.
That makes sense. Fantastic. With that, Julia, thank you so much for your time today. I really enjoyed your talk. I found it exceptionally clear. Yeah, great work and fascinating data. Thanks for such an informative talk. That's a message from Rachel. We are now going to move over to our last talk of the day, which is Andrew Gordon from our friends over at Prolific. Hello. Andrew and I just collaborated on a paper which I shared with you about the 1 million participants, which I shared with you guys earlier today. And now Andrew is going to join us and talk to us about how to solve the problems of data quality in your online research. So the third and final piece on data quality today, because we know it's the one thing that you all really worry about and all really care to learn how to get it better. So with that, Andrew, over to you. Oh, you're muted at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Is that okay? Is it clear? I think it's coming through my...
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay.
I can hear you fine, yeah.
Brilliant, fantastic. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Brilliant. So I hope you can all see that.
And I can see your screen as well. I'll turn my video off now, but over to you, Andrew.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone, or I guess good morning, depending on where you're joining from. I know it's been a very long day of lots of interesting talks, so I appreciate you sticking around for this final one. As Joe said, my name is Andrew Gordon. I'm the Senior Research Consultant at Prolific, and today I'm going to be giving you a talk all about how to solve the problem of data quality in your online research. So a little bit about my background. It's probably pretty similar to a lot of you. So I did an undergraduate degree in psychology, followed that up with a master's in neuropsychology and a PhD in cognitive neuroscience at the University of Bristol. And then before working for Prolific, I was actually a postdoc at the University of California, where I was working on cognitive control and fMRI, EEG, eye tracking measurements in adolescents with autism. And about 3 years ago, I joined Prolific. I now work as a senior research consultant, which essentially means I help you guys, the researchers, get the most out of the platform, but I also run kind of independent lines of research myself, as well as with collaborators such as the Gorilla team. So just before I get started, a little bit of housekeeping. I hope the video quality and the sound quality is all right. I'm actually joining you from a very small, very cold back room at the European Congress of Psychology conference. So I've just kind of got my a little bit of a rugged laptop set up here. So let me know if there's any problems with that. If there's any questions at all, there'll be time at the end of the talk for questions. But if there's something really pressing, yeah, feel free to put it in the chat and happy to address it then. Okay. So I just wanted to start off with a quick slide just to introduce Prolific to those of you who haven't heard of us. So Prolific is essentially an online marketplace for participants. We connect researchers all around the world with engaged, trusted, motivated participants all around the world in basically 35 OECD countries around the world. We started out at the University of Oxford 9 years ago when our two co-founders were essentially kind of struggling to recruit participants during their PhD. So they set up Prolific, and from those kind of humble beginnings, 9 years later, we're now a team of 105 people with about 120 to 130,000 participants all around the world. So I'm sure you've heard a lot about data quality today with the two brilliant talks earlier. I always like to start this talk just by attempting to kind of define data quality. And one of the issues you immediately run into, if any of you have ever tried to kind of look up a definition for data quality, is that it's different wherever you go, right? Doesn't seem to be one single definition of data quality online. And the reason for that is pretty simple. And it's simply because quality is an intrinsically subjective construct. Quality to me might mean something completely different than quality would mean to you. So the best definition I've ever found of it is that good quality data are data that are fit for their intended purpose. And I'd add to that, doesn't matter what that intended purpose is, it's just good quality data that are fit for your particular intended purpose. And as I said, quality data for one study might be quite different from another. And because of that, when you're starting to think about data quality in your own research, what you really want to be thinking about are what are the key kind of data quality concepts that matter for your research and that therefore you should be kind of prioritizing in your research goals. I've listed a couple of examples of kind of, I guess these are the kind of typical things that you would think about when you think about data quality. So these are from the Data Management Association, and they list things like attrition, comprehension, naivety, reliability, speed, replicability, thoroughness, But that's not an exhaustive list at all. It's just kind of an indicative list. And you can see that these things might mean different, might be of different levels of importance to different researchers. So if I'm a researcher running a longitudinal study, I'm probably going to value attrition potentially higher than naivety, and vice versa if I'm not running a longitudinal study, but I want to test the replicability of a well-known psychological effect. So really, I just want you to start thinking about kind of what are the most important things for you and then optimizing your research for that. And also, I just want to highlight that despite a lot of evidence now, there's been a lot of research done about online samples and the kind of quality they can give you. And almost all of that research shows that the quality of data you can get online is as high, if not higher, than the quality you can get offline or in the lab. But despite that, there are significant concerns that persist about online data collection, largely because it represents kind of a sea change in the way we do research, right? Instead of having participants come into the lab where you can kind of see them, you can interact with them, you're now disconnected from the participants and you have to put a little bit more trust in the participant that they're kind of telling you the right things, right? I've referenced a couple of studies there that came out quite recently that kind of talk about data quality and online research that are definitely worth checking out. And I've also put a screenshot there of a paper that came out in 2022 and caused a bit of uproar on Twitter with a lot of people talking about it. And the reason I put that is because this study really highlighted why significant concerns are persisting in online research. This was a study done by Margaret Webb and June Tanguy. They're criminologists from the Max Planck Institute, and they set out to do a criminology study on mTurk, and they recruited just over 500 participants, I think it was. They then did a whole load of steps of standard kind of data cleaning practices. And essentially, they ended up removing about 98% of their sample because they couldn't guarantee they were real people. Now, the reason it kind of created so much conversation is because a lot of people thought this was, potentially they were being too strict. But, anecdotally, I speak to a lot of researchers. I go to a lot of conferences. We talk about mTurk all the time. And it's really not uncommon for me to hear that researchers are throwing out at least a third, if not about 50% of their data. So this is all to say that there are concerns about data quality online, and some of them are kind of well-founded. But what I want to get across in this talk is that even though there are concerns, it's largely due to researchers kind of not optimizing their research correctly to enhance their data quality. So where does low quality data actually come from? Well, there are tons of places in the research pipeline where you can start to degrade the quality of your data. So you might make a mistake in an analysis, you might put a decimal point in the wrong place, or in the handling of data, things may get mixed up, you might lose row numbers and all that kind of thing. But those aren't the root cause of low data quality. The root cause of low data quality is almost always due to low quality inputs to the research. And I want you to think about this concept of garbage in, garbage out, which is a horrible saying, but it's quite adequate for kind of what we're talking about. If the data that's going, if the inputs to your research are garbage, then no matter how good you are as a researcher, and no matter how fancy your analyses are, it's only ever going to be garbage that comes out. Now, when I talk about inputs to data, for me, there are kind of two main inputs to any data set, right? The first is the participants you're testing. So who are you actually testing? It is true that when you go online, you are more likely to run into bad actors, right? There's more kind of cheats, liars, slackers, bot farms, click farms out there when you're doing your research online. So you want to be really sure that the participants you're testing are trustworthy. And I put a stat there from a paper by Harman Research and Grey Matter Research. And what they did was they went out and they recruited, I think it was about 500 participants from 5 of the major panel providers in the US. Now, when I say panel providers, I'm talking about your Qualtrics panels, Cint, Toluna, Dynata, these kind of companies, which are kind of functionally distinct from a participant pool, like, for instance, Prolific. But they went out, they collected all this data. They asked these participants a whole load of questions. And then they sorted participants into valid and bogus participants, and they looked at the differences in how they responded. And what they found was that about 46% of their sample were what they would consider bogus, which is a pretty shockingly high stat, and kind of begs the question, how much do you really trust the remaining 54% in that case? And an example of the kind of impact these bogus participants can have on your data, one of the questions they asked was, how aware were participants of a brand called Charity Navigator? And you can see that for valid participants, 10 to 15% were aware of it. For bogus participants, it was up near 60%. So if you put yourself in the shoes of, let's say you're a researcher at a company, you are wanting to do some brand awareness work. and you collect a load of data and you rely on the bogus data, well, you're going to come to the wrong conclusion, right? You might think we don't need to do too much brand awareness because it's already good, whereas actually the reverse is true. Now, what's more interesting about this as well is that actually Charity Navigator doesn't exist. It's not a real company. So those bogus participants were endorsing something that doesn't exist at all. The second factor is how you are testing the participants. Now, I think this is a really important factor. For me, it's slightly less important than who the participants are. And that's simply because you may have the best designed survey in the world. You may have your analyses all set up and ready to go, really, strong analyses. But if the actual participants that are coming into your study are of low quality, then they can only really give you low quality data, no matter what you do. So you really want to make sure that the way you're testing participants is set up to enhance your data quality. Now, these stats are all from that same research paper. One of the other things they did was they actually talked to researchers doing their research online, and they found that 95% of researchers eliminate speeders, so people who complete the study too quickly. 90% use captures to filter out survey bots, because that's pretty important in kind of panel research, but that was it. 25% don't evaluate free text, 50% don't evaluate straight liners, 75% don't use attention checks. Now, I'm quite a big fan of attention checks, so I think that's a pretty shocking stat. And 90% don't track time spent on questions. And I'm going to come back to this later and tell you why that's so important to do. So you can see that actually, current online data practices, maybe researchers aren't kind of optimizing for high data quality. So onto the meat of the talk. So how do you actually improve your data quality? So a lot of the work I do at Prolific is on researching data quality, and we also have teams that obviously spend all their time thinking about data quality. And through all of that, we've kind of come up with basically 5 key points that you can start doing right now, which should improve your data quality overnight. And the first point is quite simple. It's simply to pick the strongest platform for your research. It's a simple fact that not all research platforms were created equal, right? All research platforms have different ways of doing things, different approaches, different participants. And because of that, the actual quality of their pool will differ as well. The 3 things you should be thinking about when you're about to run your research online, especially when it comes to a participant pool, are, first of all, participant verification. And this is saying, what is that platform doing to verify that the participants in their pool are actually real people? Now, if I wanted to, I could jump off this call. I could go to Amazon MTurk right now. I could sign up as a participant and I could be taking part in research in like 5-10 minutes, right? There's almost no level of vetting that actually happens on MTurk. Now, compare that to something like Prolific, where if I went and signed up as a participant, I'm going to get put on a wait list. I'll likely be on that wait list for a month, 2 months. And during that time, I'm going to have a whole load of checks done on me. So this will include submitting my ID, so a passport or a driving license to Prolific, as well as a selfie. We then send that off to a company called OnFido, who basically review it. They check it's all above board and it all looks valid. And they come back to us with a recommendation, this is a suspect participant, this isn't a suspect participant. That's the first stage. But we're also going to do things like we're going to check your PayPal account, we're going to check your IP address, we're going to check the email address you registered with, your phone number, all these kind of things. So that verification step alone makes a massive difference, right? Because it means the only participants actually getting through to start taking studies are the higher quality ones. Now, the second factor, which kind of follows on straight from that, is the level of quality control that happens on the actual pool. So participants get verified, but then once they're on the platform, what is the platform doing to ensure that the participants stay good participants, right? Maybe the participant was just, a real participant that was very good when they came on the platform, but they're not going to pay any attention and they're going to do bad studies when they actually get on the platform. So for big kind of traditional panel companies, so again, similar to the ones I listed earlier, this is a massive problem, right? And the reason for that is that essentially panel companies use what we call like a distributed list of participants. They essentially have a big list of emails that they can contact for any of your studies. So you go to Qualtrics panels, you say, I want this sample. They're going to email all their participants, ask if they meet the criteria for the study, and then send the study to them. That's quite a big difference to the way we do it on Prolific. So we actually monitor every participant account the entire time they're on Prolific, which with 120,000 participants is obviously quite a lot of work. What we do is we give each participant what we call a trust score. And that's like an internal score for how much do we actually trust this participant is a good participant. And the things that can move that trust score around are things like if a participant gets rejected, if they start a lot of studies but they don't finish them, if they complete studies really quickly or they take too long, if we see them logging on from an IP address we think is a bit suspect, all those kind of things will reduce the trust score. Once that trust score goes below a certain level, we simply take them out of the pool. And that's the way we kind of keep our quality control on our pool very high. The third factor is the active, oh, I skipped ahead there, sorry, is the active size of the pool. Now, the reason I include this is because obviously if you're sampling from a much smaller group of participants, then it's much more likely that you're going to get essentially expert survey takers in your study. Now, I'm not going to say that expert survey takers are bad participants. That's definitely not true. But with people who do a lot more research, a lot more studies and are doing it a lot more regularly, you do have a slightly increased chance that these are the kind of participants who might know all the tricks, right? They might know how to look out for an attention check and pass it and, you know, not pay attention to the rest of the survey. And the thing you want to be thinking about when you're thinking about the participant numbers on any platform is the activity level of those participants. So I could come to you today and I could say Prolific's participant pool is over 1 million participants, which is technically true, right? We have over 1 million participants who have signed up to the platform. But that's not really a realistic indication of the number of participants you can recruit. We only ever advertise the size of the active pool because those are participants who are actually actively taking studies and are taking part quite regularly. So the thing I would say on this is always basically double question the marketing for any company, right? If they tell you they have millions and millions of participants, it's actually likely that most of those are inactive, because on almost every platform online, the majority of participants will be inactive. So always make sure to check if it's active numbers or just gross numbers of participants. And as I've already said, because of these kind of differences, the underlying pool quality on different platforms has been shown to basically vary greatly between the major providers. And some evidence of this, so this was a study I was lucky enough to be a co-author on with Eyal Peer at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Essentially, we decided to measure kind of key measures of data quality, which were attention, comprehension, reliability, and honesty on 5 of the major providers online. And what we did was we went out and recruited 500 participants from each. We didn't apply any filtering at all in the first study. And the reason we did that was because we simply wanted to get an idea of like, what does the underlying pool look like for these companies? And when I talk about filtering, I'm talking about things like approval rate or number of previous submissions, which again, I'll talk about later. And what you're seeing there is the overall data quality score for a platform split by whether participants took part on desktop or mobile. And you can see there are pretty significant differences there. And then another study came out this year, one that we had nothing to do with. It was Douglas et al. And that came out in PLOS One. And essentially, they did a pretty similar approach. So they went to MTurk, Cloud Research, Prolific, Qualtrics, and Sonar. And they use kind of these similar kind of data quality metrics. So you can see on the left, the metrics they use: select strongly agree, it's kind of your classic attention check, passing an arithmetic check, color recall, these kind of things. Really interesting study because they used a whole host of different measures. And then they basically computed, you know, how many participants were passing based on those metrics. And you can see, I mean, it's not that easy to see because there's an awful lot of numbers on that table, but there are pretty big differences there. So for instance, if we look at pass color recall check on MTurk, 75% of participants are passing. Prolific, 98% of participants are passing, and there's quite a lot of differences. You know, high quality response on MTurk, it's all the way down at 26%. So pretty big differences there. So the second factor to improve your data quality is, again, it seems quite straightforward, but you'd be surprised how many people don't do this, is validate your participants yourself. Essentially, when you recruit participants to your study, you want to be sure that they really are the participants you're looking for, right? So if you're doing a study on mobile phone usage in women aged 18 to 30, you should ask them, what is their sex? What is their age, right? Very simple things like that will actually not only catch out participants who've either lied on the screening or are lying in your study, but it also catches out participants for whom potentially that information has gone out of date. And the example I always think about here is we have a screener on Prolific that says, are you pregnant? Now, we expire that screener and get participants to re-answer every 9 months, but it is possible that before we expire that screener's become out of date. So you definitely want to be making sure that your participants' screening responses are up to date. And the reason that's so important, this figure is again from the study I was co-author on last year. And what you're looking at there is the level of honesty on a platform. So what we did was we asked participants, we said, we're about to run a follow-up study. It's really well paid. it's only available to participants of this age. And we made sure that when they saw the advert, the age never matched their true age. So we know any participant who says, yes, I'm eligible for the study is not telling the truth. And what you're looking at there is the overall percentage of participants who are honest. And you can see there are big differences. So the bar all the way on the left, and sorry, it's also split by participants who failed versus passed attention checks, which is interesting in itself because there are quite big differences between them. But on MTurk, all the way over on the left, you've got over 50% of your participants are being dishonest, whereas Qualtrics and Prolific, you've got kind of 75 to 88% are being honest. So pretty big differences. So simplest way to do this, as I mentioned, is simply re-ask your pre-screening requirements. It's really simple to do right at the study. Start of the study, if a participant doesn't meet the pre-screening requirements you've already set, you can simply ask them to return the study and not take part. And this is my own personal bugbear. I include it in pretty much every talk I give about data quality, is to never reveal your required demographics in your public task description. The reason I say this is because if you make it very clear that you're looking for a very specific type of participant when they see the study advertised, all it says to a bad actor participant out there is, okay, I know who I need to be to basically fake my way into the study. And it doesn't take me long to kind of go on to Prolific and find an example of this. Here's a study advert. Researcher is very, very clearly looking for experienced French horn players. So I put myself in the shoes of a bad participant, and I think I'm just going to open a Google window, Wikipedia about French horn, and I now know I just need to pretend to be a French horn player to get into this study. So never do that. It's a thing I see quite a lot happening, and it drives me mad. Sorry. Third is to design your study effectively. So now we're moving on from the kind of who is taking your research into how you are actually testing them. So you really need to be thinking about, how do I actually set up my study to catch out bad actors or potentially not allow them in at all? And the 5 things I always kind of say that people should be doing. First of all, always include at least 1 free text response in your study, more if possible. Pretty much every single study I run, I'll have a question at the end of it that says, can you give us some feedback about this study, or what do you think this study was about? And I make sure participants have to answer it. The reason I do that is because if you've got a bot in your study, these are a really easy way to catch them out, because either they won't answer the question you ask and it'll be complete nonsense, or yeah, it will also catch out low participants who have very low engagement, right? You might see a participant yes or no or something like that. Whereas if you've got a good participant, a nice engaged participant, they're probably going to respond with a little bit more information. I actually had an experience when I was doing my PhD on MTurk, where this honestly saved my life with the study, because we analyzed all the data, we found a certain effect. It was only when I started looking at free text responses and found all these things that were indicative of bots that I actually managed to clean out my data, and the effect pretty quickly disappeared. Second suggestion is to include duplicate questions with lots of possible responses. This is one of my personal favorites. Put 2 questions in your study. They're exactly the same question with exactly the same list of responses. And pretty simple reason, if you've got a human in there who's paying attention, they're pretty much always going to answer those 2 questions in exactly the same way. If you've got a bot in there that's using a random answering algorithm, or if you've got an unengaged participant who not really remember what they put before, or is just not paying attention, they probably won't. Now, you should never, I should caveat that you should never kind of use these in isolation as evidence of a bad participant, right? You should always be look at it overall, like, do they have issues with this measure as well as other measures? But it's a pretty good indicator. Third is to set appropriate ex ante filters. And this is a quick shout out to the paper I published with the brilliant Gorilla team that just came out today, where we actually kind of provide the top 10 filters that researchers are actually using. Any study you run, there should be some data quality filters in there. I see a lot of researchers that will screen for certain demographics, which is as expected, but not then use these data quality screeners as well. And you should be using both. And the ones I always suggest, first of all, approval rate. So the typical kind of recommendation that's kind of, if you're using MTurk, the typical level of approval rate most researchers will use is 95% and above. If you're using prolific, I would say you could increase that, because it's the simple fact that if a participant is below 95% approval, it's pretty likely they're not going to be on the platform. So I typically recommend to researchers I work with, let's set it at 97% or higher. Number of submissions, I typically recommend 20 plus submissions, and the simple reason is you want a participant with a high approval rate that's also got a good track record of having a high approval rate. You can set this a lot higher, and there are some recommendations to kind of set this at 100 plus. The only issue you run into there is the fact that you might then be kind of preferencing yourself towards these kind of expert survey takers that may not be ideal. And the third one, which, and this is always funny to me that I don't see researchers using this really at all, is language fluency. So obviously when you're doing online research, you are opening up your study to a lot more people than if you're doing a lab-based study. So if you're doing it to all countries worldwide, obviously this is very important, but even if you're doing it within a country, there's no guarantee that the participants you are recruiting will be really fluent in the language of your study. So, you know, most studies are done in English. Screen for English fluency, because obviously if a participant doesn't understand English too well, then the data quality you're going to get from them is going to suffer. Fourth is to collect page timing data. So shout out to one of our current collaborators, Mark Ramsey at the University of Central Florida. He's done a lot of work on this, and he does a lot of work on careless responding. And they actually found that page timing data can be one of the most effective measures of careless responding in a participant. It's really important not to rely on gross measures of participant time. So don't just look at the overall time a participant spends in a study, because that doesn't tell you anything about how they've actually interacted with your study. So make sure you set up your study to collect data on how long a participant is spending on each page. Fifth is to use effective attention checks. Now, as I said earlier, I'm a big proponent of attention checks. I know there's a lot of kind of discussion out there about whether we should be using attention checks and how we should be using them. I think we should be using them, but I think we should be using them in the right way. And there are a few golden rules that I have whenever you're going to use attention checks in your research. First is to never, ever just rely on a single attention check. If you rely on a single attention check and you kick out participants based on it, essentially what you're doing is assuming that that attention check perfectly measures the construct of attention, which they never do, right? They simply don't. So what you need is a series of attention checks that gives you a more holistic view of how this participant is paying attention in the study. So always include, 2, 3, 4 attention checks. Obviously, if you're running like a 1-minute survey and you want to include an attention check, stick with one. Don't have it mostly attention checks, but anything more than that, you're probably going to want to use a few more. The second one is to never rely on previous knowledge for attention checks. So one of the things I see researchers doing quite often is almost general knowledge questions being used as attention checks, or potentially like maths questions and these kind of things. Essentially, you're relying on the participant actually knowing that information in the first place. So if they fail, you have no idea. Do they just not know that information, or are they actually not paying attention? So try to avoid doing that. Another one I see quite a lot, don't test memory. So I see research will give some information. 3 pages later, they're going to test the participant's memory of that information and call it an attention check. Obviously, that's a memory check. And we also know that human memory is incredibly fallible. So, you're not really testing attention there. Make sure that the information for the attention check and the attention check are co-located in your study. And the final biggest one is avoid using instructional manipulation checks, because they simply don't work. An instructional manipulation check is the classic attention check. It's the most used one. It's the one where you go onto a page and the question says, please select blue, right? And you've got red, blue, green, yellow. And if a participant selects blue, we assume that they are paying attention. More and more evidence coming out that that's just simply too easy for participants. It doesn't actually measure anything about their attention. And I've got some data here from this is a paper that we've just submitted to Behavior Research Methods, where we were essentially trying to validate, do attention checks measure attention truly, and what attention checks are best. And we gave some participants an instructional manipulation check. We gave some participants what we call a nonsensical check. In this case, we said, we gave them the statement, I currently work 25 hours a day, or I swim across the Atlantic to work every day. And we asked them to rate how much they agree with that statement. If they rate they agree at all, we consider them to have failed. And the third one is what we called a trap question. There's lots of other names out there for it. Essentially, this is an instructional manipulation check embedded within a scale. So you have a scale with Likert scale responses, but one of them will say, please select strongly agree. And you can see from the data that we collected this on Prolific and MTurk. We did about 300 participants on each. You can see that for nonsensical and trap questions, so the middle and right-hand bars, on Prolific, almost everyone passed. On MTurk, almost everyone failed. But for the instructional manipulation check, which is the left-hand bar, everyone passed on MTurk and on Prolific, which basically shows that this instructional manipulation check really isn't filtering out the inattentive respondents at all. So stop using them. If that's the one thing you take home from today, please stop using them. And I hope to have a paper out soon that you can actually cite to justify that choice. Fourth is to examine your data correctly. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but study design and setting up a really good study gets you half the way to having a really high quality study, but analysis gets you the rest of the way. I've already touched on this first point, and I will probably touch on it again, but make sure you're analyzing the time participants take on each page. So imagine a situation where you've got a 10-minute study and you have two participants who both finish in 10 minutes. One of those participants has paid attention to every question, they've taken about the appropriate amount of time on each question, and they finished on time. The other participant could easily have just rushed through the entire study in 1 minute and then waited 9 minutes at the end, right? They both finished with the same time. So on that measure, you would have no idea that one participant's good and one participant's bad. But if you have the page timing data, you will. And the things to look out for here are, first of all, a participant speeding up throughout the course of the study, which essentially means maybe they're getting bored and just trying to get to the end, or a participant slowing down, which might mean that they are getting distracted and maybe they've got their phone out and doing something else. These are pretty good indicators that the participant's not that engaged in your study. Again, I've already touched on this one. Look at the length and the detail of free text responses in your data. It's a good measure of bot-like activity. It's also a good measure of engagement. And it's actually one of the measures of engagement that we include on our initial survey that we give to every participant that joins Prolific, because we do think it is a really good measure of engagement. And there's lots of metrics out there. You know, if you use R, there's whole packages out there that could kind of measure all aspects of text. So it's good to kind of look into those and figure out which one's the best for you to use for your research. Third, look for the signs of large language model use. So this is ChatGPT, essentially. The problem is that chatbots, large language models are here to stay, and they're only getting better, it seems, every day at the moment. And there was a paper by Veselovsky, Ribiera, and West that came out like just last month. And essentially what they did was they went to MTurk, they ran a survey where they gave participants a whole series of scientific abstracts, about 400 words each, and they asked them to summarize them into 100 words. And essentially they had this free text response box where they could type, but the researchers also measured every keystroke that the participant made. And it's not a perfect measure, but they looked for essentially participants who completed the task, but with a single keystroke of copy and paste. So Control V, right? Because it's pretty indicative. They've gone to somewhere else, they've asked the ChatGPT a question, they've come back and just pasted it in. And they found that about 30 to 40% of participants on MTurk were actually doing this. And we're actually involved with these researchers right now. We've actually just run a replication study of this week, which we hope to have the data out very, very soon using Prolific. Fourth is to look for duplicate. Oh, and I should say, sorry, that is just one way of looking for LLM use. There's also, you know, OpenAI has their own kind of measures of whether they can tell whether text came from a chatbot or not. They're not perfect at the moment. I think they kind of only accurately identify about 27, 28% of cases. Hopefully they will continue to get better, but you know, there's lots of data out there at the moment all about this because it's a really hot area of research. So make sure you kind of read up on that and know what the latest is. Fourth is to look for duplicate IP addresses. So duplicate IP addresses are a pretty good indicator that you might have a click farm in your data, because essentially you've got a lot of people in the same place all clicking through to your study. They're not a foolproof method because you could also have a few students in a lab at the university taking part in your study, and they're all going to share the same IP address. So if you have collected IP addresses, I know not every platform will allow you to do that, but Prolific doesn't, for instance, have a look at them and see if any are duplicates, look up that IP address, find out where it's from, and that should give you a pretty good indication of whether you need to be suspicious. Final one is to check your data for random answering patterns or careless responding. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this. There's loads of kind of information on algorithms you can use on random answering patterns. Careless responding, there's loads of papers out there. Again, Nathan Bowling's lab at the University of Central Florida His work with Mark Ramsey, really, really important. Kim et al.'s paper on error-based measurement of careless responding. These are really important papers to read and understand if that's the kind of checks you want to run on your data. And most of all, just analyze it honestly. So I'm sure you'll have seen this in the news recently. There's a Harvard scholar who ironically studied honesty, has been let go because she essentially faked her data. And this is not a situation any of you ever want to be in, I'm sure. So, you know, pre-register your study. If you make any departures from your pre-registration, make sure to be entirely transparent about it. Share your data online and just kind of stick with all the open science principles. And yeah, just make sure you're not ever p-hacking. That's the key. And the final way to improve your data quality is simply to treat your participants fairly. Participants who are treated fairly are much more likely to engage with your research because they'll feel like an actual part of your research rather than just kind of a tool you're using to collect data. There's a lot of research on payments and how that influences participant behavior. Generally, what it shows is it actually really facilitates recruitment and retention of participants. So you need to make sure that you're really paying at a fair rate. And the simple reason for that is if you pay participants very little, all you're incentivizing them to do is to just get through your study so they can get to the next one and maximize their earnings per hour. But if you pay participants a rate where they feel like they're being fairly rewarded for their time, they're much more likely to engage with your research and actually kind of give you much better data. Increased stimulus variety. I think we all would admit that a lot of studies can tend on the side of being quite monotonous, especially with certain types of research. We really want to avoid getting into a situation where the participant is getting bored, because first of all, it's going to give they might be more likely to kind of start cheating or getting through it quickly. But also it's not very fair to the participant, right? It's not very fun to take part in. So really what you want to do is you want to reduce that level of boredom. And one of the ways to do that is to just have a bit of variety in your stimulus. You don't need to analyze anything to do with the varied stimulus, but have that variety in there. Spatteriotti and Cooper, they did a really cool study where they basically had a condition where participants saw the same thing over and over and over again. And then they had a couple of conditions where participants had a little bit of variety in the stimulus they were seeing. And what they found was that participants with variety stayed in the study much longer, completely voluntarily, even though they didn't earn any more money. So just have those breaks in there, have a bit of change in there, and it will really help. Third, possibly most importantly, treat your survey takers as people. They're not machines. Always assume that the participants have the best intentions when they come into your research, unless you have strong evidence to the contrary. I run a lot of studies on Prolific, and I lost count of the amount of times I finished a study and a participant will directly measure me and start talking about the research because they're really invested in it. So always assume that they're trying to give you the best data quality. Don't just assume that they're kind of trying to cheat the system, because the vast majority aren't. So just in summary, before I get to the end, the kind of 4 key take-home points here are that data quality is a function of both the participants you're recruiting and the way you design your study. You really need to get both of those things right to get good data quality. If you're just optimizing for one but not the other, then quality is going to suffer. Second is to evaluate your research tools yourself. So don't take my word for it. Don't take anyone else's word for it. Go out there, look into the platforms, find out what they do, read the papers that compare them. There's lots and lots out there now, and make your own decision about where to do your research. If you don't do anything else, add free text responses to the next study you run, implement effective attention checks, i.e. not instructional manipulation checks, and put page timing measurements into your data, into your study, sorry. And finally, empathize with participants. And one way to do this is to actually go and sign up as a participant on a bunch of different platforms, right? If you go and sign up as a participant on MTurk or one of the panels, you'll quickly realize how frustrating the experience can be for a participant. And that will kind of put you in a much better position to empathize with participants and improve your research to make it better for the participants. So that's pretty much it. Just before I finish, we get to questions. As a thank you for having me come and talk. If you haven't already signed up to Prolific, you can follow that QR code on the left to sign up, and we'll just give you £20 free so you can test all these things that I've been talking about. And on the right, you may have noticed, if you are familiar with Prolific, that our logo looks slightly different and the text all looks slightly different. And that's because yesterday we rebranded the entire company. So Prolific's got a very sleek new look. And as part of that, we are running a competition for existing researchers, where essentially all you need to do is follow that QR code to the tweet you see above. You need to retweet that. You need to tell us what your favorite study you ran on Prolific was, and you can win up to £500 in your researcher account, plus a water bottle, which is probably worth the £500 in itself. That's pretty much it. So yeah, happy to take any questions.
Andrew, that was great as always. It's always fantastic chatting to you about data quality, because you are so knowledgeable and you're seeing it both from the inside and from the outside, which is a rare place to be. There are a couple of questions, quite a few questions actually. So one, what would you suggest an alternative to the French horn screener? Do you think they should have just made a more general, like, brass player or wind instrument?
I would not have put anything at all related to it. I think I would have. So when I run those kind of, what I think was happening with that researcher was that they were running a very quick, like, one question study to find their ideal sample, which I assume they were going to invite to another study. When I run those kind of studies, I literally just put a brief survey, and I give and the description is, I'm going to ask you one question to evaluate whether we're going to invite you to another study. So simple as that. And then in the study, you can ask them those questions.
Yeah, and you pay them the 10p and everyone's fine. Yeah, perfect. Doesn't cost you much. Perfect. Second question. In Prolific, we used to be able to report low effort participants without rejecting them, which was presumably something that Prolific took into account in terms of maintaining the quality pool. We haven't been able to find this feature in a while. Is it still there somewhere?
You are not hallucinating, is not there anymore. And now I can't actually speak to the exact reason why that was removed. What we do suggest is, if you ever do encounter a low effort participant, or you see anything suspicious at all, is just to reach out directly to the research support team with a list of the IDs, and they will then pass that to the participant support team, who will basically investigate every single one of those accounts. I suspect it was something on the back end wasn't quite working with those reports being pulled through. So best to just email the support team with any questions you have about the participants.
Because it used to be so useful. The majority of ethics boards say you should pay your participant regardless. And so academics don't want to reject them, but then if you're not getting that data, you're not getting that data. And so it's obviously critically important that Prolific get that data somehow.
Yes, yeah, for sure. And I encourage, like, it doesn't matter how small or large the issue you face with a participant is, even if it's one participant with a tiny little thing you're suspicious of, just tell us, because at the end of the day, we do everything we can on the back end to ensure that these participants are high quality, but you as the researchers are the ones actually interacting with the participants. So we do kind of rely on you to a degree, that if you see something strange, tell us, because then we can action it. But I will pass the feedback on about that being removed, and I'll try and find out the actual reason for it being taken off.
Another question: how would you screen for English fluency? I'm thinking you are talking about having them write something.
So, I mean, in the sense that I was talking about earlier, you can just use our English language screener. We actually, when participants join Prolific, we do actually test their level of English language capabilities, fluency, by doing things like, complete the sentence with the correct word and all that kind of stuff. So what I would do is simply use fluent languages equals English. That's the simplest way to do it. Now, if you have a more complex test that you can run, by all means do it, but I'm afraid I'm not too much of an expert in kind of language and testing for fluency, so by all means include it if you can.
Brilliant. And then, so those are the questions that came through. I had a couple of additional questions. I would worry about putting a duplicate question. One of your suggestions was putting in a duplicate question. And the thing I would worry, I understand it as a mechanism to go, can they answer the same question consistently, which seems fair. But I would worry about it eroding trust, because trust is more important. How would you make those trade-offs?
Yeah, it's really, really difficult, right? And I think this is one of the things that we often kind of run into with attention checks as well, because participants can often feel like they're not being trusted and almost kind of being doubted when we use attention checks. I think probably one of the best ways to do it is just by debriefing participants in the right way, right? Say we included these questions to test X, Y, and Z. I hope it didn't, make you trust us less or something like that. But it is a bit of a fine line that we have to walk, because in a sense, and this, I hope this doesn't come across the wrong way, in a sense, we do need to doubt participants just to be like, we assume best intentions, but we do need to kind of
trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. That is exactly what I was looking for. So yeah, I think it's tricky, but I do think the pros outweigh the cons with doing something like that.
Brilliant. And one final question, which was, we want to bring participants along. So one of the suggestions you made was that only to include participants who have done 20 studies, but how do they get to do those first 20? Like, is there something that participants could do that when they're piloting, they're just a little bit laxer?
Yes, I think so. And I think especially if you're doing kind of those shorter screening studies, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say you need to be doing that. One of the nice things that you get on Prolific, if you say run a screening study and you don't include an approval rate screener, for instance, or previous submission screener, when you complete that study and you download the CSV that we give you, that's going to include that data on approvals anyway. So you will then be able to say, okay, these participants meet the approval criteria, but you're also not needing to effectively screen for that up front. It is obviously, if every single researcher suddenly flicked over to using those exact criteria of especially with number of previous submissions, it is going to be a bit of a problem because participants who just join the site won't get any research. But I think, you know, there's a lot of research out there that doesn't really need participants who have that long track record. So hopefully that's enough for participants to kind of build up that kind of good record on Prolific.
Fantastic. Another question has just popped up in the chat, so I'll read this one. Regarding weird samples, does Prolific have a plan to expand into other territories, China, India, worldwide?
Yes. So, I mean, yes and no. Essentially, like, with our participants, we've only ever relied on word of mouth. So we don't really do any advertising for participants, apart from we've kind of dipped our toe in the water with recruiting expert participants to our panel recently, but generally speaking we don't. But there are going to be plans in place to actually do that. Now with China, for instance, there's obviously an awful lot of other considerations we need to take into account, because I believe to be set up in China as a company, you actually need part ownership with a Chinese company. So obviously there's a lot more that goes into it than just us opening the floodgates to Chinese participants, because they would just immediately close those floodgates. And we want to really make sure that if we do go there, we do it the right way, and we do it in the way that can protect the participants the best. But you know, from most countries in the world, if a participant hears about us and signs up, then they're going to get on the platform. So really, it's about finding ways to kind of drive that knowledge of Prolific in these areas where, you know, we might have less participants, and hopefully they sign up themselves. But it is a kind of active area. There's a person on my team whose basically sole responsibility is participant marketing. So it's going to be something we are looking into more and more as we go forward.
Fantastic. Thank you, Andrew. If you look in the chat, you'll see the appreciation for you from a range of researchers. But now that brings us to the end of BeOnline 2023. Gosh, what an exciting day. We've covered a lot, and I hope you've learned a lot. So what did we talk about? What did we learn? In the morning, we learned about different ways to study the senses online, covering audio stimuli, visual stimuli, and odors. Somebody actually did odor research online. I thought that was super cool. Before lunch, we learned about doing large-scale studies, both by recruiting using Radio 4 and the Atlantic, and then also large-scale simultaneous experiments with 1,000 participants present in a concert hall, listening to live music, responded to it in real time on their phones. After lunch, we had an in-depth data conversation about and debate about data quality. Unfortunately, as you can see, we had Andrew right at the end of the day because he couldn't come in the middle of the day. Alas, we all have busy lives. But now, so this is a question for you guys to go away with, is which do you think is the ground truth? Do you think lab research is the ground truth? Do you think online research is the ground truth? Do you think the real world is the ground truth? Something to go away and think about this evening. And finally, we finished the day discovering what's new in Gorilla. We looked at gamified multiplayer tasks. We learned about cochlear implants and more about data quality. So here are the things that I learned. I've been writing them down as we went through the day. 1, be your own reviewer. 2, run a lab replication first, convince yourself of the data quality. And if it's not good, you might want to hone your protocol until you've learnt all the mistakes that you're making and you've got it to the same level. Maybe have faith that it's possible and use that to hone your practice. Lesson 2 was about data visualization. Do you remember that starfish we saw with all the mouse movements at the beginning of the day? There's always a right way to show your data that will make it speak to you. and so have a play with that. We learned that I discovered that it's possible to collect data from 1,000 participants simultaneously. It's a large event. And I think that's quite exciting for doing combination science outreach and science data collection in the real world. We've had lots of conversations about data quality. Key takeaways for me is about building trust and a relationship with your participants. It's about finding quality participants by using a good platform, but also looking at the time on each page. I loved Rachel Theodore's suggestion of including a secondary measure that you can check fits a known psychometric pattern. And the final one just there, trust but verify. We looked at different ways of recruiting participants, so using the press to get huge samples of over 15,000 participants. And a new thing that I didn't know about today is that Prolific have a whole range of additional health screeners now available, including smoking, cochlear implants, and I imagine many, many more. I'm going to go and have a look at that. And then finally, I think the last slide from Andrew was really interesting about honesty. Given how it's now so easy to collect real data, surely faking it is utterly unforgivable. And then finally, it's a journey. I thought that was a really interesting message that has come through as well. It's a journey. We're all learning. 10 years ago, this was completely new. We haven't yet written down the Bible of how to do it. And we need to take it as a journey. We need to allow ourselves to make mistakes, and we need to allow ourselves to get better over time. So to all of you here today, give yourselves time to learn. This is, after all, a new skill. The one thing I do want to share with you, because I just think Kirsty, do you remember Kirsty, who spoke about her chimps earlier today, is just quite an incredible person, and she is an absolute master at science dissemination. Look what she's done. Can you see that? She has got a 1-minute version of her talk out on Twitter. She's done all the work creating the talk. Why not just have a 1-minute version of it that she can share with her audience, with our audience? And she is a complete master at science dissemination. And so with that, I come to the thank yous. I want to thank all of the speakers for giving up their time today to share their insights about research and online research methods. I want to thank the team that put this together. You've all been extraordinary, in particular Claire, who's done so much of it on her own. I want to thank the sponsors, Prolific, Sona, Gorilla, UK Reproducibility Network, Sona. I think that's everyone. And I want to thank all of you in the audience who have taken the time taken your time today to spend your time with us and to learn about online research methods. I know it's really hard to find the time in conference season. It's a busy time. Everyone has so much to do. So thank you so much for making the time, your time and generosity, and we hope to see you again soon. One question that has come up is about recordings. Yes, this will all have been recording. It has been streamed to YouTube. So that recording will be available straight away. In fact, it's available now. Claire will probably send out a link to that tomorrow to everybody who's been here. Michael's very excited that it's recorded, and you'll have to scrub through the full 8 hours to find the talks you want. But what will happen over the coming months is each one will be edited down, and they will be hosted at the BeOnline on the BeOnline website, which is here, where there are currently more than 60 videos. I'll share it with everybody here. And there are 5 years of past conferences material there as well. So if you've enjoyed some of the content here, there are brilliant talks there. Read through the titles, see if there's something which is completely up your street. You might discover something that you didn't know is the missing ingredient that's going to transform your data quality and transform your research. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for the thank you messages in the chat. That makes my day better as well. I really appreciate all of you and your generosity. With that, I'm going to say goodbye, but have a lovely afternoon or evening or morning, wherever you are in the world, and keep doing great research.